Hi, this is Linda Ferris, author of My Life is Based on a True Story, as near as I can remember. A few of my friends and even my daughter Johanna have asked for an audio version of the book, so here goes. Having never attempted this before, I seriously doubt this will resemble the professionally voiced audiobooks you've enjoyed in the past, but I promise to do my best. Wish me luck. About the book, it's divided into 7 parts, which are Ancient History, If You're Going to San Francisco, What Did You Learn, Grasshopper, Practice Husbands, Meanwhile in a Universe Not Far Away, Life Begins at 40, and finally, Life After 50. Each part is divided into short chapters, which I will announce. The paperback and ebook versions include 16 pages of photos. If you're interested in links to the photos or the ebook version, or if you just want to reach me, email me at linda4ferris, F-A-R-R-I-S, @gmail.com, or call or text me at 707-328-9200. The front cover of the book includes a quote from my wonderfully biased niece, Stephanie Clinton, which reads, "I read your book. It's spectacular. I learned so much and laughed my ass off." The back cover features 4 photos from our previous summers cruising the Pacific Northwest, as well as a blurb entitled, "About the Book," and I quote, "This book is priceless. In other words, it's not for sale. It is, however, for free. I wrote it for friends and family, and for my own pleasure of traveling down memory lane, while memory serves. So let me begin now with the preface. I started writing this memoir at age 45 after being laid off from a 22-year career in advertising and television marketing. What was therapeutic for me at the time was drawing from a dozen or so years of human potential workshops, therapy for codependency, and spiritual searching, then regurgitating everything I'd learned into my very own self-help book, titled I Thought You'd Never Ask, and subtitled Rules for Living in the 90s. It reflected my messiah complex with chapter headings such as On Purpose, On Success, On Paradox, On Change, On Choice, On Belief, On Signs, On Assumptions, ad nauseum. A couple of months and several dozen pages later, in the midst of writing a sentence that started, my mother's reaction to the demise of my second marriage a mere 6 months after the wedding was, ... I got a call. 2 friends wanted me to co-author a shopping guidebook to San Francisco with them, so I closed my laptop mid-sentence. When I picked up the manuscript 25 years later, I was retired, and I had no idea where I was going with that sentence. But more importantly, I almost threw up when I read the draft. It was revoltingly preachy, and besides, the 90s had long come and gone. Now in my mid-70s, I'm trying to salvage this memoir. With 2 adorable young grandchildren, quite a feat for never having birthed a baby of my own, I have new interest in recording my life on the off chance they may someday want to know more about their doting Mimi. I humbly dedicate this true story, albeit somewhat sanitized, to Gwendolyn and Wesley Gilbertson. Part 1, Ancient History. My mother, Alice Buckwalter, was born and raised in the booming mining town of Bisbee, not far from Tombstone in the Arizona Territory, on September the 3rd, 1911. The next year, Arizona became a state. I always liked to brag that she was born in the Territory, but Mom, in the tradition of the Harmon girls, her mother and 5 sisters, didn't want to own up to her age. I was her worst nightmare. Being proud that at 60 she looked 45 and acted 30, and at 80 she looked 60 and acted 20, I would often, in a fit of pride, reveal her true chronological age. She was not pleased. The woman had more energy than anyone I'd ever known. No one in the family could keep up with her. My grandmother, Pearl Harmon, who everybody called Polly, had come to Bisbee from Butler, Missouri, on a lark with her sister Grace to teach school for a year. During that time, she was wooed by a young banker named Paul Buckwalter, who hailed from Lancaster in Pennsylvania Dutch country. After Polly and Grace went home to Missouri at the end of the year, Polly and Paul corresponded for several months, and then Paul trekked to Missouri to ask her father for her hand in marriage. Polly returned to Bisbee as his bride. Mom graduated from Bisbee High at age 15 and was off to Mills College in Oakland while her family moved to Southern California. In 1928, after a year at Mills, she took a year off to travel to Italy with a family friend known as Mother Cutter and her 4 teenage daughters, the Cutter Girls. They traveled via ship through the Panama Canal, across the Atlantic, and through the Straits of Gibraltar. They settled in Firenze, Italia, also known as Florence, Italy. All the girls enrolled in public schools, starting with the younger children. As they learned the language, they progressed through the classes until they ended up with Italian students their age. That year was a turning point in Mom's life. Travel became her greatest passion. In 1932, Mom graduated from Mills at the age of 20 and landed her first job at the New York Public Library at the height of the Great Depression. An avid reader, she was in her element. A year or so later, she returned to the West Coast and became a social worker in the Southern California desert for several years. By the time she turned 30, Mom had moved to San Francisco and was living in the YWCA Residence Club for Young Women on Nob Hill, just a couple blocks away from her aunt and uncle, Ethel and Paul Tyler, who resided at the Stanford Court Apartments. Like her sister Polly, Ethel had adopted a nickname and was known to friends and family as Ia. Determined to get her 32-year-old spinster niece married, Aunt Ia was excited when she met Ruth Strader in 1944, visiting from Texas. It just so happened that Ruth's single younger brother, Steve Guess, a handsome naval warrant officer and my future dad, was shipping out from San Francisco in a couple months to the Pacific Theater. Chapter, It Had to Be You. There was no time to waste. Dad recognized her intelligence and independence, and Mom loved his sense of humor, but she was concerned that he was younger than she. After a very short courtship by mail, his ship returned. Not long after, at my grandparents' Lake Arrowhead cabin, he asked Mom to marry him so he could take her home to Texas to be his pet. She protested, "But I think I'm older than you," to which he replied, "I didn't ask you how old you are. I asked you to marry me." And so it was wedding bells on October 14th, 1944, at the Mission Inn in Riverside, only a few months after they met. It Had to Be You was always their song. Turned out he was 5 years younger than she, but Aunt Ia insisted that was good because she could just mold him. My sister Kathy was born 10 months later while Dad was serving in the Pacific. But enough about her. I made my entrance at Queen of Angels Hospital in Hollywood 21 months later. I was only 4 months old when Dad made good on his promise to take Mom home to San Antonio, Texas. I couldn't find the words to articulate my objections. While Mom's family was upper middle class, Dad came from much humbler circumstances. His mother, Ella Pruitt, married an older, divorced man with 2 young children. They proceeded to have 7 more children, with Dad being the last. His big sister, Ruth, named Rilla Mae Ruth, but smart enough to drop the first 2 names, had wanted a live doll for Christmas when she was 8 years old. No problem. Dad was born at home at 11:30 p.m. on Christmas Eve of 1916, and when Ruth returned from an overnight with the neighbors the next morning, Dad was under the tree. Dad liked to say he was a half an hour short of being the second coming. When little Stevie was only 2, his father left his mother and all of the kids, including the 2 from his first marriage. He then proceeded to have a large third family. Several of Dad's older siblings found jobs to help support their mother, and she took in a young man as a boarder for additional income. Despite Ella being 15 years his senior, the 2 of them married after she got pregnant with Dad's little half-sister, Grace. Her new husband was an alcoholic, and life was rough. Aunt Ruth escaped by marrying a young man whose father owned Peacock Military Academy. When Dad was 15, his mother told him they couldn't afford him any longer. So Ruth arranged for her little Stevie to live full-time at the military academy, where he had to work in lieu of paying tuition, room, and board. One of his jobs was waking up the bedwetters at night to avoid accidents. Not surprisingly, Daddy ended up with some abandonment issues. Chapter, Mecom Angus Ranch. Dad started his own upholstery shop in San Antonio, hilariously named Stephen of Hollywood. Fancy name considering we lived over a garage. A few years later, he went to work for John Mecom, a Texas oil man who was a good friend of Aunt Ruth and Uncle Harold, her second husband, also an oil man. Dad's job was to convert the Blimp Base, an old Navy base in Hitchcock, Texas, population 5,000, into Mecom Angus Ranch. The small cattle ranch had some 300 head of black Angus and Brahman bulls. In addition to converting the barracks into apartments for ranch hands and their families, Dad transformed the old one-story naval hospital into 9 apartments. We lived there for 9 years until the spring of 1960, when I'd completed the 7th grade. We ate a lot of beef in those days. We bought it 1 cow at a time and named them Yum Yum, Yum Yum the second, and so on. Yum Yum the third never made it into the freezer as he disappeared in Hurricane Carla, from the frying pan into the storm. To avoid heartburn, we didn't get close to our Yum Yums while they were beefing up with the herd. Dad did whatever Mecom dictated, dictated being the operative word, as Mecom was a mean, demanding SOB. I didn't know what that meant at the time, but I knew it was bad. Dad remodeled Mecom's office buildings and decorated his ranch in Colorado, his airplanes, one of which Mecom gave to Lyndon Johnson, and his oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico. Eventually, Dad even renovated the old Warwick Hotel in Houston into one of the city's premier hotels using paneling that Mrs. Mary Elizabeth Mecom had shipped back from France. Meanwhile, when I entered kindergarten, Mom started teaching. By the time I reached junior high, there was no avoiding it. She became my 7th grade teacher. She was Mrs. Guest to all my friends, but just Mom to me. One time, in response to a classmate wanting to know who got the best grade on a history test, she said, "Well, Linda Guest did, but I cheated for her." Fortunately, they didn't believe her. Mom was a fun, popular teacher, although some of her disciplinary techniques might have scarred a couple of those kids. Her punishment of choice for a sassy 7th grader was to have the perpetrator suck on a pacifier. She sometimes got the giggles and couldn't stop laughing, a trait I inherited and struggled with in business meetings throughout my life. We shared many hilarious and embarrassing laugh fests, occasionally in church. Awkward. In 1960, we moved to a new home Dad had designed for us in the Memorial Drive area of Houston. Dad opened Stephen Interiors in partnership with Mecom, and Mom landed a job teaching high school English. The next year, Aunt Ia, the one who played Cupid with Mom and Dad, sent Kathy and me to a girls' finishing school in Switzerland. She had been thinking of sending us to Zurich, so Kathy and I both studied German the year before we left. Just prior to embarking on our great adventure, she ended up selecting Chateau Montchoisy in Lausanne, and all we could say at that point was Dankeschön. Kathy was 16, and I was 14, and a total mama's baby. Hadn't even been away to camp. My biggest thrill in life was tattling on my sister. I remember confiding in my Auntie Kay that I didn't want to go, and she assured me, "You don't have to go if you don't want to." But all that changed. Chapter: Fatal Attraction. On November 9th, 1960, 8 months or so before we were to leave, my reluctance dissolved overnight. I wanted to get out of Dodge as soon as possible. Dad's sister, Aunt Ruth, lived next door to us on Broken Bow Lane in Houston. Uncle Harold had died of a heart attack, and she had put her interior design business on hold to build a golf course. Her business partner, a golf pro named Barney, had become obsessed with her. He was at her house a lot, in fact, living in her pool house, from where he eavesdropped on phone conversations and became insanely jealous of any man who called. In addition to having some mental issues, he was an alcoholic and developed a nasty habit of attempting to kill her. Our parents warned us to stay away from him. Unable to shake Barney, Ruth was panicked and felt trapped. Frankly, she didn't want to lose all the money she'd invested in the golf course. So on that fateful night of November 9th at 8 p.m., with Dad away on business in New Orleans, Mom and I were at the dining room table. She was grading papers, I was doing my homework, and Kathy was studying in her bedroom. It was the night after JFK prevailed over Nixon in the presidential election. Tonight the TV was on, but only as background noise. Our home had sliding glass doors all along the back, in the master bedroom, the dining room, and the living room. We often left the doors unlocked, but on this particular night, we'd locked the dining room door. Suddenly, there was a great commotion, and we looked up to see a terrified Aunt Ruth trying to get in. She was screaming, "Let me in! He's trying to kill me!" I fumbled at the door, and as soon as she was inside, we ran from room to room to lock all the doors. Barney, wielding a butcher knife, had chased Aunt Ruth out of her house and thrown it at her along the way. He was now looking for it among the pine trees in the darkness of our backyard. In a matter of seconds, he'd found it and was now running around the house and checking doors and windows and trying to get in. He reappeared at the dining room sliding glass door looking like the madman he was and yelling, "Come on out, Ruth, I'm going to kill you." Aunt Ruth rejected Mom's plea to call the police. Ruth said he was too smart for the police. I was incredulous. Up to that point in my young life, I thought my parents and the police could handle anything. Aunt Ruth told us to go into the inside bathroom and lock the door. We took Yvette, our black miniature poodle, and crammed into the small bathroom, then came to the realization that the cheap lock didn't seem to work. We leaned up against the door, bracing ourselves for what we feared might happen next, and Mom began to pray out loud. That was a first. Aunt Ruth was a tough cookie. Calmly, she was saying to Barney, "Just go home. I'm staying here. I'm not coming out, so you can just go away." In my selfish terror, I was wondering if she shouldn't perhaps sacrifice herself for the rest of us. Then we heard a loud crash. Mom said something about it coming from next door, but we all knew better. Then silence. We were waiting for screams, an attack on the bathroom door, something. All we could hear was the damn TV. Seconds passed, then minutes. We were still braced against the door, or as braced as you can be when you're trembling. After what seemed like an eternity, we heard Aunt Ruth say, "You can come out now." We found her standing guard in the dining room with a gun pointed towards the shattered sliding glass door. She explained that he had kicked it in, but for some reason ran away rather than coming in after her. Our backyards were wooded and sloped down to a creek. She assumed he was hiding out there, but her survival instinct had sent her out through the gaping hole to run home to get the gun a concerned friend had given her. Finally, she agreed to call the police. For 45 minutes we waited with our eyes glued on the hole in the door and the darkness beyond. Aunt Ruth assured us that if he returned, she'd blow his brains out. Finally, the police arrived and Ruth related what had happened. She calmly explained that he was going to kill her unless she killed him first. She assured them she was serious. She'd been living in terror for some time and had already been rescued by a friend when he was choking her. She just couldn't see any way out. Police took her back to her house for more questioning, leaving us with a smashed door and Barney still on the loose. So Mom told us to get our school books and homework, and we grabbed our poodle and headed down Katy Highway to a cheap bungalow motel. We sneaked Yvette into the room and tried to sleep without success. Shrubs outside our ground floor window scraped against the screen. Even the dog was nervous, and I was frankly terrified. Aunt Ruth later told us that that particular motel was where Barney often stayed, and he was friends with the owner. The next morning, Mom dropped us off, bleary-eyed and exhausted, at our regular school bus stop, 2 blocks from home, and told us not to tell anyone what had happened. She arranged to have the door fixed and went off to teach her English classes. We learned that Barney had been picked up by the police but released when a relative posted bail. Later, after being found naked in a ditch, he was committed to a psychiatric ward. After a month or so, he escaped. When he wasn't incarcerated, he continued to stalk Aunt Ruth. She moved out of her home and into an apartment, securing all the windows and doors with wrought iron bars. Mom and Dad concealed their concern because I was clearly traumatized. One day, my sister's best friend came bounding through our front door yelling, "What a glorious day!" Mom and I were in my bedroom at the time, and I instinctively dove behind the bed. When Aunt Ruth would call to inform us that Barney had been released from jail or had gotten out of an institution, I would break out in hives. I felt justifiably concerned that he might come looking for her at our house. So by the time summer arrived, I was ready to leave the country. I was nervous about leaving Mom, Dad, and Yvette behind, but they assured me they'd be okay. In truth, Yvette wasn't much of a worrier. Chapter: Switzerland. We kissed Mom and Dad goodbye in Houston, matching Mom tear for tear as we boarded our flight to New York to rendezvous with our benefactors, Aunt Ia and Uncle Paul, both 80 years old. Once in New York, we got caught up in the excitement of the new adventure. Our first treat was going to see Camelot on Broadway, starring Richard Burton, Julie Andrews, and Robert Goulet, as Robert was singing, "If Ever I Would Leave You." A cigarette fire, yes, you could smoke in theaters in 1961, broke out in someone's seat. The people nearby were leaving, but Robert ignored all the commotion and continued to sing. By the end of the song, the fire had been extinguished, and the audience rewarded him with a standing ovation. Richard Burton then entered stage right, and before continuing, announced the fire had been put out. We spent 6 weeks traveling through Portugal, Spain, and France with Aunt Ia and Uncle Paul, and were met in Biarritz by my 20-year-old cousin Steve Geisinger in a minivan. He was enrolled at Yale, spending his junior year abroad in Tours. He already spoke French, which was very helpful as we toured Provence and the Riviera, and he took us to meet the Athénue, a family in Pérol-en-Provence with a daughter named Renée, who had been Kathy's pen pal for 4 years. Being matched with a pen pal in the late 50s was a bargain at 25 cents. By the end of the trip, we'd gotten on our aunt's nerves with our teenage ways. She complained about us to Cousin Steve, who later shared that she thought us spoiled and ungrateful. Ouch! And she hated that we were picky eaters, wanted Coke, and ate too much bread before our meals. She was particularly embarrassed at a fancy restaurant when we hid our gross fish heads in the paper wrap of our dinner rolls and then laughed hilariously when the garçon collected the bread dish and the fish heads rolled out onto the floor. The saving grace was getting to Paris, where Aunt Ia and Uncle Paul completely ignored us. They'd had enough. At 16 and 14, we'd mastered the metro to explore on our own, and Steve, who was a handsome and très cool college junior, gave us rides around Paris on the back of his Vespa. We were definitely ready when Steve, Ia, and Paul delivered us to Lausanne. The day before we checked into school, I spotted a shy young blonde girl about my age on a bench in the entry of the small pension where we were staying. It didn't take long to learn that Lisa was from La Jolla and was also headed to Château-Montchoisy. Turned out she was just 11 days older than I. We glommed onto each other and have been best of friends ever since, despite never again living in the same place. Unlike most of the other international students at our École pour jeunes filles, we weren't rich, and our parents weren't simply trying to get rid of us for a year or two. About 1/4 of the students were American. The rest were from South America, Iran, Turkey, Sweden, and other mostly European countries. Life was strictly regimented. We jumped out of bed with the morning bell and aired our bedding out the window before heading down to break our fast. After breakfast, we returned to our rooms to make our beds, as it was considered unthinkable and disgusting not to give the bedding a chance to air out. Even our baths were regulated with a sign-up sheet. We jumped to attention whenever an adult entered the room and recited in unison, "Bonjour, madame," or "mademoiselle." I don't remember ever seeing a monsieur. At each meal, which were mandatory, we stood at our places until Mademoiselle Wirtz, the headmistress, arrived. She would randomly call on one of us to say grace, and the young mademoiselle would recite, "Que Dieu nous bénisse et nous nourrisse pour sa gloire et son saint service." God bless us and nourish us for his glory and his saintly service. It was strictly interdit to speak any language other than French, except for Sunday afternoons. This was especially patrolled at mealtimes when a teacher sat at the head of each table and would keep track of infractions. The fine for each incident was 50 centimes, half a franc, which equaled 12.5 cents, or half a Lindt Frigor Swiss chocolate bar, my favorite. Since many of us had no prior French lessons, we were given 6 weeks to learn the basics before the fines were imposed. 6 days a week, we had 3-hour morning classes, which were, of course, all in French. They included primarily French grammar and composition, but also history, geography, and science. My adorable teacher was Mademoiselle Françoise Lolinier, who was 21 years of age and spoke not a word of English. On day one, she pointed to objects in the room, pronounced them slowly in French, and spelled them out on the blackboard. At the end of class, she would say, "Examen demain," which a couple of the students who'd studied the right language before arriving said meant there'd be a test tomorrow. Mademoiselle Françoise went ballistic when she heard my particular brand of French with a decidedly Texas accent. That twang, for which Texans are famous, took all the romance out of the most beautiful of the Romance languages. It became her mission in life to cure me, and after a few weeks of intensive personal training, I dropped the twang and was speaking French like a true Swiss. An interesting consequence is that I never regained my Southern accent and would only adopt it occasionally when I wanted to make fun of my Texas roots. In the afternoons, the school arranged for ninth graders from the U.S. to take English and algebra classes so we could get credit for the year when we returned to the States. Once every week or so, Mademoiselle Françoise would surprise us by sending us to fetch our ice skates, hiking boots, or swimsuits for a trip to the downtown skating rink, a hike in the neighboring woods, or a day at the school's pool. Before and after dinner, we were required to go to our classrooms for study hall. Then, after about an hour of free time, one of the teachers would come through the chateau to turn off our lights, and in her sing-songy Swiss accent say, "Au lit, mes enfants," to bed, my children. The homework load was heavy, so there were nights when we'd study under the covers with flashlights so the transoms wouldn't alert the authorities, or even sneak a book into the bathroom and read on the toilet. Halfway through the year, an awkward, chubby 15-year-old arrived just in time to join the rest of us for a 3-week winter break skiing in Zermatt. That first morning, Francesca Hilton made a grand entrance after slipping at the top of the grand stairway and sliding down on her behind to the chateau entry hall. Frankie, as we called her, was the daughter of Conrad Hilton and Jaja Gabor. Jaja no doubt selected the school because the owner, Madame Pustaseri, was also Hungarian. Frankie had a tough time adjusting, not being accustomed to picking up after herself, and she definitely didn't think the rules applied to her. Jaja visited when she was in Europe and would greet us as she sashayed around campus with her thickly accented "Bonjour, darling." What Frankie and most of the other rich kids missed most were letters from home. Our mom, a wonderful writer and correspondent, sent us letters almost every other day on thin blue tissue paper that the U.S. Post Office sold pre-printed with international airmail postage. Frankie enjoyed reading our mother's newsy letters about a relatively normal American family as much as we did. And when Mom arrived that June to pick us up, Frankie said, "Oh, Mrs. Guess, I just loved your letters." I learned to ski at the foot of the Matterhorn, thanks to a cute Swiss instructor named Heine, as in rear end. Zermatt gave new meaning to the expression winter wonderland. The only way to reach the mountain resort is by train, and once there, the only mode of transportation is on skis or horse-drawn sleighs, replaced in the summer by open buggies. It was my first hotel experience with shared unisex bathroom stalls down the hall. Running into male guests in their bathrobes was, I'm embarrassed to admit, a big thrill. The other thrill was provided by sexy wannabe pop stars who sang the latest European and American hits in French or Italian at the tea room/bar next to our hotel. Oh la la! There was nothing more romantic than sipping delicious hot chocolate while being serenaded by equally delicious hot young men after a day of skiing. After 1 week of classes, we beginning skiers were taken up the mountain on the Gonegrat, a red ski train that climbs so steeply up to the base of the Matterhorn that it has steps built into the rail cars. The plan was to take the train up in the morning and spend the entire day skiing back down. No lifts, no fuss. No way. I quickly lost confidence in my snowplow technique as I peered down the vast expanse of the beautiful snow. So I proceeded to sidestep down the Alps. One of our classmates disappeared, and the next time we saw her, she was zipping down the mountain, zipped into a body bag. Turned out she'd only broken her leg, but at first glance, we were sure she was dead. About that time, we reached a mountain lodge for a lunch break. Several of us were so rattled that we convinced our chaperones to let us take the train back down from that point. It only took about a half an hour of hysterical crying. Clearly, 1 week of ski lessons did not prepare us to ski down the Matterhorn. For our spring break, Mom had contacted the Athenus, the family we'd met en route to school the previous summer. They lived in Pérol, a tiny town just a half an hour from Aix-en-Provence, and 1 hour from Marseille. In her best French, Mom wrote to ask the family, as diplomatically as possible, if we could spend the 3-week Easter break with them. And, of course, she'd insist on paying. They'd graciously agreed to take us in. Mom sent $300 to defray the cost of feeding us, and the Athenus certainly made sure we got our money's worth, evidenced by the 15 pounds I packed on in just 3 weeks. None of them spoke much English, and their French took some getting used to, as they had heavy Provençal accents. They made so much fun of my asking for milk. Quel bébé, that halfway through I gave it up and was drinking watered-down wine, as French teens do. In related news, I also did some napping. Pérol was a sleepy little village, and the highlight each afternoon was to se promener, take leisurely walks with Renee on the tree-lined street that led out of town, and then turn around and stroll back. Monsieur et Madame Athenou insisted on giving us their double bed while they slept on a mattress in their kitchen. They were unbelievably welcoming. Each morning, Madame would trek to the local boucherie, pâtisserie, boulangerie, etc. for the daily shopping. They spoiled us with all the delicacies of the region, including rabbit, but they failed to convince me that the head was the best part. I fell head over heels for Yves Jacquet, who was probably 30 at the time, and sadly, for moi, married to Renee's cousin Suzanne. I kid, of course. They visited us in Pérol, and we in turn visited them in Marseille. I wrapped my arms around Yves as we rode his Vespa around the French countryside and the Riviera, hugging the edge of the Mediterranean coastline known as La Corniche. One afternoon, he took me up to La Vierge de la Garde, the cathedral overlooking the port below. As we'd wind through the city, I can still hear him singing, C'est pas sérieux, mon amour, mon amour. Yes, I definitely had a crush. In those days, long-distance calls between Texas and Europe were way too expensive for our thrifty parents to consider, so Kathy and I didn't talk to Mom and Dad for the entire year. I occasionally got homesick, usually in the dead of winter, but once in a while I thought I heard Mom's voice. Turned out it was one of the Swedish girls who, despite the language difference, sounded a lot like Mom. Chapter Nose Job. Mom came over that next summer and picked up a brand new bright red Volvo sedan in Paris. Our big reunion, 11 months since leaving home, was at the train station in Basel, Switzerland. I was super excited. We stepped off the train, saw Mom approaching on the platform, and broke into a run. We were all crying. Then Mom stifled her tears long enough to say, "Linda, I forgot how crooked your nose is." Sentimentality wasn't her forte. She and Dad worked on me for the next year until I finally gave in and allowed them to buy me a new nose. The story goes that when I was 3, I was showing my sister how I could circumnavigate Aunt Ia's swimming pool at her summer home in Oroville, California, with my eyes closed. Turns out I couldn't. I was carrying a little stool, which fortunately broke my fall into what was the deep end of the empty pool, and the fall broke my nose. Kathy ran into the house to give Mom the news. Mommy, Linda's dead." The next weekend, Mom went with Aunt Ia to meet a local politician at the airport who was running for representative from the great state of California. Upon seeing this little girl with the bruised face and big black eye, he excused himself and came over to ask what had happened to me, explaining that he had a daughter about my age. It was Richard Nixon. 13 years later, Mom was in the hospital with me, having a lump removed from her big toe. Connie, my best friend from high school, was visiting me after our operations and asked, "Oh, Mrs. Guess, what happened to you?" To which my dad replied, "They removed Alice's big toe and put it on Linda's face." Dr. Wise, the plastic surgeon who had previously exhibited no sense of humor, caught me completely off guard when, upon removing the bandage, he gasped, "Whoops, made it too small." Chapter: Homeward Bound. But back to the summer of '62, Mom, Kathy, and I were joined by Donna, an 11-year-old family friend, for another summer of European travel. We bid our au revoir to Chateau Montchoisy and headed to Zermatt to experience it for the first time in the summer, then on to Italy, where Mom relived her year abroad. Kathy and I were seeing it for the first time and, of course, fell in love with Venice. We continued on through Germany, Denmark, Holland, Belgium, Sweden, and Norway. As we had room for one more in the back of our Volvo, Mom picked up hitchhikers along the way. The international cast of young hitchhikers added a lot of color to our experience of Europe. We had a fabulous summer before sailing back to the U.S. via the fjords aboard the aptly named MS Oslofjord, a Norwegian cruise ship. The end to my year abroad marked another milestone in my discovery of the opposite sex. One of our friends at Montchoisy ended up on the ship with her parents and 2 older brothers. They were cute, although pretty old for me. I was an innocent 15, having never dated, and Bernie was a man of the world at 18. We sailed past the Statue of Liberty and into New York Harbor on August 20th, but couldn't disembark because the customs officials were off for the night. Kathy and I were eagerly anticipating seeing Daddy for the first time in 13 months. The cruise ship was decorated with lights and streamers, and to my surprise, I found myself dancing to the live band on the upper deck with Bernie in the glow of the lower Manhattan sparkling skyline. Bernie succeeded in luring me down to the empty dining room, taking advantage of the ultra-romantic mood of the evening. Although I spoke French fluently by this time, my education hadn't included anything about French kissing. So when Bernie attempted to stick his tongue in my mouth, I was horrified. All I could think to do was grit my teeth. What in the world was he thinking? Eventually he gave up. I was mortified. I told my sister, and she just laughed and then filled in the blanks. Then I was just embarrassed, although I still thought it was gross. I had mixed emotions about seeing Bernie in customs the next morning as we disembarked, but luckily our paths didn't cross. Within a few weeks of arriving back in Texas, I got a call from Aunt Ruth who said, "Linda, I wanted you to be the first to know. Barney is dead." No, she didn't blow his brains out. She said he died of caffeine poisoning. I didn't know that was a thing. He was only 45. I breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, Aunt Ruth married her third husband, Blakely, who had worked as an agronomist and also worked for John Mecom and lived on the ranch. He'd been a family friend for years. On November 1st, 1963, a year after Kathy and I returned from Europe, Grandpa died after several years of suffering from Parkinson's disease. Mom flew to Riverside to take care of Gramps' affairs, organize the funeral, and comfort her mother. Grandpa and Polly had been sharing a room at a convalescence home as she was ill with emphysema, too ill, in fact, to attend her husband's funeral. Just 2 weeks later, to the day, on November 15th, Polly died. She had lost her husband of 57 years, and with it, her will to live. Home just a week, Mom was on the next flight back to California. Aunt Ruth went along to help her with the second funeral in empty Polly and Gramps' apartment. Then the 2 of them drove back to Texas in my grandparents' old Buick. On November 22nd, they arrived in El Paso, and as was the tradition on our annual summer trips to the cabin at Lake Arrowhead, Mom and Aunt Ruth crossed from El Paso into Juarez, Mexico, to buy cheap Oso Negro gin. They were in Mexico when President John F. Kennedy was shot in Dallas. Buying booze in Juarez was usually a 45-minute diversion, but when Kennedy was assassinated and the assailant had not yet been apprehended, the borders were shut down. Mom was not having a good month. She was stuck in Mexico with only her purse, her sister-in-law, and a gallon of gin. 3 hours of waiting at a bar and several drinks later, the border reopened. After getting through the long line to cross the bridge and to pass through customs, Mom and Aunt Ruth arrived at the car. Mom set her gallon of gin on the pavement to unlock the car, at which point it fell over and broke. No, she did not go back for more. Chapter: Memorial High. I came back to our home in the Memorial Drive neighborhood of Houston and to the brand new Memorial High School. I reconnected with a few girlfriends I had from junior high and rejoined my old Girl Scout troop. It was on one of our weekend campouts that I got the lowdown about the birds and the bees from a friend whose older sister, a high school senior, was pregnant. I still remember that night in our tent, where by flashlight, Sandy laid out all the details of the process. I gasped in disbelief. That was way beyond my embarrassing lesson in French kissing. I'd come a long way since my 8-year-old self wondered if I might be pregnant after a ride to the blimp base pool on the tailgate of a station wagon. You see, little Billy's and my thighs accidentally touched. The shocking part of that today is that we actually rode on the open tailgate of a station wagon. I was shy when it came to boys and found myself not fitting in well at the co-ed parties hosted by Connie's parents. I'd missed out on a year of flirting in Switzerland, but I did feel special, speaking French and having lived and traveled abroad. I loved the youth group and the choir at Memorial Drive Presbyterian Church. Coloma Lafferty, the choir director at church, also happened to be the director of the chorale at Memorial High. Joining the chorale involved a competitive tryout process to select 60 members from the population of more than 1,300 juniors and seniors. On a summer church choir tour, realizing I had missed the tryouts, I pleaded my case, and Miss Lafferty said I could come see her in the fall. So I signed up for the class and simply showed up the first day of school. She was surprised to see me, but let me stay. I rarely was that bold, but had a crush on a red-headed tenor from the church choir who was also the star of the chorale. I got goosebumps when he sang. He was also the drum major in the Memorial High Band, and I thought that was way cool. My personality blossomed when I returned for junior year at 16 with my new nose. Although I was still a goody two-shoes, perfecting my people-pleasing skills and never giving my parents need to worry, I did manage to find a cute, shy boy named Rick who played drums in the school band. We ended up going steady until he graduated. He didn't introduce me to his father, who was suffering with a brain tumor, until the night of our junior prom, when we, all gussied up for the dance, visited him in the hospital. It was an awkward conversation, and not being sure what to say, I complimented his private hospital room. He said it probably looked a lot better from the outside. After the dance, Rick took me home to change for the after-prom party. We never made it. Rick called me to let me know his dad had died while we were at the prom. We continued to date, which consisted of going to the movies, followed by a sundae at an ice cream parlor, and then making out in his new white Mustang convertible, a 16th birthday present. One habit of his I didn't care for was that over our Sundays, he liked to add up the total amount he'd spent on our dates. He was smart and competitive, so was very upset when I got the senior award for the best math student in our class of 650, and he didn't get the one for physics. We went our separate ways when we departed for college. I was headed to Smith in Massachusetts, and he chose Tulane in New Orleans over Princeton to be closer to his widowed mother. I haven't seen him since. At our 25th reunion, I got his address in North Carolina and wrote him a letter recapping my life as a feminist in San Francisco since graduating from college. He wrote back that it was good to hear from me, but he would never come to California because of all the fruits and nuts, that he was ultra-conservative, pro-Contra aide, and that his wife always had dinner on the table when he got home. And of course, his 2 kids were also perfect. I'd sent a couple of photos of me in the 70s with long hair, and he wrote that the kids laughed their heads off, telling their friends, "Daddy dated a hippie." Chapter: International Travel. Mom's extensive preparations for our summer in Europe in 1962 led to her next career. A year after we returned from Switzerland, at age 50, she gave up teaching high school English and launched her own agency, International Travel, in Houston. She had finally found her true home. It was more of an obsession than a career. Her love of a bargain was matched only by her love of travel. so she spent half her time working up itineraries for clients, and the other half escorting groups of her own or on fam trips, free or very low-cost familiarization trips for travel agents. When she and Dad moved to Conroe, after I left her for college, she moved the business there and was soon the ace agent in the town of 50,000, just an hour north of Houston. She'd been everywhere, and even more impressively, she remembered everything: the hotels, flights, trains, restaurants, local tourist attractions. Dad and I, who also had brief careers as travel agents, enjoyed our trips, but a few weeks after our bags were unpacked, remembered few of the details. On her 6 or so international trips each year, Mom would use any free time when she wasn't shopping for bargains, scouting hotels for future clients' trips. She would also supply her clients with pages of typed instructions about what to see and do, where to eat and shop, each step of the way. Being a Virgo, she was all about the details. Mom had only been in the business a year when she started to organize a group of my high school friends for a 3-month post-graduation trip to Europe. A few months before our departure, she realized that she couldn't afford to leave her budding business for the entire summer in the hands of her one employee. So she said, "Linda, you've lived in Europe. You take the group." I would be turning 18 on May 25th, which was also our high school graduation. And yes, my friends did sing happy birthday to me in the high school stadium stands. Although Mom and Dad had treated Kathy and me as responsible adults since we returned from Switzerland, this tour guide business seemed a bit daunting. But I was game, although most of my friends had to bail as their parents refused to trust their virginal daughters with little old me as their chaperone. Still, my 2 closest friends did go, Connie from high school and Lisa from Switzerland. By this time, Lisa was Lisa Bean, or simply Bean, and I was known as Linda Bean, Bean for short. It all started when Lisa innocently asked me what a Lisa Bean was, and I told her the word was pronounced lesbian. Chapter on $5 a day. Both Connie and Lisa were blonde, which seemed to be very important to most of the young European men we met along the way. Connie, at the top of our graduating class, was super responsible, confident, a class officer, and a flirt. Lisa was a talented artist, sensitive, very sweet and innocent, and usually found sitting on her suitcase sketching the locals when she should have been boarding the train. Their personalities and styles couldn't have been more different. They hadn't met until the trip, but in the end we all got along. I wasn't blonde. I was nothing. Actually, I was the tour guide with a cute nose. I had carefully mapped out our itinerary, selecting the train routes, as we would be traveling all summer on bargain Eurail passes, staying at youth hostels and small hotels near the train stations featured in Europe on $5 a day. We'd even made arrangements to visit 2 AFS, American Field Service, foreign exchange students from our high school, Bruna Beria from Milano and Suzanne Westermann in Karlsruhe. Mom found the bargain flight for Connie and me on Icelandic Airlines. We took a red-eye from Houston to New York, spent the entire day at the World's Fair, and that same evening caught another red-eye on Icelandic from New York to Luxembourg with a stopover in Reykjavik. We were supposed to land in Luxembourg the next afternoon, but due to a several-hour delay out of JFK, we arrived totally exhausted at 9 p.m. We shared a taxi to our hotel with an eccentric female professor and a cute young American named David en route to Marseille to marry his French sweetheart. Since the hotels in town were full, and they'd both missed their connecting flights, they ended up on cots in our room. Having a man share our hotel room that first night in Europe was definitely the most risque adventure of my life. I wrote about it in detail in my journal, knowing someday I would reveal the scandal to the world. Today is that day. Connie and I had a couple weeks before Lisa caught up with us in Switzerland, so we headed to Amsterdam, Germany, and Scandinavia, including a visit to her mom's birthplace in Sweden to meet some relatives. Connie's blonde hair was a magnet, drawing cute guys on every train trip. Without fail, they would graciously offer to carry our luggage the 2 or 3 blocks to our hotel or hostel. On the train leaving Copenhagen, we met Ivar Toften and Arndt Rivold, two Norwegians who were on their version of a senior trip. They were aptly known as red caps, as the red caps they wore indicated their matriculation. As with many of the cute guys we met, we had to act fast. They casually strolled past our compartment 2 or 3 times, and with a combination of smiles and tosses of Connie's hair, they paused long enough for us to invite them to join us. One small obstacle was that the conductor kept coming by and throwing them out of our first-class compartment, to which our rail passes entitled us. So we crammed into a second-class compartment, playing cards, meeting all their friends, as they all serenaded us with Tonight, Can't Help Lovin' That Man, Old Man River, Waltzing Matilda, La Marseillaise, and even Que Sera Sera. They also taught us what might have been the first Norwegian rap circa 1965. Arndt even wrote it down for me, and it goes like this. Shikalaka, show, show, show. Boomalaka, bo, bo, bo. Shikalaka, boomalaka, jazz, boom, bo. Jukalaka, hem, brock, bro. No clue what that meant. Arndt and Ivar entertained us in Oslo, showing us all the sights, and then decided to accompany us on the overnight train to Stockholm. An overnight train to Stockholm. With those northern summer skies that never get dark, we stayed up all night talking and laughing. Unlike most of the young men we'd met, Arndt and Ivar were true gentlemen with no designs on our innocence. We were grateful. After meeting up with Connie's aunt and cousin, neither of whom spoke the English we were told to expect, our cute Norwegian boys bid us farewell. After a couple days of sign language with the relatives in Stockholm, we headed out to a small town to meet Aunt Hulda and Uncle Philip and see the cabin where Connie's mother was born. Due to the language barrier and our ineptitude with Swedish train schedules, we ended up transferring to the wrong train. By the time we'd corrected our mistake and pulled into the one-room station in Reftala, Sweden, we were several hours behind schedule. Thinking we'd be met at the train, we'd failed to learn the last name of Aunt Hulda and Uncle Philip. So all Connie and I could think to say to the lone official at the otherwise empty station was, Aunt Hulda and Uncle Philip? After a few repetitions, it registered, and he said, yeah, and indicated we should wait. He placed a phone call. In just a few minutes, we saw a friendly man waving at us through the window. Greatly relieved, we rushed out, suitcases in hand, and hugged and kissed Uncle Philip. He seemed surprised at the warm reception, but took our luggage and walked around the corner to put the bags in his cab. We hadn't realized that Uncle Philip drove a cab. When he started the meter, we realized he probably wasn't Uncle Philip. Shortly, we pulled up in front of a little box of a house, the walkway lined with flowers, and our taxi driver warned Uncle Philip to keep an eye on us. In Karlsruhe, Suzanne, our AFS student from junior year, was as excited to see us as we were to see her. Her English was excellent. All of her German friends were eager to help entertain the American girls. One in particular, Helmut Goltz, was more than a little eager. He decided I was the girl for him. His English was quaint at best. As we headed to a pizza parlor one evening, he insisted on walking next to the denture. I finally realized he meant danger, and that he wanted to protect me by walking next to the curb. Before I could eat, he announced, I have great hunger for you. I muttered something to the effect of thank you, and only later realized he was saying something along the lines of bon appetit. Helmut stuck like glue to me with that hangdog expression that says in the universal language of lust, if you don't let me make out with you, I will simply die. What I soon learned was that all over Europe, young men went berserk over unchaperoned American girls, making the assumption we'd be easy prey. They seemed to think that we'd be gullible enough to believe that they could fall madly in love with us in a matter of nanoseconds. Linda, I love you. I can't live without you. But Helmut, we just met, and you don't even know me. How could you love me? I spent the rest of our visit in Karlsruhe trying to maintain a respectable distance between the two of us, using my left arm and elbow for leverage. He came to see me off at the train station and gave me an old 5-mark German coin wrapped in a piece of blue paper, upon which he'd written me a poignant farewell note with his address and a plea to write. Arriving in Lausanne, Connie and I took the bus out to the suburb of La Rosière. to Château-Montchoisy. The old school hadn't changed. We ran into Mademoiselle Wirtz, the headmistress, just inside the gate, and she told us we'd be in room 11, the same room my sister Kathy lived in 3 years earlier. Since the school year had just ended, they were willing to let a couple of their former students stay for a few nights. When we walked into the room, Lisa sprang out from under the covers of one of the beds. Our reunion had a surreal quality to it. We were back at the scene of that incredible year. Although only a few years older, we were no longer under the thumb of a strict headmistress. We were 18 now, clearly adults, and traveling on our own in Europe. No more lights out at 10 with Madame Elizabeth in her sing-songy Swiss accent bellowing, "Au lit, mes enfants," in the hallway. It was wonderful to be back, visiting the place where we'd grown so much in emotional independence, a place that had given me an accent that could pass for Swiss and a sense of self that comes from being different from the rest. After my year in Switzerland, I never had the desire to conform to the popular fads, to join the right cliques, to wear the right clothes, to try to be cool. I definitely wasn't cool, but I felt special. I wasn't stuck up. I chose my friends individually and had no desire to belong to any one group. Returning to the haunts of our year abroad, I also appreciated the chance to show Connie the places about which I'd told her so much in my letters. From Lausanne, we even retraced our tracks to Zermatt, staying at the old Schweizerhof Hotel. A note from my diary says, "Took a long walk and gathered many gross Italian boys." Lisa is learning that you have to be rude to them, so we turned down their invitation to go dancing. We were making our money last forever. In addition to staying with friends, distant relatives, and at our old alma mater, I'd arranged our schedule so that we had several nights traveling by Eurail Pass. When breakfast was included with our hotel, we took a page from Mom's playbook and slipped the extra breakfast rolls, jams, and sometimes even cold cuts into our purses for a picnic lunch. On the train from Zermatt to Salzburg, I was attempting to sleep on the floor of the compartment with Connie and Lisa stretched out on the facing seats when the border official came around. He said he had a place for me and took me to an empty compartment. I was about to doze off when all three of the passport officials filed in and sat across from me. I referred to this incident in my journal as a riot. Coming across that expression, every other page in my journal was painful. Other favorite expressions which I am loath to reveal are barf, fwap, suave, unsuave, gross, and zot. Zot was used as an expletive and also was pressed into service as a verb, as in we zotted across the train station. Apparently, it meant to move quickly. In several entries, I found the expression yelp, yelp, which evidently meant I found the boy in question particularly appealing. Very uncool in retrospect. In Salzburg, having just seen the 1965 musical The Sound of Music, we found the abbey where young Maria, as in How Do You Solve a Problem Like Maria, spent her pre-Von Trapp family days. I too found that the hills were alive with the sound of music, largely because I was running over them, singing and looking for a baron of my own. Instead, we found twin brothers from Norway, Wolf and Leif Prechtel. I definitely let out a yelp yelp. As the twins were joined by their friend Peter, we three girls were set for the next couple of days. They did their best to separate us from each other and our respective virtues. So our stay in Salzburg ended up being a fair amount of work. Next was off to Munich and then Paris. By far the best looking and dearest of the men we met in all of Europe was one Alain Miliotis, one of a couple of dozen French soldats on weekend passes. He boarded our train in Germany. A yummy hunk in uniform, he and a couple buddies casually joined us in our compartment. We were cool. We didn't let on that we spoke French for a half hour or so, clearly so we could eavesdrop on their conversation. By the time we reached Paris, we were all good friends. One young man, Bertrand, even talked his dad into driving us to our hotel. The next morning was Sunday, the 4th of July, so we three traipsed off to the American church in Paris. We got goosebumps when the choir belted out America the Beautiful. I was excited that real wine was served with communion. I also got to meet a distant relative, a girl named Janet Guess, signed the guest book, before me, and we compared family history. Returning to our hotel, we heard an "Allô" from a parked car. Alain, whose Greek parents and brother were at his nephew's all-day christening, had come back to invite us to lunch at their enormous apartment near the Arc de Triomphe. The decor reminded me of a slightly smaller version of Versailles. We feasted on roasted chicken at their 15-foot dining room table, listened to the soundtrack of Zorba the Greek on the record player, and sipped Greek wine. When we attempted to clear the table, he insisted we leave it for the help. Alain played all his records for us, while we looked at albums of the family villas in Greece, Nice, and the environs of Paris. Alas, the next morning, Alain returned to Germany, and we were off to American Express to pick up our mail. As I was reading my stash of mail from Mom, my high school honey, a girlfriend, and Helmut, my would-be paramour from Karlsruhe, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Mr. Tharp, my high school senior math teacher. Now that I had graduated, he suggested I call him Doug. Frankly, I had been the teacher's pet. I knew that Mr. Tharp, who taught my advanced class in elementary analysis, was responsible for my math award. I no longer have a clue to what that class was about. Although a couple of my classmates had scored a perfect 800 on their math SATs and I had only logged in a 780, I had turned in 100% of my homework and was a major suck-up in class. At the end of the year, when I told Doug I was off to Europe, he said, "So am I." After comparing itineraries, he said he'd look for me at the American Express in Paris at noon on the 5th of July. I was definitely living out a high school fantasy. The math teacher I'd had a crush on was now exploring Les Halles, Paris's famous marketplace, with me at 3 a.m, taking me out for breakfast, renting a car, and taking me to Chateau de Chantilly. Okay, I'll admit, it wasn't just the two of us. Connie and another high school friend of ours, Lynn Orr, also a former student of Doug's, were with us, but it was much more romantic to block them out. Lynn later became a Stanford professor and took a 2-year break to serve as President Obama's Undersecretary for Science and Energy. Doug took my hand to guide me up the steep steps at the ancient fortress of Pierrefonds. We picnicked on a baguette, jambon, fromage, and a good bottle of French wine. It was all innocent, but thrilling nonetheless. A few years later, when I was a senior at Smith, I'd learned that he'd taken off from teaching to return to Rutgers for additional graduate study. By this time, I had misplaced my virginity, and as he was only 5 hours away in New Jersey, I wrote him a note suggesting I come down for a weekend. He didn't respond. Eventually, as I grew wiser in the ways of the world, I realized Doug was gay. At least that's an excuse I'd occasionally fluff up when I was rejected. From France, we were off to Canterbury via the English Channel. It's known for turbulent crossings, and yes, we got sick. At customs, we asked how to get to Canterbury, and the officer said, "Why don't you let Des take you?" So a nice young off-duty customs officer drove us all the way to our hotel. He and his buddies ended up introducing us to all their favorite pubs. I was enchanted with England, having completely missed it during my 2 earlier summers abroad. I particularly appreciated the ease of communication in a language that was, for the most part, familiar. I made a special note that my first fish and chips lunch, complete with bread, butter, and tea, was only 33 cents US. Yes, it was possible to travel on $5 a day. We met up with Peter Thomas, another classmate from Memorial High, who had just completed his senior year at Bedford School. Our friend had been totally anglicized, picked up the accent, the slang, the blazer, and even let his hair grow into a Beatles bob. It was 1965, Rubber Soul was just taking off, and Peter was decidedly cool. On the 14th of July, we got tickets to see another Peter O'Toole, in Ride a Cock Horse. My journal reported, Peter O'Toole was magnificent. The play was terribly crude and not that good, but Peter was just great. Never have I seen such good acting. But talk about a shock. In the last scene, he goes crazy and strips down to his jockey shorts. Then he squirms around like a baby. Connie and I waited with others for a half an hour at the stage door. He came out with his mother and sister and introduced them before getting into a taxi. So suave. I was thrilled to get a good close-up of him. We headed to the south of France so I could introduce my friends to Kathy's pen pal Renee, Eve, and Suzanne. Connie, Lisa, and I decided to make a typical American meal for the entire family and spent a good part of a day shopping to fix the perfect hamburger complete with iced tea, carrot sticks, and potato chips. They hated it, but we found it hilarious to watch the dear people attempt to choke down our offering without having their all-beef patties slide out of their buns, which, in truth, were French rolls. On this trip, I not only had to share Eve with Suzanne and their darling 1-year-old baby girl, Pascal, but also with Connie and Lisa. He took them sightseeing on his Vespa, and I was sick with envy. I found myself writing poignant journal entries in French along the lines of, "You can never go back again." In Italy, we found a much higher lech quotient and had to call on all of our experience with light and middleweight leches from previous encounters to protect our collective virtue. Our carefully mapped out itinerary took us to Pisa, Firenze, Roma, Venezia, and then to Pavia, the little town outside Milano, where Bruna Beria, our other high school exchange student, lived. In an attempt to shake off some particularly unctuous pickup artist in Rome, we had befriended 3 cute Italian sailors who served as bodyguards, showed us the sights, and took pictures of us in their little white sailor hats. Pavia was a teenager's dream because Bruna's male friends hung around for the entire 4 days we were there. We traveled all over the countryside to their favorite getaways and laughed and danced until the wee hours of the morning. Our summer adventure definitely kept us entertained and distracted us from worrying about starting college in September, but it was coming to an end, so we got a night train to Le Havre, where we were to board the MS Aurelia, a small student ship that Mom had discovered. A lobby checking in when Connie screamed, "There he is!" We didn't know anyone in Le Havre, and Connie tended toward the dramatic, so I didn't drop everything to find out who he was. But as I turned, he flew into my arms. Helmut had hitchhiked 800 kilometers to spend my last 2 nights with me before we embarked for America. I spent the first evening trying to explain why it wasn't okay for us to share a room. But as the hotel was completely booked, we 3 girls slept in one room and gave up our second room to the rejected lover wannabe. Helmut definitely felt he should be rewarded for his ingenuity and persistence. And I spent my last 2 days in Europe wrestling to get out of his grip. I felt sorry he wasn't getting what he apparently desperately needed, but I wasn't ready to give it up. So after a sad farewell to our adventure in Europe, we were waving goodbye to Helmut from the rail of the ship. It didn't take long to figure out how the Aurelia could afford to charge us such low fare. Evidently, they had bought a few cows and then each day fed us a different cut of meat or organ. One day the menu was tongue, the next day it was brains, then tripe, then liver, etc., until the last night when we feasted on steak. 4 bunk beds in our windowless cabin left little room for dressing, so we ate bunkmates dressed in shifts. On August 18th, 2.5 months after we'd taken off for Iceland, we sailed past the Verrazano Bridge and the Statue of Liberty, feeling once again that nostalgic surge of patriotism. Before the day was out, we were back where Connie and I had started, at the Eastern Airlines terminal at JFK, waiting for a flight to Houston. We splurged on a juicy hamburger. Chapter: Smith College. As a high school senior, I had written about 20 colleges requesting brochures, all in California or New England. I'd never been to New England, but it seemed far enough away from where I'd grown up to make it attractive and exciting, almost like a foreign country. I ended up applying to Stanford, Smith, Middlebury in Vermont, and Mills in Oakland, Mom's alma mater, as my backup. I heard from Middlebury first, only about 10 days after mailing in my application. My first reaction was that they must want me very badly. The truth was that my application had arrived 2 days after the deadline, and they would not be considering me at all. The good news is that they returned my $15 application fee. About 25 of my high school class applied to Stanford. 2 were accepted. I wasn't one of them, but wasn't crushed, as the 2 who got in were the very top of our class. I had been a National Merit Scholar, but certainly not one of the top brainiacs. My grades came from effort and desire to please, not natural brilliance. Although my safe school, Mills, had accepted me and I had yet to hear from Smith, I spent hours poring over the Smith class schedule, selecting my courses, studying the campus map to decide which house I wanted to request. Mom was very concerned that I would be terribly disappointed if I wasn't accepted. I assured her that planning was half the fun and I could shift gears without suffering, a gift I've always had. But I wasn't disappointed. A week before school was to start, Mom, her cousin's wife, Catherine Geisinger, and I piled into our Volvo station wagon with my new bike, which had been my graduation present, a lamp, a Smith Corona portable electric typewriter, and a trunk full of clothes, and headed to Northampton, Massachusetts. What surprised me most about the campus was the topography. The hills were completely unexpected, as I'd been intently studying a two-dimensional campus map. Having spent most of my life in flat East Texas, it never occurred to me that the campus would be so beautiful. Many of the walls, the library, classroom buildings, and many of the dorms were covered in ivy. There were lush trees everywhere, a white steepled chapel right out of a Norman Rockwell painting, and even Paradise Pond, which I skated on in the winter and crewed and paddled canoes on in the autumn and spring. Smith worked well for me. I liked the fact that it was a women's college and that there were no sororities. Freshmen were assigned to a house of 20 to 80, where most students spent all 4 years. I was in one of the larger houses, Emerson, one of 6 that made up the quad. In fact, my room was right over the archway entrance to the quad, and I could look out my window and see my new bike in the bike rack below. It got me to class on time and then back home for meals. We all took turns serving lunch and dinner a couple times a week. Our house mother, the elitist and pretentious Mrs. Babcock, sat at a table of 4 in the front dining room, and we would gather on the stairs until 3 people would break down and volunteer to sit at her table. Only then would the rest of us enter. Full disclosure, that was my opinion. I'm sure she had her fans. Being a women's college, there was no need to primp and flirt during the week, which helped us concentrate on academics. But the weekends were another thing altogether for some of us. Enjoying a social life did take some effort. That nose jobs my parents insisted I get at 16 transformed my personality from shy to outgoing, and that was my saving grace at Smith. Guys would stop into Emerson House on a Friday or Saturday night and ask at the front desk if anyone wanted to go out with a couple of sophomores from Yale or a couple of juniors from Dartmouth. If I hadn't already left for a weekend date at one of the men's colleges, I was often game. The process was that the girls on watch at the front desk, we all rotated reception duties, would ring the fluorophones, and whoever answered would relay the information like a town crier down the hall. At that point, anyone looking for an adventure would creep down the stairwell until she could get a look at the potential suitors. If we liked what we saw, off we would go with them, usually to the Satire Room, the only bar in Northampton that served alcohol to underage students. Early in my freshman year, I was asked by a housemate if I would go on a double date with her and her beau. My date was her boyfriend's roommate at Princeton. The roommate was flying him to Northampton in his dad's private plane. I was out of my league. He insisted I try a Jim Gimlet and then watched me intently as I sucked on what I thought was a straw, only to learn it was actually a stir stick. Needless to say, there was no second date. In the fall of 1966, a girlfriend and I got our hands on the Princeton Freshman Handbook for the class of 1970. We noted that one cute, preppy freshman named Foster Reed Gamble would be celebrating his birthday on November 29th, just a week away. So we sent him a funny birthday card as if we were old friends. He wrote back an equally funny note, and we came back with a clever reply. We were hoping he'd want to meet, but no such luck. Another friend noted that his bio in the handbook indicated he was from Cincinnati and had gone to Choate, an elite prep school. It took just one trip to the library and Who's Who to learn that he was a Gamble, as in Proctor and. I definitely believed in taking advantage of the abundant bumper crop of Ivy League pitted dates. Chapter Computer Dating. That same fall of my sophomore year, Operation Match arrived on the scene. Created by some Harvard students, the first computer dating service was a 4-page questionnaire eliciting information about you, your background, your interest, and what you were looking for in a mate. After indicating the specific traits and interest you desired, including height, religious background, fields of study, etc., you'd indicate how important that quality or interest was. Did he absolutely have to be a philosophy major, or was that just mildly preferred? We called it computer dating, but computers were rare and the internet non-existent, so we mailed in our questionnaire with $3 and were guaranteed a minimum of 4 matches. The data was transferred to punched cards and processed on an IBM 7090 computer in Wilmington, Massachusetts. Operation Match was sweeping the elite Eastern colleges, but since it was much more popular with girls than guys, most of the girls received only the guaranteed 4 names, while the guys were getting 10 to 15. So it took a long time to work their way down the list. Of the 4 names I received, 2 of them, Frank Lewis and Tom Sipkins, shared an address, Fort Hoosick House at Williams College, only an hour and 15 minutes northwest of Northampton. I'd never dated anyone from Williams and heard it was a beautiful place. It was springtime by now, and I was getting tired of waiting, so I shot off a note in an envelope addressed to both of them. Dear Frank and Tom, if you get lonely this spring, why don't you look each other up? You'd probably get along great, but don't rush into anything. After all, it's only been 5 months since you got your Operation Match names. Love, Linda Guess. Tom was away for the weekend when Frank intercepted the letter. He called immediately and invited me up for the next weekend. Frank had no idea what a big weekend I had in store for him. You see, my second year of college was coming to an end, and the sexual revolution seemed to be taking off without me. Several of my friends and I had been getting together occasionally to determine, to the best of our knowledge, which of the 80 women in Emerson House were virgins and which were not. Our latest guesstimate indicated that more than half had crossed the line, so to speak. That information was all I needed to decide to join the club the next time I found myself in love, or more likely, in lust. So on Saturday, April 15th, I was off to Williamstown over the back roads of Western Mass to meet my computer-matched bachelor number 1. The custom in those days at Smith was that classmates who were renting cars would post their destination and travel dates on a bulletin board, and those of us looking for rides to the various men's colleges, Boston or New York, could sign up and share expenses. The men would arrange to pay for your lodging at a small boarding house or even in someone's home near campus for about $7 a night. Fort Hoosick House was a beautiful white wooden 4-story home for some 40 residents. It rose spectacularly from the crest of a green knoll. I asked for Frank and waited in the living room, small suitcase in hand. I vividly remember my relief when he rounded the corner of the entry hall. Frank was a dimpled cutie with preppy blonde hair and a wonderful, self-deprecating sense of humor. He handed me a long-stemmed red rose and kissed me on the cheek. Tommy Sipkins was one of his roommates, but they swore they filled out their Operation Match forms independently. After meeting Tommy a couple of weeks later, it took me only a few minutes to realize I'd ended up with the right match, as Frank was a funny, sensitive, and devoted date, while Tom had a bad habit of getting drunk and misplacing his. Frank and I got to know each other well that weekend. It started out innocently enough, comparing questionnaires, but ended as I had hoped, comparing belly buttons. A philosophy major from West Virginia, Frank was also a poet. His poems, like those of E.E. Cummings, were all lowercase. I lived for his letters that hot Houston summer and devoted much of my free time, when I wasn't working for Mom and Dad's travel agency, writing him back. My Aunt Ruth was not impressed with my poet, wanting to know, but can he make a buck? The answer was yes. Frank ended up with a degree from the University of Virginia School of Law and after a decade or so with the IRS, went into private practice as a tax lawyer. We split up that next fall, and I ended up dating his other roommate, Chuck Elias. On January 11th, 1968, in our junior year, Fort Hoosick House burned to the ground. Ironically, the fire started during the installation of the new internal sprinkler system. Frank, Chuck, Tom, and the rest all escaped injury, but lost everything they had. Frank's new girlfriend and I organized a rescue party, collecting toothbrushes, soaps, and other necessities into care packages and delivering them the next evening. We found the displaced Fort Hoosick House residents temporarily housed at a local inn, trying to cope with the fact that they'd lost their class notes, papers, and books, as well as all their clothes and personal effects. I kept up with both Frank and Chuck over the years and have shared some good times and memories with them. Frank and his fiancée even made the trip from Connecticut to California for my first wedding. Amazingly, he and I are still good friends after more than a half-century and 3 weddings each. Chapter: Countdown to Graduation. Academically, Smith was and still is an excellent school. I did well once I found my niche in sociology, economics, and psychology. My biggest challenge was freshman English. Frankly, I just didn't get it. Even though my mother was an English teacher, my high school English classes didn't prepare me at all for the kind of literary analysis expected at Smith. My best friend in college was Mary Lou Kevlin, a fellow sociology major 1 year behind me. She and I took a little 2-week trip to England, Scotland, and Ireland right before school started in the fall of 1967. She ended up spending her junior year abroad in Leicester, England. I talked Mom and Dad into letting me visit her that year for spring break. My argument was that the airfare to England would cost no more than a ticket to Houston. I loved my sociology major and liked that professors adapted to the times. One professor dropped his entire syllabus the second semester of my junior year so we could study racism and the 1968 Kerner reports on the riots. And here we are, sadly, more than a half-century later, still dealing with so many of the same issues. We were also focused on our resistance to the war in Vietnam. Many of my professors were brilliant, and I loved their lectures, but I wasn't nearly as focused on academics as my peers. After all, it was the dawning of the sexual revolution, and I had to do my part. As beautiful as the fall foliage and the winter snows were, I decided by the end of my sophomore year that I would settle in San Francisco after graduation. New England winters were too cold and way too long. Mom, Dad, Connie, and Chuck all came to my graduation on a sunny June 1st, 1969. It was truly one of the happiest weekends of my life. I had met the challenge and felt that Smith stretched my mind, although it has since popped back into its original size. I occasionally come across old college papers and can't believe I wrote them. The jargon is no longer familiar to me, and the concepts are equally foreign now. I'll always be grateful for the experience, and frankly, it opened doors for me in my career. It certainly primed me for the women's movement to come. I've been back to visit the campus 4 times since. The most enjoyable were my 25th and 50th class reunions. The Ivy Day parade features all the returning reunion classes who march past all the younger alumni and the graduating seniors into the quad. We're all dressed in white and are accompanied by a live band. The most emotional experience of our 50th reunion in 2019 was being cheered by all the younger classes as we passed. We were now the 72-year-olds that I remember cheering in 1969, and then it dawned on me, those women were the class of 1919. Chapter: Home for one last summer. I spent the 4 summers after each of my Smith years working in Houston for International Travel, the agency Mom and Dad built next door to our home in the Montrose area. As was the case in 7th grade, I had to learn not to use Mom, as in, Mom, this call's for you, when I was working. Instead, I called my parents Alice and Steve. In addition to making air and hotel reservations and handwriting airline tickets with a carbon copy for each leg of the journey, I also delivered airline tickets to business clients, including to her best international client, George H.W. Bush. Dad had a clever way of encouraging the employees not to go out to lunch. He'd simply head next door to our kitchen and make sandwiches for everyone. Mom and I enjoyed our sandwiches at home with a chilled glass of cheap white wine. We'd switch it up at night with vodka tonics and Bloody Marys on the weekends. One bonus of working for the agency was I got to take advantage of fam trips, one to Mexico after my junior year and another after my senior year to Colombia, Chile, and Argentina. We also went to a lot of social events hosted by airlines, cruise lines, and tour companies. In late July of 1969, prior to my planned move to San Francisco mid-September, I was at a Pan Am party taking advantage of the free drinks and hors d'oeuvres when I spotted a very handsome blonde man and asked Dad if he knew him. He said yes, his name was Eric Erickson, and he was a 27-year-old Pan Am sales manager. Dad introduced me, and I was thrilled to find out he was single and lived only 3 blocks from our home. I fell for him hard over the next 6 weeks, and as Mom and Dad both liked him, he often came to dinner at our house. I also went to his apartment, ostensibly to swim, and on occasion Dad caught me tiptoeing in after midnight and teased me mercilessly, singing the old classic, "Strangers in the night, exchanging glances, lovers at first sight." Eric was the first older man I dated, sophisticated, well-traveled, and worldly. I was already fantasizing about our wedding. He knew of my plans to leave, but I hoped he'd ask me to stay in Houston. He didn't. I wasn't all that sad, though, as I was off to start a new life of adventure in California. Part 2. If You're Going to San Francisco. The summer of love in San Francisco was officially 1968. I arrived in September of 1969 after a stopover in Hawaii. Celebrating their 25th year of wedded bliss, Mom and Dad decided to take Kathy and me along on an anniversary trip to Hawaii, and I would head to San Francisco from there. Kathy and I went on ahead, and not coincidentally, Eric decided to go to a weekend sales conference there. So he was on the tarmac on the Big Island to meet me, lei in hand, as Kathy and I disembarked. We enjoyed a couple of romantic days before the folks arrived. Only a month later, Eric left Houston for a new job running a Pan Am sales office in Vietnam. He'd get triple pay for working in a war zone. He arranged to stop over in San Francisco to see me for a couple of days on his way. I got tickets to the musical Hair for our last night. The next morning at breakfast, we saw a bold-type headline in the San Francisco Chronicle about an earthquake the night before, my first. We were totally unaware as it had struck while the rock and roll was blasting, and we mistook the vibrations for part of the show. Before he left, we talked about me becoming a Pan Am stewardess so we could meet up in Asia when he could get away on short R&R trips. So right after he left, I took a day off from my temp job as a Kelly girl to apply. Pan Am liked all my travel experience and the fact that I'd worked for a travel agency for the previous 4 summers, and I easily passed the foreign language requirement. I also passed the runway test, where they judged my walking, and I landed the job. The only hitch was that I couldn't fly until after completing training in Florida, and all training was on hold for a few months. Chapter: Nob Hill Travel. Rather than continue with clerical work as a Kelly girl, I thought I might fill the months before Pan Am training by freelancing for travel agencies. I knew from experience that with the holidays approaching, they might need extra help. So I took a day off to deliver my resume to several downtown San Francisco agencies. Shortly after arriving home that afternoon, I got a call from Bill Witherspoon, the head of group travel at Nob Hill Travel Agency on the mezzanine of the Fairmont Hotel. Sight unseen, he asked if I could start the next day to help write tickets for a large group heading to Hawaii in 2 weeks. He immediately realized I was a good fit, and since I'd visited several Hawaiian islands only a month before with my travel agent parents, asked if I'd like to go along as a tour guide. The clients were all headed to the Urban Land Institute convention in Honolulu and then touring the islands for another week after the conference. I ended up working there for 9 months. I was living across the street at the YWCA Residence Club on Nob Hill, where Mom had lived in the 1930s. I simply crossed Powell Street and entered the Fairmont through their garage. Room and board at the Y, including breakfast and dinner, 7 days a week, was $125 a month, a bargain even then. Shortly after returning from the conference and tour, we started working on another trip for the same group in April. Again, they were meeting for another conference in Honolulu in April, followed by a tour of Japan, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, Bangkok, Singapore, and Manila. I wrote the travel brochures, booked the flights, meals, hotel reservations, and local tour guides for each city. Then Bill asked me to come along again as a tour guide for one of the 3 groups of 30. Pan Am was willing to postpone my training from April to June, so I set off on another adventure. The trip got off to a shaky start. Our Pan Am flight from Houston to Tokyo was delayed several hours, and after takeoff, they realized their landing gear could not be retracted. So the captain announced we had to fly around for a couple of hours to dump our fuel before returning to Honolulu for an emergency landing. My seatmate, a woman in our group, spent much of that time crying on my shoulder about her children and the fact that she didn't want to die. We successfully skidded to a landing on the runway, which was buried in foam to suppress any sparks, while fire trucks stood by. Back in the terminal, we waited a couple more hours before Pan Am canceled a flight to Seattle and let us have that aircraft to continue. During this extremely long day, I was carrying a birthday cake. Shortly before heading to the airport, a rear admiral in the group insisted I get a special birthday cake to present his wife on the flight. Needless to say, the banged-up birthday cake didn't improve the birthday girl's foul mood. Throughout the trip, I had other complaints from clients when their view of the Hong Kong harbor was not as nice as someone else's, or they didn't like a meal or the weather. Then, on a charter bus heading to the Singapore airport, a frail older client married to a countess had a stroke. The rest of us managed to make the flight, as the white-haired gentleman and his countess were rushed to the hospital. The trip was stressful, to say the least, but ended up changing the course of my life. First, I realized that there was no way I wanted to be a stewardess. On the long Pan Am flights, I'd seen how drunk men would sexually harass the exhausted stews, who had had a grueling day of waiting on a plane load of passengers. Also, I had gotten the message that after training, I would not be assigned to San Francisco, the preferred home base of those who'd worked their way up the seniority ladder. With my French, I'd most likely be flying out of an East Coast city to Europe. And by this time, I was in love with San Francisco and couldn't bear the idea of leaving. I also knew I would never escort tours again. In fact, in the coming years, when traveling with a group, I felt so much empathy for the tour guide that I could barely enjoy the experience. A couple of obnoxious clients can really ruin all the fun. But one good client can make it all worthwhile. In our group on that trip to Asia was a brilliant 64-year-old retired ethics professor from Duke University. He seemed to always be watching me and, I later learned, empathized with me dealing with rich, spoiled travelers who had left their servants at home. Eventually, he asked me a lot of questions about my plans, specifically if I was going to be a travel agent all my life. I said absolutely not, that I might like to go into a career in psychology. I immediately regretted my answer, as his follow-up questions completely exposed my lack of knowledge about the subject, despite my handful of college psych classes. He ended up suggesting that I might enjoy the field of advertising. I'm still not clear what the connection might be between advertising and ethics. So as soon as I arrived home, I said no thanks to Pan Am and goodbye to Nob Hill Travel and my salary of $400 a month before taxes. Chapter Mad Men. I soon landed a job at the local ad agency of Gross, Para, and Rocky as a secretary to the promotion director. My Smith degree didn't qualify me for the job as they required shorthand in addition to typing, so I enrolled in an evening shorthand class at Grace Ball Secretarial College. There were about 20 women in the class when it started, and by the time it was over, only 2 of us remained, myself and a recent graduate of Wellesley. GPR was known for the Smile campaign, painting smiles on Pacific Southwest Airlines planes. PSA, now defunct, was the Southwest Airlines of the era. We also promoted Sitmar Cruises, S&W Foods, KGO TV, and Schilling Spices. We secretaries and receptionists came in handy as guinea pigs for a new product one of our clients wanted to promote. We were asked to test drive a new gizmo to replace tampons. It was essentially a plug that included a cup. When you pulled the plug, the dam burst, and it was a bloody mess. It was also fairly uncomfortable, but not nearly as much so as the meeting where we discussed the result of our test trials with our male bosses. The place was a hotbed of sexism and booze. Decades later, after watching the premiere of Mad Men in July of 2007, I almost threw up. It brought back so many belittling memories of those 4 years of my life. After 2 years at the agency, I was promoted to secretary for one of the partners, Martin Rocky, the creative director in charge of all the artists and copywriters. I was one of 3 secretaries in the creative department, all of us better educated than our bosses. Wendy was a Stanford graduate who eventually became a therapist, and Janet left the agency to get a law degree from Berkeley. In her first job as partner in a San Francisco law firm, she exacted her revenge by hiring a male secretary. For me, after being accused of being a women's libber and a bra burner, I decided to attend my first meeting of the National Organization for Women. It only took one meeting of NOW to realize my accusers were absolutely right. I was invited by one of the men at work to attend a San Francisco Ad Club luncheon with guest speaker Gloria Steinem. The club was almost 100% male, and many of the members invited their secretaries to join them at the lunch, not realizing how awkward that would turn out to be. They were about to find out who Gloria was. Also a graduate of Smith, she was gorgeous, brilliant, articulate, and spoke with humor and grace, not anger. In her talk, she smiled as she excoriated the pervasive sexism that girls and women have endured since the beginning of time. By the time the luncheon ended, most of the men had slid under the table, while the women were cheering and seriously considering her rally cry to organize. Not long after, as the captain of the agency's female softball team, I met with other agencies' captains, and it turned out several of us had attended that luncheon. So at that softball season planning session, we launched San Francisco Women in Advertising. I became the club's first program manager. Not much later, I also became VP of Public Relations for the San Francisco chapter of NOW. It was about this time that I hung a large poster of Golda Meir over my desk at the agency with the caption, "But can she type?" I applied twice for the position of Assistant PR Director of the agency, but was told that they didn't have time to train me and that they were really looking for a young guy who could take clients out drinking. They also let me know that my salary as a secretary was tapping out at $9,000 a year. It was time to move on. Chapter: Showbiz. As luck would have it, one of the agency's clients was KGO TV, one of the 5 ABC-owned and operated affiliates in the country. I had gotten to know Dennis Fitch, the station's creative services director, as he worked closely with the agency. I applied for the job of listing editor at the station after creating a resume that emphasized my skills over my job titles. Although I'd been a secretary for 4 of the 5 years since graduating, my resume never mentioned the S word. The word executive assistant wasn't in vogue yet, but I simply used the term assistant to the promotion director and assistant to the creative director, and described my role as more of a liaison between the department and clients. And because I listed my skills separately below the work experience, I could add in all the PR and program directing work I'd done for NOW and Women in Advertising. Dennis was looking for someone to write press releases and the weekly program schedules distributed to TV Guide and the newspapers, as well as feature articles about personalities, news specials, and documentaries. He knew exactly what my job had entailed at the agency, but when he saw my resume, he said, "Well, if you can promote yourself like this, you can certainly promote KGO." I'd learned that a writer for the San Francisco Chronicle entertainment section was offering a course in feature writing, so at my first interview, I told Dennis I'd signed up for the class. That's all it took. Shortly after, Dennis decided to fire the agency. I can't say I didn't give a little credit to karma. I was promoted from listing editor to publicist, then to director of public relations. One of my favorite experiences was running into partners of the ad agency at the San Francisco Press Club, inviting them to come up to the meeting room where I had been booked to speak. It seems that being held back at the agency launched my 19-year career in TV marketing. I bonded right away with a young production assistant, Shirley Davalos, who ended up with a 15-year career as producer of live talk shows. We worked closely together during a strike in 1977 of all the union employees at KGO. This was before electronic graphics, and one of our jobs was cleaning the three-sided maps that our weatherman had written all over with grease markers. We also had to flip the heavy contraption around during the broadcast and try to avoid being caught on camera. It only happened once, and I'm sure our expressions of surprise rivaled those of the audience. On one very sad day, a couple years later, Dennis was lured away from KGO to KRON-TV, San Francisco's NBC affiliate. A few months after I dried my tears, he offered me the job of Director of Public Relations at KRON. That popular weatherman, Pete Giddings, whose boards Shirley and I had cleaned and flipped, told his fourth wife that I was leaving. The next time I saw her, she wished me well and asked what I'd be doing at KRON. I told her I'd be the Director of Public Relations, and surprised, she wanted to know how in the world I got that job. I told her that's what I'd been doing at KRON, and she said, "Oh, Pete always just referred to you as his girl. I thought you only worked for him." After 5 years at KGO, I spent another 14 at KRON, and only 2 years in, it happened again. Dennis moved on, this time to LA as Senior VP of Marketing for ABC. As the person in charge of marketing all network programming except news and sports, he clocked 1.8 million miles flying between LA and New York over the next 7 years. It wasn't long before the program manager let me know he was hiring a new talk show producer from KGO, my friend Shirley. I was over the moon. We survived another strike at KRON, and between marriages, I'd stop in Sausalito 3 or 4 times a week to have dinner with Shirley, her husband, and their 2 young daughters, Simone and Ari, who called me Auntie Linda. When Simone, who was into theater, was applying to college, I recommended Yale for their drama department, and in the end, both she and Ari earned their degrees there. I was one proud Auntie Linda. As producer of All Consuming, a live consumer show, Shirley once asked if I would be willing to be a model for a guest representing designer eyeglasses. I told a business contact I'd never met, but with whom I talked daily, that if she wanted to see what I looked like, to tune in. I regretted it after the guest, who was very disappointed I wasn't a real model, explained. "These frames aren't right for Linda, as she has a very long face and her eyes are too close together. She needs a frame that will pull her eyes apart." Ouch. Afterwards, my business contact asked me why I didn't say anything during the segment, and I told her I didn't want to open my mouth and make my face any longer than it already was. Knowing I had lifelong friends from different chapters of my life, Cheryl joked that she was my best friend on Wednesdays between 10 and 11. 4.5 decades later, we've been there for each other through marriages, divorces, deaths, career changes, and health challenges. After local talk shows were replaced by syndicated programming, she forged a new career as a media coach, focused on preparing guests, particularly authors, for interviews on TV and radio. And now, yet another transformation. She's a hypnotherapist and has authored a wonderful book, Massage for the Mind. She massaged my mind 3 years ago over the phone the night before I went in for a lumpectomy. It was extraordinary. I felt incredibly calm and happy throughout my 12 hours at the hospital. Like I said, she's always been there for me. At KRON, I hired a couple of writers who produced press releases, listings, bios, and articles. I focused on press tours, events, annual campaigns with corporate sponsors, and my personal favorite, giving tours of the station. I loved our annual Awards for Those Who Care, honoring wonderful volunteers, and Living History Days at the San Jose Historical Museum. I coordinated dozens of press events, including for Tom Brokaw, Jay Leno when he took over The Tonight Show, O.J. Simpson when he starred in his first movie for NBC, Goldie and the Boxer, and Ted Danson and Shelley Long when the network launched the premiere of Cheers. I hosted a reception for 500 guests with 1 week's notice for the premiere of the miniseries Marco Polo. I enlisted the Chinese and Italian consulates in San Francisco to co-sponsor the soiree and talked the Chinese consul general into letting us use their consulate on Broadway as the venue. I also handled all appearance requests for our talent. Working with our syndicated shows included coordinating contestant searches for Wheel of Fortune tryouts, as well as audiences for Live with Regis and Kathy Lee, and scouting mall locations for tapings of Geraldo. One of Geraldo's visits followed our 1989 earthquake, spurring Jay Leno to quip, "Hasn't that city suffered enough?" The job was all great fun and included lots of events in LA hosted by the networks, a dinner at Bob Hope's house, parties on the set of Little House on the Prairie and Hill Street Blues, and a kickoff event every fall when affiliate promotion people converged to mingle with dozens of stars of the network series. One day at 2 p.m., the producer of our afternoon talk show, TGI4, asked me if I would take a couple of guests to lunch who had time to kill before the 4 p.m. show. I had eaten lunch, but was immediately on board for a second lunch when she told me that the guests were Dr. Timothy Leary and G. Gordon Liddy. Both were ex-cons. Leary, a big proponent of LSD, did time for drug charges, and Liddy for his role in the Watergate scandal. They were on a debate tour of public appearances across the U.S. Leary argued for the left and Liddy for the right, and despite their differences, they were friends, respected each other, and were endlessly entertaining. One of my ideas was to create viewer loyalty by forming a viewer advisory council. A one-time mailing to the TV Guide subscriber list in our market resulted in 18,000 members who were eager to give us their input. Each quarter, I'd mail them a newsletter with a cover letter from our general manager and a questionnaire about their views of television news and our programming. I also invited the members to sign up for a station tour followed by lunch with department heads. The weekly tour included watching our midday newscast from windows above the studio and from the control room, where Fast Freddy put on a show complete with expletives while directing the newscast. The Wednesday tours and lunches continued for a year or two, and the result was excellent feedback and a growing loyal audience. I recall once during the AIDS epidemic when our general manager asked our lunch guest how they would feel about a public service announcement promoting condoms. They approved overwhelmingly, and we became the first local TV station in our market, and, if memory serves, in the country to do so. My boss insisted I enter the Viewer Advisory Council for Best Promotion in Television and Radio for the U.S. and Canada at an annual broadcast promotion and marketing convention in Dallas. As the date approached, he insisted I call to find out if we'd made the finals. The person I spoke with said if I hadn't heard from them, the answer was no. The award was the only one with a cash prize, which was $1,000. So at the end of the luncheon, when the award was being presented, I was paying attention, curious to learn about the winning promotion. When they called my name, I was so shocked that I was gasping for breath. Those seated with me didn't know my name and thought I was having some kind of cardiac event. A couple of them jumped up to help me, but by that time I was heading up to the podium in disbelief. TV and advertising are both very competitive businesses, and layoffs are frequent. So after surviving 22 years in those two industries, I thought I was somehow immune. I didn't foresee leaving TV, but evidently management did. The station had bought the broadcast rights to all of the Oakland A's baseball games, and to balance the books, they needed to make some deep cuts. So in the fall of 1992, roughly 100 out of 388 Cron employees were laid off. I used to commute from Marin with Rosemary, the news director's assistant, who on days like this was known as the Angel of Death. The evening before layoffs, she was always distraught, dreading having to spend the next day approaching staffers one at a time to let them know that the boss wanted to see them. Once the first head rolled, the rest of the staff quivered at their desk, avoiding eye contact. She confided in me on our commute home the evening before the layoff, saying, "I'm only telling you this because there's no way they're letting you go." I even joked with my husband, Wayne, before leaving the house the next morning that maybe I was one of them, and we both laughed. Early that day, my boss's boss said he'd be calling each of us up to his office one at a time to let us know what was going on, but there was no need to worry. When it was my turn and I arrived at his office on the 4th floor to find him with my immediate supervisor and the human resources director, I asked, "So I'm one of them, huh?" They were terribly sorry. I felt numb, as I thought I was irreplaceable, and I had never imagined leaving. At the same time, I was excited to discover what lay ahead for me. I dubbed us the class of '92 and coordinated a graduation party, as 6 of my best friends, including a couple women I'd hired, were also laid off that day. And just for fun, I bought a cassette of Johnny Paycheck's hit, "Take This Job and Shove It," to play at the party. It was a big hit. Chapter: Reinvention. I'd been multitasking all those years. In addition to working, I'd been falling in and out of love, and by this time was married to husband number 3. I'd also been exploring the world. In addition to trips to Asia and South America, I made a number of trips to Europe, including a couple to Greece and Turkey. I'd also traveled to Tibet, Africa, China, New Zealand, and Australia, and made a 9-day trip across Russia on the Trans-Siberian Express. And the inner travel, oh my. I'd taken every New Age self-help seminar in California, from S to actualizations, transcendental meditation to neuro-linguistic programming, and even walked on hot coals. In a word, ouch. I'd heard dozens of New Age gurus from Ram Dass to Deepak Chopra. So it was time to take a breather and put all that to use. I confounded the outplacement counselor that Cron provided when I explained that my next career would find me. I was going to sit back and be open to whatever the universe provided. The first thing it provided was an inheritance from Uncle Harmon. Also, I had 6 months of severance to keep me afloat. I did freelance work, including 3 years coordinating an on-air awards show for KTVU, the Fox station in the Bay Area, and I was serving on a couple boards, but I spent most of the next 3 years writing. As mentioned in the preface, I started with my own regurgitation of what I'd learned. Part 3. What did you learn, Grasshopper? These gems of wisdom were written when I was 45 after 15 years of workshop, spiritual studies, and therapy. Recording all of this was part of coping with being laid off from a career I thought would last forever and the death of my mother that same year. Rereading it now drives home the fact that my path was made so much easier by my privileged upbringing. I was raised by strong, loving, positive parents, a mother who was a fearless seeker of knowledge and adventure, a father who made friends with everyone he encountered and whose main purpose in life was to make others laugh. I've never lacked for support, food, shelter, or attention. As much as all of this has worked for me, I have tremendous empathy for those who've suffered from poverty, hunger, neglect, abuse, racism, dysfunctional families, or no family at all. I'm aware that my path can't begin to compare with the struggle of those who haven't been so lucky. Chapter: On Purpose. I had a sign on the wall of my office at Cron that read, "It's possible that my sole purpose in life is to serve as a warning to others." I had borrowed the line from a very funny Ruby Peterson, founder of WOOF, Women United for Fun, a Bay Area organization best known for its regular fish-tossing events. But despite warnings, everyone has to learn their own lessons, in their own time, in their own way. For the past few years, when asked, or when I could butt into the conversation, I said my purpose in life was fun. To have fun, poke fun, be fun. I even had the audacity to reply thusly to my new boss at Cron, 10 years my junior, who seemed to take particular pleasure in grilling his staff with reams of questions right out of some New Age management course. I told him if I wasn't having fun, it wouldn't work for me or the company. Of course, being the major suck-up that I was, I also assured him that part of having fun would be doing a good job for the station. In 1970, when I was 23, a man I was dating invited me to a precursor of the human potential movement. The group met weekly at the apartment of one of the participants and discussed Challenge to Change, which was both the subject and the name of the workshop. At the third session I attended, we were asked to write down one goal for the next week, another for the next year, and then a biggie for our life. I wrote something sappy for the shorter-term goals about making a difference in others' lives, bringing a smile to someone's face, and for the lifetime goal, I simply wanted total understanding and perfection. When I shared this goal with the group, sharing was very big in those days, they ate me alive. Evidently, this didn't fit within their realm of possibility, and they scoffed at my hubris. Hurt and misunderstood, I was immediately challenged to change. I quit the group. 22 years, 3 marriages, and dozens of workshops later, I've come full circle, and I'm a lot closer to reaching my goal. I've come to understand that we already have total understanding and perfection within us. We just need to experience more of it by getting out of our own way. Realizing that I experience more happiness and ease, lack of dis-ease, than almost anyone I know, I hope that I can serve as a warning to others by setting an example. At the very least, I'll settle for the smaller goal of bringing a smile to someone's face by relating some of the funny incidents on my life's path. Chapter on Success. A very driven colleague of mine once sat down in my office and asked me how I define success. I knew she wanted to share her thoughts on the subject, and as she was a top producer, I suspected she thought of success in terms of status and money. I quickly responded, "That's easy. It's simply how much joy do you bring to others every day. Nothing else matters." She was so caught off guard that she left abruptly, saying she had a meeting. Another sign I had posted in my office at Cron stated, "The key to success is sincerity. Once you can fake that, you've got it made." A public relations professional's sincerity is always in question, so tackling the issue head-on always kept my detractors off balance. At a corporate party at Century City early in my career, I was introduced to then NBC President Bob Wright and a tall, attractive NBC Senior Vice President Betty Hudson. In fact, she was the first female senior VP in network television. In the course of our conversation, she said, "You know, Linda, I have the perfect comeback for all the men who come up to me and ask, 'So, who did you have to sleep with to get to where you are?' I just tell them, 'Everybody but you.'" The greatest mistake you can make is being afraid to make a mistake. Inventors survive hundreds of failures before they succeed. Still, when you look at life as a series of lessons, then you can consider yourself successful if you learn from your failures. However, if you find yourself making the same mistakes over and over, you might want to consider trying something different. Chapter on Paradox. All you need to know is that everything is. Whether you're the kind of person who, in search of excellence, deliberates for hours on end about whether you should strive to be all that you can be in an attempt to reach your full potential, or, on the other hand, whether you're someone who wonders if you should simply love yourself the way you are and accept yourself as the perfect you, the good news is both are valid. So accept the paradoxical nature of life and feel good about yourself. Give yourself credit for all that works in your life. Congratulate yourself for getting out of bed. Acknowledging this all-pervasive paradox has helped me see the humor in the human condition. Life is way too important to take seriously. Chapter on Change. Most people eventually realize that they can't change others, only themselves. After a few decades of trying to change others, giving it up was a tremendous relief, the instant lifting of such a burden. And I'll never forget the serenity prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. It may appear that there are circumstances in your life you cannot change, but what you can change is your attitude about those situations or people. And as those thoughts change, the situation itself will evolve. This was proven in a big way when I shifted my attitude from a very negative opinion of a boss at Cron and focused on appreciating his good qualities. After months of not getting along, I came in one Monday morning after a weekend at a workshop and told him I was there to work with him, not against him, and he had my support. From that day on, he treated me well and let me know how much he appreciated me and my work. Although others in the department continued to have problems with him, we got along. So although I don't think I changed this boss in the core of his being, I did manage to change the way he treated me simply by choosing to change my attitude about him and letting him know that I was on his side. I will admit, though, that when he was later fired, I was okay with it. Training people to treat you a certain way is all about setting limits, letting them know what is acceptable and unacceptable behavior. This involves communication. Although it would be great if our loved ones and co-workers could read our minds, most aren't adept at it and need a little coaching. Making your needs and desires clear is a start. This will go a lot better if you're also willing to listen and respond to their needs. Granted, sometimes a person is untrainable and so toxic you may have to remove him or her from your life, or yourself from that toxic environment. Of course, the only constant in this world is change, so it helps to have a good attitude about it. Question: how many therapists does it take to change a light bulb? Answer: only one, but the light bulb has to want to change. Chapter on Choice. Mom told me as a 6-year-old, when you wake up in the morning, you can choose to be happy or you can choose to be unhappy. One day I ran to her in tears and cried, "Mommy, Mommy, I woke up this morning and chose to be happy, but Kathy won't let me." My second husband was weaseling out of our marriage only 5 months after the elaborate wedding, and while I was still paying for the Tahitian honeymoon. A good friend, Carol Textera, who later became a minister of religious science, suggested I post a little reminder on my desk. Yes, this is just as I've chosen it. If it's not fun, it's a lesson. So why not adopt the attitude that you've chosen what you've got? It puts you in the driver's seat, and whether consciously or unconsciously, on a metaphysical level, you have chosen it. And the really good news is just because you've chosen it doesn't mean you're stuck with it. At any moment, you can choose something different. First, you have to take responsibility for your life. If you don't, you're the victim, and you'll have to settle for the joys, and they are considerable, of self-righteous anger, indignation, and heart-warming self-pity. Once you realize the benefits of changing and finding more happiness, you may be willing to give up the perks of victimhood. But we earthlings can be dense, and we do tend to follow that same route, even though we know the cheese at the end stinks. Often, the fear of making the wrong choice immobilizes us, and we do nothing. Still, not choosing between the options is a choice, and the no choice option has consequences too. Chapter on Perfect Timing. This little poem was a gift from my second husband during our short-lived marriage. In the light of the truth, there is no doubt. It's all right on time. It's all working out. No tracks to conceal. No need to explain. In the light of the truth, we can handle the rain. Now, doesn't that just take a little bit of the panic out of it? It kind of takes me back to the Zen of Baba Ram Dass and the Be Here Now era. Another word about perfect timing. When you're attuned to the universe, you'll be amazed how everything you need will arrive just when you need it, effortlessly. It has happened consistently throughout my life. When I'm on track, filled with gratitude, enthusiasm for life, and loving thoughts, I'm amazed by the ease with which my life works. Chapter on the game. The fun part is that life is a game, and learning to play it is our purpose in being here. So getting there is all the fun. We're making it all up as we go along with our thoughts. We each have our own reality, and we can change it from moment to moment to moment. Kind of like I changed the direction of this book from moment to moment to moment. A gift from a Gemini mind, or a nutcase, you choose. Chapter on getting telemarketers off the phone. Just say, "I'm sorry, this is not a convenient time for me to talk right now. Just give me your home number and I'll call you back when it's more convenient." Then they say, "Oh, I can't do that. I don't take calls at home." And you say, "That's interesting, neither do I." By the way, telemarketers are a little test to measure progress in your codependency recovery. If you can just say no and do so without guilt and remorse, you get a gold star. And codependents live for gold stars. Chapter on Metaphysics. Marshall Kirby was a giant of a man, a Stanford graduate from the early 1930s with an IQ of 160. He was gay, sported a shaved head, and occasionally leather and chains when riding his motorcycle. He had kept up with my mom since the Depression, when they were social workers together in Southern California. Over the years, he regularly sent us funny postcard photos of himself taken with a tripod and timer. I once got one of him in the mail. He was dressed in leather and straddling his motorcycle at the entrance to my apartment on Arguello, and the caption read, "Why the hell don't you ever stay home?" In the late 50s and early 60s, when we were visiting Aunt and Uncle Paul on Nob Hill, he'd arrive via cable car, laughing uproariously in greeting. Or my sister and I would run through the San Francisco Zoo holding his hands while he serenaded the animals at the top of his lungs. Marshall was a flamboyant character, a recovering alcoholic, and a lover of life. We began corresponding during my junior year at Smith. He was an avid writer, funny and brilliant, and I admit to being somewhat intimidated. But I was also flattered that a man 40 years my senior was interested in what I was studying and thinking. Between my junior and senior years, while I was working at Mom and Dad's travel agency for the summer, Marshall suddenly announced he was driving to Mexico via Texas. He asked if I'd meet him in San Antonio to visit the 1968 Hemisphere. While the two of us were waiting to ascend to the rotating restaurant for dinner, Marshall, who stood 6'4" to my 5'5", intoned in his deep baritone, "I know why you're the way you are." Of course I was curious, so I said, "Do go on," to which he responded, "You don't want to know." It seems I hadn't responded to a reference in one of his letters about a metaphysical novel he was writing. Upon my insistence, Marshall introduced me to the world of theosophy and reincarnation that night. I was 20 years old and mesmerized. Incidentally, after driving me home to Houston and spending an evening catching up with Mom and Dad, he departed just as suddenly as he'd arrived, leaving behind a note to the effect that he'd changed his mind about Mexico and was returning to San Francisco. I had already decided I was going to move to San Francisco when I graduated from college the following summer. Massachusetts was too cold, Houston was too hot and definitely too humid, and California was just right. The perfect place to be for the dawning of the age of Aquarius. When I arrived in San Francisco without a job or a place to live, Marshall was my only acquaintance. Shortly after his trip to San Antonio, Marshall was meditating on the full moon, which he explained renders one particularly receptive to new insights. He recognized me in a vision as his guru, an older man with a long white beard. The two of us were sitting on a wall surrounding an ancient city in the Gobi Desert of what is now Mongolia. According to the vision, he and several other disciples of mine had followed me into the desert, fleeing religious persecution. Evidently, I was telling him that in a future lifetime I wanted to be reminded of these spiritual truths while I was still young, so I could get an early start on my spiritual path in that go-round. For the next few years, I studied metaphysics. I sometimes felt guilty for not devoting more time to it, but I was balancing my focus between looking for a meaningful, or at least rewarding, career and having fun. I always felt uplifted after a lunch or a visit with Marshall. He never failed to assure me that I was special and right on schedule, and he also kept me laughing. One of my favorite vacations was a trip he and I took to Boulder, Colorado in May of 1971 in his VW Bug. I was eager to see my good friend, a gorgeous model who I'd met at the YWCA Residence Club on Nob Hill. We had initially bonded over confusion that was caused by our names, Linda Bess and Linda Guess. With no private phones, all calls came through a switchboard and were often directed to the wrong Linda. She once talked to my mother for a couple of minutes before they realized they weren't related. I was occasionally buzzed for calls from guys wanting to ask Linda, the model, out. A typical conversation went, "Hi, this is John. I met you last weekend at the Pierce Street Annex. How you doing?" Since I was also prone to giving my number to guys I met at the Union Street singles bars, I spent some time faking it while trying to recall who he was, but it didn't take long for him to realize I was not the Linda of his dreams. Linda had returned to Boulder in March of 1970 and was working for Carl, a brilliant, long-haired, sandaled architect who had met Marshall and me earlier in San Francisco and suggested we visit. When I wasn't swooning over Carl, the coolest man I'd ever met, we were having fun with the handful of cute guys who were vying for Linda's attention. We spent my 24th birthday listening to Carole King's Tapestry album while enjoying margaritas and Mexican food with a few friends at her house. After dinner, I was a tad high and decided to wander around the cemetery across the street. I ended up communing with a young girl whose tombstone had caught my attention. In fact, I stretched out on top of her grave for half an hour or so. Linda's friends, no doubt, found me a tad weird. Marshall's primary goal of the road trip was to introduce me to a woman in Indian Springs who could read the Akashic records, the history of all of a soul's past lives. Elizabeth, a dear grandmotherly type whom Marshall had never previously met, greeted us warmly and immediately told me she recognized me from many lives ago on Atlantis. In another of my past lives, she relayed that I was a pioneer crossing the West in a covered wagon with my wife, who was, in this lifetime, my mom. After sitting down with a cup of tea, she related 3 or 4 past lives that Marshall and I had shared. In one, he and I lived in a cabin in the Swiss Alps. He was blind, and I was his daughter who cared for him. And then, bingo, she spoke of our relationship as guru-student in the Gobi Desert. This corresponded with what Marshall had related about his vision after his Texas visit. In 1977, only 8 years after I arrived in San Francisco, Marshall went on to his next life. He never told anyone he had cancer and never sought medical attention. He was intent to the end on curing himself through the power of his mind. Chapter on Religion. I was raised in a loving family and grew up in the Presbyterian Church. Mom took us to Sunday school and church, and, of course, Kathy and I always got gussied up in our new dresses for Easter Sunday. I had lots of positive experiences at church. I especially loved singing in the youth choir. Some of that joy was, admittedly, related to the crush I had on the redheaded lead tenor. The summer after my sophomore year, our choir toured Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas in a yellow school bus, performing at churches and staying with church families along the way. The following summer, we ventured farther north and added performances at Boys Town in Nebraska and at St. Olaf College in Minnesota. We also had search sessions with Dr. Charlie Shedd, our minister at Memorial Drive Presbyterian Church. The teens got together and talked about love and dating and other borderline titillating subjects. What I liked about our church was the focus on love, forgiveness, joy, helping those in need, and being kind, turning the other cheek. All the good stuff. There wasn't a lot of talk about fire and brimstone. Religions have provided us with purpose, structure, meaning, and hope. They also provide rules for living a moral life, a sense of community and belonging, and comfort through grief and hardship. That's the good news. The downside is that they can also promote fear, division, manipulation, ignorance, and judgment of those who don't share the correct beliefs. Discrimination, hatred, torture, killing, and wars have all been perpetrated in the name of religion. I was always drawn to the higher questions of life. So in addition to sociology and economics at Smith, I studied philosophy and comparative religion. The intellectual atmosphere at Smith in the late 60s was definitely one of major questioning of the opiate of the masses. Religion was almost as popular there as wearing skirts. The only person who did in those days was Julie Nixon, as if the Secret Service agent following her around wasn't enough of a tip-off that she was somehow different. Along the way, I got to thinking about Christianity's focus on sin. They tell us we're sinners, and some go so far as to say worms of the dust. So let me get this straight. God created me in his image, and yet I'm such a horrible sinner that he had to send his only begotten Son to die for me. Worse yet, to be crucified on a cross. Yow! Major guilt trip. Boy, do I feel bad, and I'm supposed to spend the rest of my life groveling and begging for forgiveness. But wait just a minute there, fella. If you're so all-powerful, you should have been more careful when you made me in the first place. Unless you get off on this sick little game. I had lost interest in mainstream religions that claim theirs is the only way to salvation. As I traveled and met wonderful people of different faiths, as well as agnostics and atheists, I aligned more with religious pluralism. I adopted a more humanist approach, promoting love and kindness over any doctrine, and I pushed ahead with my pursuit of truth and meaning. By 2013, I came across a fascinating book called Zealot, The Life and Times of Jesus of Nazareth, a New York Times bestseller. Written by Iranian-American writer and scholar Reza Aslan, it's an historic account of Jesus' life based upon the place and time he lived. Aslan argues that Jesus was a political, rebellious, and eschatological end-times Jew whose proclamation of the coming kingdom of God was a call for regime change, for ending Roman hegemony over Judea and the corrupt and oppressive aristocratic priesthood. The powers that be didn't react kindly to his message. It was a fascinating read and offered a new perspective. It was certainly a departure from what I'd learned in Sunday school. Also, ironically, many of Jesus' present-day followers haven't considered that he was dark-skinned, and I'm thinking a lot of them would not welcome him into their homes today. Chapter on Finding What Works for You. Shortly before my 36th birthday, a friend visiting from Arizona told me to attend a Sunday morning talk at San Francisco's Theater on the Square. She said, "Don't ask me any questions, just go hear this man." I trusted her and followed my "I'll try anything once" policy. The speaker was a minister of religious science, the blending of the universal truths shared by major religions, the theories of philosophy, and the methodology of science. Everything Lloyd George Tupper said rang true for me, and I left higher than a kite. I spent the next several years studying this new thought philosophy developed in 1927 by a New Englander named Ernest Holmes. He studied the religions of the world and philosophers from Judge Thomas Troward to Ralph Waldo Emerson. He then came up with his teaching philosophy, which he called Science of Mind. He wrote books and lectured to the thousands who came to hear him. His teaching institution eventually evolved into churches or spiritual centers. I excitedly told Mom about my new discovery over the phone, and she said, "Oh, Linda, didn't I ever tell you about him? In the 30s, I used to go hear Ernest Holmes speak at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles with Anna Stell and Annie Kay." Although they were long gone by this time, these two wonderful great aunts of mine had been huge influences in my youth. Full of joy and always positive, no wonder it resonated. In Science of Mind, which I hasten to add is completely unrelated to Scientology, God is infinite wisdom, the universal mind. Essentially, it's the life force that manifests itself through all creation as well as through each of us. It's as if God is electricity and we are all light bulbs. Religious science does not accept the notion of a personal savior as defined by conventional Christianity. God is not viewed as a supreme being, separate and apart from man, who has the power to reward virtue or punish vice. God is simply the life force that expresses as love and beauty, creation, expansion, and abundance. It's the intelligence in the miracle of the human body and the beauty in music and nature. Religious science accepts many of the ethical teachings of Christianity, but sees Jesus as an example of the divinity that resides in all human beings and that we all have the opportunity to express. Rather than accept the traditional Protestant doctrine of man's unworthiness and depravity, it takes a more positive view of humanity. The good of God is everywhere. We tap into that by understanding that there is an immutable spiritual law that acts on our thoughts to create our reality. Science of mind teaches that just as there are physical laws, there are also universal spiritual laws, including the law of cause and effect and the law of attraction. Affirmative prayer is used to neutralize negative thought patterns and clear the way for you to align with your divine attributes and your true nature, that of health, abundance, love, and harmony. Discovering a philosophy that not only encompassed common threads in the major religions, but also one that made total sense to me at the gut level was the most exhilarating and self-affirming experience of my life. I was inspired to attend services on Sundays and classes during the week. As I rededicated myself to understanding and aligning myself with life, I was happier than I had ever been. That first year, I attended a week-long religious science retreat at Asilomar in Pacific Grove. The following year, Mom joined me, and for the next 8 years after that, Dad started attending as well. Mom and Dad ended up leaving their Presbyterian church and joining a local Creative Life Spiritual Center in Spring, Texas, where the principles of science of mind were taught. Dad, in particular, said that for the first time, religion made sense to him. He especially enjoyed telling people he was God. During our week every August at Asilomar, we made wonderful friends and heard inspirational speakers, including Deepak Chopra. Mom and Dad also heard him speak at a religious science conference in South Carolina, where they witnessed a hotel guest ask him to replace a light bulb in his room. Despite being dressed in his traditional Indian garb, he had been mistaken for hotel staff. It was an adjustment to admit that I attended church. I always wanted to quickly explain that it wasn't a church that insisted theirs was the only way. I found myself almost apologizing for my beliefs, and then it dawned on me. Chapter on Belief. Everybody has beliefs, even if it's a belief that there is no God or that life has no meaning, even if it's a belief in chaos, that life is random and arbitrary. Some people worship money, others worship youth, fitness, and sometimes plastic surgery. I once saw a bumper sticker, "It's important to believe in something. I believe I'll have another beer." I realized that it was more important to walk the walk than talk the talk, so I decided to live my beliefs and test them, take them out for a drive. Ralph Waldo Emerson, whose birthday I proudly share, once said, "Your actions speak so loudly I can't hear the words you're saying." In psychology, it's called self-fulfilling prophecy. At church, I heard that it's done to you as you believe. So I believe that the universe conspires for my good. You can argue the point, but don't bother, because please note, I'm not saying the universe conspires for your good. We are all each creating our own reality moment by moment, our own heaven or hell right here on earth. And our realities and level of happiness can be very different, even if our lives and circumstances are similar. So many times in my life, I've found that what I need arrives just at the right moment. It often happened at work, but one remarkable example took place in Siberia. When we traveled together, Mom always counted on me taking lots of slides for her to use to promote similar trips at client parties. I had taken my Konica and several lenses to Russia, and on our second day in Moscow, the camera's film advance lever broke. Mom was extremely disappointed. The next morning, we flew across 8 time zones to the city of Khabarovsk to board the Trans-Siberian Express for the 9-day trip back to Moscow. The one day we were in Khabarovsk, we ran into one of Mom's clients at our hotel who had taken the express in the opposite direction and was heading home. It just so happened she had the exact same camera, and we were able to simply exchange the camera bodies. Chapter on the Power of Thought. Think about it. All human advancement on this earth has come from thought. Our thoughts have been the genesis of all inventions, medical advancements, literature, music, and the arts, and trips to the moon. So to say that thoughts create your reality is not a stretch. Your thoughts determine your future, your happiness, success, sadness, and misery. Your thoughts can also protect you. Those thoughts create the magnetic field of your aura, a subject I delved into at one of many whole life expos I attended. I had my aura photographed with a special camera, and the bright yellow glow surrounding me indicates happiness and joy. One practice I've adopted is projecting love and positivity whenever I have a knee-jerk reaction of fear. The idea behind that is that the positivity deflects negativity. It's a corollary to the law of attraction. And when I visualize goals, I avoid limiting them. In fact, as I've progressed through life, I realize that my life keeps turning out better than I ever imagined it could. Chapter on Assumptions. It has always struck me as strange how much we actually see others through our own experience of reality. It's human nature to assume others think the same way we do and draw the same conclusions. During my 2 decades in TV, I occasionally took viewer calls. One viewer would complain that our news was way too liberal, and she'd hasten to add that she surveyed her neighbors and 100% of them agreed. The next caller would complain that we'd sold out to business and were way too conservative, and everyone he knows agrees with him. I had a boss for 7 years who was so sure that I would agree with him that he'd always preface a story with how I was going to react. "Linda, you're going to love this." I was always grateful for the preview because it made it so much easier to know how to react. In truth, he had no clue what I thought or even who I was. Imagine my surprise when he called shortly after I was laid off to say he'd lined up a great freelance gig for me. He had left the station a year earlier and was consulting with KPIX, the CBS station in town. He'd already talked to their general manager about hiring me on a freelance basis to handle their crisis communications. That had actually been the most stressful part of my job and the chore I was happiest to leave behind. No doubt it was a little awkward when he had to pass on my thanks but no thanks. A great illustration of how assumptions can get you into trouble was an item in an old Herb Caen column in the San Francisco Chronicle. The Houston Post reported an incident that supposedly happened in Australia after the America's Cup. Seems the Gucci people backing the Italian entry decided they should see a kangaroo before leaving Australia. So they rented a Land Rover, drove 80 miles into the outback, and ran into one, literally. As the animal lay sprawled in the road, the Italians decided it would be a kick to take a photo of it in a Gucci jacket. So the driver put his jacket on the propped-up, lifeless kangaroo. Before the picture could be taken, the kangaroo, which had only been stunned, bounded merrily into the desert, resplendent in his new jacket. Oh, and one more thing. The keys to the Land Rover were in the pocket. Another case in point. Into the outback and ran into one, literally. As the animal laid sprawled in the road, the Italians decided it would be a kick to take a photo of it in a Gucci jacket. So the driver put his jacket on the propped-up, lifeless kangaroo. Before the picture could be taken, the kangaroo, which had only been stunned, bounded merrily into the desert, resplendent in his new jacket. Oh, one more thing. The keys to the Land Rover were in the pocket. Another case in point. One summer, while visiting my grandparents in Riverside, California, I went to a neighbor's house to invite her over for cocktails. Marjorie Bright Sharp was a radio show host who had once had my sister and me sing Que Sera Sera on her show, so of course we were indebted. She wasn't home, so I left a message with her 90-year-old housebound mother. Marjorie arrived at 5 p.m. After an hour and a half of cocktails and polite chit-chat, Mom was horrified when Marjorie said, "I hope you haven't gone to a lot of trouble." The trouble was that we weren't expecting her for dinners and were planning to dine on weenies, the only food in the house. Marjorie was a gracious guest, and when presented with her dinner exclaimed, "How lovely!" My dad said, "Why, yes, I wonder who cooked the weenies." And she came back with, "Touché." I made an impression on a blind date when I was 22 that haunts me to this day. My date had taken me to a romantic Sausalito restaurant and was carrying on for what seemed like hours about his computer job. While enjoying our salads, I noted in the dim light that he had dropped a small piece of lettuce on his hand. I decided to ignore it. A half an hour later, as he continued telling me about his work, I noticed it was still there, so I casually reached over to flick it off his hand. After a couple quick flicks that failed to produce the desired result, I came to the horrible realization that the lettuce was, in fact, a wart. I retrieved my now leaden arm without acknowledging his shock, and he continued to talk. I pretended nothing happened and haven't flicked a wart since. Chapter on Signs. The universe is practically beating us over the heads with signs or clues. Our bodies let us know when something is not quite right in our physical and emotional worlds. We get symptoms, aches, rashes. We often react by masking the symptom rather than seeking its cause. How about another aspirin, or better yet, a gin and tonic? We get gut feelings about people and situations all the time. Call it intuition. And often we ignore it because it doesn't fit in with our plan, or, in the case of codependence, we don't want to hurt someone's feelings. Then there are dreams. I've taken a couple of workshops and read a few books on the subject. I recall a dream when I was riding a motorized high-wheel bicycle with no lights through San Francisco traffic on my way home. As I got to the Golden Gate Bridge, I realized that I was at an even greater disadvantage because my eyes were closed and I couldn't open them. I knew I would eventually run into the side of the bridge or into oncoming traffic. Perhaps the message was, "Wake up!" Of course, the most obvious clue that can give us a lot of information is our life. How do you live? What do you do? Are you surrounded by loving, supportive people? Are you enjoying your work? Are you happy? And then there's your astrological sign. I first had my chart done when I was 23 by an astrologer named Kent Adams, who had a weekly TV program on KQED, the Bay Area's PBS station. His office was in the historic Claremont Hotel and Spa, a resplendent luxury hotel that was almost lost in the Oakland Hill fire in 1991. All he knew of me was my name and birth date, time, and place. At the time, I was trying to figure out why I was so nice. That's before I learned about codependency. Kent assured me that my chart indicated I was, in fact, a nice person. For those who follow this stuff, my Sun and Mercury are in Gemini in the 3rd house. My Moon is in Leo in the 11th. Mars and Venus are in Taurus in the 8th, and my Ascendant is Virgo. In my usual run-with-it, enthusiastic response to new information, I asked Kent for the name of the best interpretive astrological tomes. On my way home, I stopped on Telegraph Avenue in Berkeley to buy all the ephemerides and reference books I needed to teach myself astrology. For the next 2 years, I did charts for dozens of friends and family. My mom, always open to new ideas and ancient ones, even had me do charts for a couple of her friends in Texas who I'd never met. After doing the math, determining each planet's sign and house, and figuring out the aspects, I'd spend a few hours interpreting the chart. That's the big challenge, and I relied heavily on my new reference books. As there are always conflicting tendencies, the trick is to determine which are dominant. I was actually surprised to receive positive feedback from people I didn't know. Astrology is complicated, and I do believe it indicates tendencies we have in areas where we may have challenges and lessons to learn. It's not predestination. It did help me to be less judgmental, just as the Myers-Briggs test has. It's easier to accept myself and others, and the fact that despite our different interests and styles, it's not a matter of right or wrong. And it's a nifty way to blame any perceived shortcomings on your sign. I can blame my "I'm talking and I can't shut up" tendency, fickle nature, extremely short attention span, love of travel, writing obsession, and adaptability on my Gemini sun. My Leo moon gets credit for my desire to be the center of attention. In fact, my chart warns that the more insecure you are, the more you tend to be a show-off. Oh dear. And I thank my lucky Virgo rising for my organizational skills, practicality, efficiency, and work ethic. In the end, one could conclude that the production of this book was made possible by my Gemini, Leo, Virgo trinity. Chapter on the Golden Rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And the corollary, if you're one of those people who believes it's better to give than to receive, do unto yourself as you would do unto others. Many people treat others better than they treat themselves. Somewhere we got the idea that sacrifice and self-flagellation was a good thing. I used to spend a lot of time worrying about selfishness. Then I heard that even the greatest altruists were selfish in that their actions were motivated by a desire to feel good about themselves. You can actually do a great deal for the universe simply by being responsible for your own happiness, rather than attempting to please everyone, which, by the way, isn't possible. If you can't decide on a course of action, consider doing what would make you happiest. At least that way, one person will be happy. Too often we sacrifice our dreams because of someone else's expectations. The end result can lead to resentment. My dad occasionally was upset that I didn't take his advice. Once he even protested, "I don't even know why I'm telling you this. You're just going to do what you want to do anyway." I took that as a major compliment and responded, "Yes, and I've invested several years and lots of money in workshops and therapy to get to this point." Chapter on Living Happily Ever After. Here's what I've learned about finding Mr. Right and living happily ever after. I've been fairly successful in nabbing them, but not nearly as much in figuring out what to do with them after I've caught them. It's true that along the way, I've had to throw a couple of fish back, but then I feel it is better to have fished and tossed than never to have fished at all. As a woman who married husband number 3 at the age of 45, I'm hoping perhaps I can spare others from making some of the same mistakes I've made. So in the name of simplicity, I've managed to consolidate my advice into 3 easy-to-remember steps. 1. Pick the right person. 2. Be the right person. 3. Focus on what works. But first, a bit about my search for Mr. Right. This may be hard to believe, but I've never had a problem falling in love. As a matter of fact, at the send-off dinner for seniors in Emerson House at Smith, the underclassmen guessed what each of us would be doing in 10 years. For most of them, the predictions were impressive. A senator, bank president, best-selling author. And here's what they predicted for me. 10 years from now, Linda will be coming home from a first date with a guy saying, "This is it. This is really it." My reputation for falling in love was legend. At Smith, the prospects were what you might call pre-screened. We dated men primarily from the nearby elite men's colleges who were already checked out for brains, work ethic, family background, and usually money and or potential to make some. So all you had to do is to have a brief conversation to see if there was any chemistry. My problem, if you can call it that, is that I have a tendency to see the best in people. That, combined with potential suitors' tendency to be on their best behavior at the beginning of a relationship, meant I spent most of my teens and 20s falling in love and out of love. It was only after I'd caught them and they'd relaxed into the relationship that their true selves came out. That considerate and witty creature that I fell in love with was, in the end, a practicing alcoholic, a borderline psychopath, or, surprise, surprise, married to someone else. So after 3 decades of dating more candidates than I can remember, of whom 3 won the marriage lottery, I'm ready to summarize my lifetime of research. If you recall, my first rule was to find the right person. Of course, if you're already married, you might want to focus on living happily ever after with the person to whom you're already married. But if you're looking for a lasting soulmate, it will help a great deal if you find someone with whom you have at least something in common besides, of course, lust. I also highly recommend finding someone who isn't totally screwed up. Part 4. Practice Husbands. My first husband and I had a couple of things in common. We were both from Texas, we shared an interest in metaphysics, and the clincher. On the night I picked him up at the Pier Street Annex, a singles bar just off Union Street, I mentioned that I played bridge, and without skipping a beat, he blurted, "Will you marry me?" I said yes, just in case I did, so I could say that he proposed and I accepted the night we met. I was a novice at the time, so Mike and I took years of bridge lessons, ironically, from Jerry Fox, one of my former Smith economics professors. I had run into him at our first regional bridge tournament at the St. Francis Hotel and was so surprised to see him that I stated the obvious. "You're Jerry Fox. What are you doing here?" He explained that he'd left Smith to teach at Berkeley and then gave it all up to teach bridge. It's addictive. Mike and I ended up playing duplicate bridge competitively for 7 years, including competing in several regional tournaments in California and national tournaments in Las Vegas and Vancouver. In retrospect, I don't recommend a bar as a place to look for Mr. Right. Mike turned out to be an alcoholic, and the fact that he was drinking alone at the bar could have been a clue. I used a line to meet him that has worked for me on a couple of occasions. I was at the bar after a softball game because they offered free drinks and hot dogs to the men and women who played in the advertising agency's league after Tuesday night games. On that particular evening, I'd been cornered by a guy who didn't interest me at all. So when he excused himself to go to the men's room, I hot-footed it down 3 bar stools and said to Mike, "You've been looking at me. Did you want to meet me?" He adamantly denied looking at me, so I said, "Well, too late, I'm Linda," and when Bachelor number 1 returned, I was occupado. I used the line again with success at an annual ABC network party in Burbank. Many of the network series stars attended these events to promote their shows, so when I spotted John Ritter, star of Three's Company, I sidled up next to him shoulder to shoulder as he was conversing with another affiliate. I simply listened attentively, and although he glanced over at me a couple times as my shoulder was almost touching his, I didn't interrupt, and I kept my gaze on the woman across from him until she eventually left. That's when I whipped out my line, "You've been looking at me. Did you want to meet me?" He said, "Yes. Can I buy you a drink?" Of course, the drinks were free, but it was the thought that counted. Sadly, it didn't pan out, as the relationship was doomed from the start. You see, he was married. I clearly hadn't picked the right person. If you're wondering if you should pick someone who's been married before or not, consider that it could be an advantage if he was married before to an incredibly demanding and controlling and/or basically unhappy woman. And this makes you look wonderful by comparison. Conversely, if a potential suitor is over 40 and has never been married, the adjustment may be too much. At age 25, a year after meeting Mike, I wrote my parents to break the news that I was moving in with him. I softened the big revelation with a 5-page treatise on feminism, with a special focus on how this outdated institution perpetuated the suppression of women. And laying all my cards on the table, I let them know that I would never get married or have children. I also suggested lots of other relationship styles available, including communal living, gay relationships, or simply living together. Oh, and by the way, I'm moving in with Mike. I did allow that in time my views might change. The letter arrived in Conroe while Mom was in Houston on business. So after hours of fashioning this feminist masterpiece, Dad summed it up to Mom over the phone in 3 words: "She's shacked up." For Mom, I was simply living in sin. She wanted to know why I didn't want children, and I explained that they were childish and immature. She said, "Of course they are," and I replied, "That's my point." Becoming more and more involved in women's lib, I also realized how many men couldn't be trusted to stick around. I knew I couldn't support children on my secretarial salary and certainly wasn't interested in being a single mom. The next time I saw Mom in person was at Kathy and Jerry's apartment on Oceanfront Walk on Venice Beach. At dinner, after we'd both been medicated with a couple glasses of wine, she broached the subject bluntly with, "I can't believe you're living in sin." I was just high enough at that point to be brutally honest with my prudish mom. "Oh, please, all you can think about is sex. Mike and I are friends. We're bridge partners. We don't even screw that often." As Mom gasped for breath, Kathy and Jerry roared with laughter. When I moved in with Mike in 1973, I was still at the ad agency and had been living with a roommate for 4 years in a 1-bedroom apartment on Washington Street in Pacific Heights. My half of the $125 per month rent was $62.50, a great deal even then. But as Mary was a very negative person, I was eager to escape that energy. While I was on a solo trip to Istanbul and the island of Rhodes in Greece that May, Mike had moved from his Telegraph Hill studio into a 2-bedroom apartment a half block from Golden Gate Park in the hopes that I'd move in when I returned. At that point, we hadn't even discussed it. This is before I'd heard the expression codependent, that primal urge to rescue others, and he was the perfect candidate. He was haunted by a traumatic childhood and a severely dysfunctional family. His dad was an alcoholic who had driven into a tree in a successful attempt to kill himself, and his mother was a schizophrenic who'd been in and out of mental hospitals. This was the stuff of soap operas. Besides, Mike was a very sweet drunk who would just pass out and was never violent or verbally abusive. And he obviously needed me, and I clearly needed to be needed. So life went on, and a year later, I'd moved up from the ad agency to the career I dreamt of at KGO-TV. Mike and I were busy with bridge classes, tournaments, and trips to the Russian River and to Tahoe, where he liked to gamble. Meanwhile, I was involved in the women's movement, EST seminars, and my new job, which included TV celebrities and newscasters, exciting events, and interesting creative people. We decided to move to Sausalito and rented a house with a big balcony and a wonderful view of Richardson Bay. Mike wasn't comfortable socializing or traveling, so we were fairly independent. He struggled with sobriety, sometimes not making it to work, disappearing to his coffee shops or drinking holes, with me occasionally trying to find him at his favorite local bars. Chapter: Safari Interruptus. A year after we moved to Sausalito, Mom booked us on a Caribbean cruise. Mike ended up having to cancel a couple of weeks before the departure date due to a huge work project. Despite his drinking, he was a very successful computer programmer making a six-figure salary back in the 70s. Mom was able to cancel the cruise. She called me to say she'd just booked her client, Gordon, on a photographic safari to Kenya and Tanzania for those 2 same weeks I had off, and that the tour company was holding a place for me, and I had to decide within an hour. Africa had never been on my bucket list, but with Mom's travel genes, I said, sign me up. I had just enough time to get the shots I needed and fly to New York, where about 60 of us gathered before boarding the 14-hour flight to Nairobi. When I traveled, the liberated Mike would remind me to take my birth control in case I met someone interesting. As luck would have it, I did. Richard Weiss was one of 7 of us under the age of 30. He and I met in the check-in line at JFK and then spent the next 14 hours engaged in a very deep conversation. A veterinarian from New Jersey, he was into metaphysics and philosophy and had a knack for burrowing into one's soul. Our tour guide was Lynn Leakey, who had been briefly married to the son of Louis Leakey, the famous British paleontologist and archaeologist. The name alone accorded her instant fame in Kenya. Lynn conspired to keep the 7 of us in one van that we called Stanley Steamer, after our driver. Our group included Ann and Frank from Chicago on their honeymoon, she a park ranger and he a travel documentarian, Terry and Roz, very dear and sensitive spiritually and otherwise, who left their 2 young sons at home in Indiana, and Lynn Gutter from Queens, very smart and a self-described cut-rate Fran Lebowitz, with a terrific sense of humor and irony. We all got along famously, particularly since all 4 of us women on the bus were Geminis with birthdays within 8 days of each other, from May 24th to June 1st. The entire African experience blew my mind. I felt like an insignificant human pipsqueak on this little bitty planet, surrounded by elephants, giraffes, wildebeest, lions, hyenas, zebras, gazelles, hippos, rhinoceros, and even a couple cheetahs. And that's not even counting the beetles, scorpions, spiders, lizards, and mating frogs that kept us up at night with their croaking. Frank and Terry were out in the dark stalking and filming them with an assist from Lynn as their volunteer lighting technician. One of the safari lodges posted numbers in their lobby of each species that visited their salt licks the night before. We all had a laugh when we saw that someone had added guesstimates for scorpions and lizards who regularly visited our rooms. At lodges on stilts overlooking salt licks, you could request a wake-up buzz from the front desk when animals you designated arrived throughout the night. How bad were the bugs? One night, Richard and I passed some of our friends as we headed into the thatched dining hut with a roof but no walls. They challenged us with, "I'll bet you can't make it through the soup." We saw right away that the diners in the center had unfolded their napkins and placed them on their heads. We decided to sit at a side table. I wrapped my pants leg securely around my ankles. All was fine until the generator failed and extinguished the lights. That prompted all the bugs flying above to descend on the diners, and for a few minutes all you could hear was blood-curdling screams. Being on the edge of the dining room, we avoided that fate, but one of the critters did make it up my pant leg, which generated some yelping and crazy dance moves on my part. Our safari friends conspired to give Richard and me more privacy to do what the frogs were doing. Terry and Roz would mention they'd be out and about for a couple hours and leave us their room key. And then the two Lyns had an even better idea. Richard and I had roommates, but our guide, Lynn, had a single, so they proposed that the other Lynn move in with Lynn, that my roommate move in with Lynn's roommate, and Richard with me, leaving Richard's roommate in a single. Only one hiccup. Richard's roommate was the one and only Gordon, Mom's client, who happened to be a single 40-year-old practicing Catholic with strict moral views regarding my sex life. And he let Richard know he wasn't going to stand for it. He accused Richard of pulling the wool over my eyes. Gordon went on to explain in no uncertain terms that he was sure his travel agent, Alice, whom he considered a friend, expected him to serve as a chaperone for her innocent 28-year-old daughter. Not so fast there, buddy. I took him aside, got in his face, and explained that I was a radical feminist, that my body and sex life were my own. Furthermore, he could tell Alice anything he wanted, but if he did, he would hurt her, not me. That shut him up. He backed right down, as if he'd never been confronted by a radical feminist before. In the long run, he never did mention it, because Mom definitely would have brought it up. By the time we headed home, I had survived a charging rhino, thank you, Stanley, for your speedy getaway, a huge long-legged bug that landed on my chest in the open-air van, and a case of ringworm that Richard, my personal veterinarian, diagnosed and treated with medication from a Mombasa pharmacy. Actually, I didn't know what it was until he asked the pharmacist for a specific drug, and the pharmacist asked what it was for. That's when the word ringworm was introduced. Gross. By those last couple of days of the trip, I had also completely lost my voice. I arrived back in Sausalito after 24 hours of travel, exhausted physically and emotionally, and questioning everything: my career, purpose in life, and my relationship. The amazing experience, including the 2-week affair, was intense, and it did open my eyes as to what I was missing. A few months later, Richard came out to San Francisco, and I saw him for a couple of evenings. Not long after, we safari friends quit hearing from him. He simply disappeared. A couple of years later, Lynn Leakey said she had a vision that Richard had moved to Australia and that he was now in contact with her from another dimension. Alrighty then. Lynn made annual trips to the States to lecture, promote tourism in Africa, and visit her mother on the Northern California coast. She stayed with all of us over the years and was planning to retire someday in Sedona, Arizona. She even had Terry and Roz purchase a home for her there, sight unseen, which they maintained and lived in. We all got together in Sedona. Frank and Ann hosted a reunion in Chicago. I hosted one at Lake Tahoe, and we all reconnected in Southern California to celebrate the wedding of Roz and Terry's younger son. Lynn never moved back to the States. Kenya was her home. Lynn, who had made a big name for herself as a safari guide, a champion of elephants, a naturalist, lecturer, and conservationist, passed away one night in September of 2014 in her tent while leading a safari in Tanzania. She was 71 and doing what she loved. A month later, a group of her international family and her Kenyan family gathered to scatter her ashes at the foot of a magnificent tree in Kenya's Tsavo National Park. She's spending her eternity near the elephants she devoted her life to protect. Now they're watching over her. Chapter: Out of Africa. Not long after returning to California, our landlord put our Sausalito house up for sale. The asking price of $300,000 was too rich for our blood, so Mike and I considered buying our own place and started looking. We settled on a $72,000 two-bedroom condominium in Tiburon with a beautiful view of the San Francisco skyline and the bay, a balcony, and even a pool. The idea of locking myself into a mortgage with Mike almost made me physically ill, but it didn't stop me. Mom and Dad, unaccustomed as they were to California real estate prices, were horrified at the cost. They were relieved when we sold it 3 years later for $169,000. Mike and I loved our daily commute to San Francisco via the Tiburon Ferry. We played bridge for money, both coming and going. The stakes weren't high, but it was still a cheap thrill to make money playing cards. My life had settled into a routine. One day, while Mom and Dad were visiting from Texas, Mom floated the idea of the two of them retiring and moving to the Bay Area. I blurted out, "I could have a child and you could take care of it." To which Mom responded, "That would give us a reason for living." I'm not sure if I'd gotten over my anti-child stage or if I was just looking for a new adventure. And I wasn't at a point where I could even consider leaving Mike, as he clearly needed me. At that point, I was so involved in self-help consciousness-expanding workshops that I actually started looking at purchasing a retreat facility with cabins in the North Bay that I could manage and rent out for workshops. I wanted to recreate all the mind-expanding moments of my years of self-actualization. Mom and Dad even considered investing in my venture and flew out to visit a property in Hopland with me. Fortunately, before I did anything stupid, I got advice from two friends. One, a CPA and lawyer I knew from my TV days. The other, a man I met in my first actualization seminar, who authored a book about the pitfalls of trying to make a career out of something you love. The bottom line was that it can extinguish your love. After crunching some numbers and thinking it through, I realized I'd be a lot busier fixing the toilets than expanding my mind. So looking for something new and different, I focused on talking Mike into having a child. Poor Mike. We'd already agreed we weren't going to have children, and now it was 3-1 in favor. All of a sudden, I was enthralled with the idea, and assured Mike that Mom, Dad, and I would handle everything, and he wouldn't have any responsibility. He said maybe he'd be willing in a couple of years. So at this point, with my anti-marriage diatribe fading fast from memory, I decided we needed to get married and started planning the wedding. And of course, we'd need a house with a yard and a dog. Soon we had left the hills of Tiburon for the redwoods of Larkspur's Madrone Canyon, moving into a rustic 2-story home at 6 Echo Place. And we added a golden retriever pup named Muffin of Echo Place, Muffy for short. They're very good with children, you know. The picture was complete when we had a custom redwood hot tub built in the center of the redwood grove in our side yard. As of that moment, we'd never even been in a hot tub. Mike was on what appeared to be a runaway train to the altar in parenthood, and deep down within his uncommunicative soul, he wasn't a happy camper. About 3 months before the scheduled nuptials, his courage bolstered by a few pick-me-ups, as he fondly called his drinks, he came home and wanted to talk. He said he just couldn't go through with the kid thing, as he wasn't together enough to be a parent. I'd already bought a couple of cute little baby outfits and, unbeknownst to Mike, picked out some lovely names, so I cried for a couple of hours and then snapped out of it. But what about the wedding? I'd been talking about it for a year, and damn it, I wanted a party. So after 8 years together, I pushed my bridge partner into a wedding he didn't really want. I'd selected Saturday, July 5th, 1980, when I would be 33 years and 41 days old. Not coincidentally, it was the exact age my mom was when she married my dad. Mike hated parties almost as much as he hated being the center of attention. In fact, moments before the ceremony, he was buckled over with stomach cramps, and I wasn't sure he'd be able to stand up. He did, but spent the first week of our honeymoon cruise to Alaska throwing up. Of course, I realize now that finding Mr. Right includes finding someone who actually wants to get married, and specifically to you, at least at that moment in time. Now, there's one important detail I've left out of this story, and it warrants a mention. We had our wedding with 125 guests, but we didn't actually get married. Everyone just thought we did. After some minor calculations, we realized to our horror that it would cost us an extra $3,000 or so a year in taxes just for the privilege of being married. Reluctant to share more of our abundance with Uncle Sam, and having lost the incentive of providing our child with a name, we found a Unitarian minister to perform the ceremony without the benefit of a marriage license. First, I ran the idea past a couple of good friends to gauge their reactions, and when they gave their blessing, decided to proceed. After all, it was 1980, and in Marin County, people were pretty laid back and open-minded. It was the era of hot tubbing nude with friends and co-workers and experimenting with open marriage. At the meeting with our hired caller, we spoke euphemistically of getting married without the normal paperwork, explaining that someday, when tax law no longer penalized married couples, we intended to elope and make it legal. I suggested that he say at the end, "Now, by the power vested in me by your love, I pronounce you husband and wife." I was nervous about the deception, but also found it oddly exciting. Still, I wasn't prepared for what happened at the wedding. Mike and his best man, his sweet grandfather, were in position under a flowered arch next to a creek in a beautiful 7-acre spread in Kent Woodlands, owned by very good bridge friends. I was on my dad's arm, about to walk over a footbridge spanning the creek to the scene of the crime, while violinists played Pachelbel's Canon in D, when the minister asked, "Do you have the marriage license?" Holy shit, he must have misunderstood our conversation. Now he was going to blow the whistle and the gig would be up. I didn't want to discuss it right then, what with both of my dear clueless parents within earshot, so I replied, "Can we handle it after the ceremony?" So during the vows themselves, I was gripped with fear. That and Mike's stomach cramps really did put a damper on the fraudulent little affair. Then, while filing back to the lawn, I whispered to Mike that the minister had asked for our marriage license. I'm surprised he didn't just drop dead on the spot. The guests who were following us formed a spontaneous receiving line which extended our agony, and then I saw him, the minister, approaching. The moment of truth had arrived, and all he said was, "Sorry about that. I remember now, no marriage license." I'd been duly punished for my sin. We loved the new home, and the neighborhood was magical. The redwoods along Madrone Avenue were actually in the road and required yielding to allow oncoming traffic to pass. A trail ran along the creek adjacent to Echo Place and led up to a waterfall on the edge of Mount Tam. Muffy loved her walks, and we enjoyed the hot tub. One evening when I was tubbing alone in the nude with my glass of wine, Mike absent-mindedly locked the sliding glass door and then left to go to his local coffee shop to read. Fortunately, I had a towel to wrap around me, and I arrived barefoot and dripping at the neighbor's front door to retrieve my spare key. There were 7 houses on Echo Place, and we all became very good friends, enjoying block parties and progressive dinners. I usually went to parties without Mike, especially after one he reluctantly attended at the home of the San Francisco Examiner's TV critic Bill Mandel. Even for me, the social animal, this particular holiday party was awkward. It was attended by a very hip Mill Valley crowd, and the couple stood around in pairs looking cool, but seemingly uninterested in engaging in conversation. Mike positioned himself next to the table of hors d'oeuvres and concentrated on scarfing them down. I'd been perusing the crowd when I glanced over and noticed that he was on fire. It was not a good look for him. Standing over a windowsill lined with votive candles, his corduroy jacket was now a smoking jacket. Not wanting to draw attention to him, I whispered that perhaps he should remove his jacket and roll it up. No one appeared to notice, and shortly after we decided to sneak out. The next time I saw Bill, he said, "I saw you left early after Mike's coat caught on fire." How nice of him to notice. Because Mike was an introvert and my job involved a lot of events and promotions, the two of us were essentially leading our own lives when we weren't playing bridge. He was consumed with work, reading, and the bottle. In an attempt to control his drinking, I tried to talk him into getting therapy and told him I'd heard of a wonderful counselor. He finally agreed to go see her if I got all the details and set it up. Chapter: Codependency. At the time, not realizing how codependent I was, I called Susan King and said, "I'm calling for a friend to find out about your services. You see, my friend has this drinking problem." She cut me off abruptly with, "So why are you calling?" I still didn't get it. "Like I said, I'm calling for a friend." Then she asked, "So what are you doing about your problem?" "My problem? Why, I don't have a problem." Susan went on to explain that she usually works with people who live with alcoholics. She'd be happy to talk to me about how I was dealing with my situation at her low introductory rate. But if Mike wanted help, he'd have to call himself. Always open to suggestion, I booked an appointment. She read through a list of characteristics of codependency: rescuing people, avoiding conflict, being a yes person, and striving for perfection, and I saw my life flashing before my eyes. I ended up in one-on-one therapy with Susan for 2 years, dealing with my own codependent behavior. This was definitely one of the best decisions of my life. What an incredible burden was lifted. Now I didn't have to worry about fixing other people's problems, just my own. And they were minimal. I loved my work, my home, and my family. I was healthy and had great friends. And now I understood I couldn't fix anybody else. And I didn't have to worry about anyone judging me. One of my favorite self-help authors wrote a freeing little book called What You Think of Me Is None of My Business. 11 years after we met, 3 since the so-called wedding, and after several more workshops and therapy sessions, I did the hardest thing I'd ever done. I left Mike. It was a financial stretch for me, but I knew I needed to create a void and be willing to be on my own. I bought a little A-frame on a creek in Fairfax and found myself living alone for the first time in my life. The first couple of nights on Canyon Road, I wondered if I was nuts. What the heck was I doing? I was lonely, even had fears triggered by memories of Barney that someone might be watching me through my huge A-frame window. But within a couple of days, I adjusted. Mike was a good man, very smart, sweet, and had a wonderful sense of humor. But he was troubled. Once I'd addressed my codependency and gave up my mission to save him, I admitted I wanted a more perfect union. When Mike sold our house and moved, he asked me to take custody of Muffy, and as our relationship was friendly, he even helped out with a little dogamony to defray the cost of her kibble. The personals. Soon I was ready to meet Mr. Right, and I methodically set out to find him through the personal ads. And I must say, it was an education. It was also fascinating. I started with an ad in the Bay Guardian and had a couple dozen responses. A friend of mine had just married a man she'd met through the personals, so I was encouraged. My ad ended up winning the weekly award, and it reflected who I was and what I was into at the time. I was reading a book entitled Meetings with Remarkable Men by a metaphysician named Gurdjieff, and was also enamored by Marilyn Ferguson's book, The Aquarian Conspiracy, so my ad was full of not-so-subtle clues. The headline was Free Introductory Offer, and it read, Remarkable woman seeks meetings with remarkable men. Affectionate, attractive, Aquarian conspirator, 37, world-traveled, spiritual, workshopped, professional, non-smoker, drinker, drugger, gum-eschewer, freeze voter, life lover, humor monger, Marin, canyon dweller, ready for committed relationship, Sun's Gemini, Moon's Leo, Virgo's rising, Retriever's golden, right today. As you can imagine, this attracted quite a few weirdos. Getting the mail was terrific fun. The Bay Guardian would forward several letters a couple of times a week. If I was interested, I'd call and we'd talk on the phone, and sometimes we'd agree to meet for coffee or dinner. A pack of these letters had just arrived when I received an invitation from a new Napa winery for a 7-course gourmet dinner. It was one of the perks of being PR director for the local TV station. I decided to pick one of the respondents to invite to the event, sight unseen, based on his letter and our phone conversation. I settled on a fellow named Rick. He picked me up, and on the hour ride north, we got to know each other. We were clearly comfortable with each other and were getting along very well. We ended up at a table with 4 other couples. One of them was celebrating their 15th anniversary that night, and the other couple started talking about how long they'd been together and how they'd met. Finally, all eyes were on us, and someone asked, "How long have you two been together?" I looked at my watch and said 2 hours and 13 minutes. They were visibly shaken when we told them how we got together. What I like best about this process is that everyone I met through the personals seemed very sincere. I liked the fact that the men I met seemed genuinely interested in meeting a potential mate, in finding someone to love, and in making a commitment. One of the ads that appealed to my sick humor was in the Marin Independent Journal. The bold headline read, Short, unattractive smoker and heavy drinker with no future plans whatsoever seeks any female who's breathing. Drugs okay. After running my own ad, which cost $37.50, I took the other tact. I started responding to others' ads. I love to write letters, and I got a kick out of trying to be clever. One self-proclaimed highly successful entrepreneur was seeking a stunning, educated lady under 40 with success and humor. I waited a while to be sure he'd received lots of other letters and then replied, "Dear Possibility number 1205, if you've had it up to here with stunning women and you're ready to be humored instead of stunned, perhaps you'd be interested in moi. And in all humility, I more than meet your other qualifications. I'm sending along a year-old photo so you don't have to visualize a worst-case scenario." Then I sent a photo of myself with a girlfriend, but I put little black rectangle over her eyes and a couple of black strips over my armpits, like the underarm commercials of yesteryear. I probably don't have to tell you that I never heard from him, but I surely did have fun imagining him reading the letter. You do need to be aware of false advertising, however. I met one man for lunch who had sent a very cute picture of himself, but turned out it was from about a decade earlier. His hair was much shorter now, and his face much wider, and I didn't recognize him when he approached. He also said he was 5'6" in his letter. Alas, I was 5'5", and I towered over him. With a little experience, you learn to read between the lines. If they don't mention handsome, they're not. If they mention being solvent, they probably are just getting out of Chapter 11. Sometimes they leave out something that comes as a surprise, but that's part of the fun of it. One fellow didn't mention anything about his recent release from prison. Another didn't mention a major speech impediment, but it only took a second to fill in the blanks. One advantage I found to personal ad introductions as opposed to the shotgun approach of meeting at bars or supermarket meat counters, a well-known pickup place in the 80s was the San Francisco Marina Safeway, is that through the personals, you meet more serious shoppers. To me, it seemed much easier to admit it wasn't a match and move on without making the other person feel hurt. On a few occasions, after meeting or just talking on the phone, the guy would say, "Well, thanks so much for calling. I don't think this is going to work out, but I wish you the best of luck on your search." Or, as Chuck Woolery would say on one of my favorite shows, "I'm sorry, we just don't have a love connection here." Chapter, We Are the World. It was during this period of my life that I met lucky husband number 2. I had graduated from therapy and had definitely let the universe know through my ad campaign that I was ready to meet Mr. Right. A couple of weeks before Christmas of 1984, when the famine in Ethiopia was just making national news, I was asked to join our Channel 4 news director and public affairs director to meet with David Bradley, who wanted us to help him raise $1 million for famine relief. It would involve us soliciting donations from our viewers, with 100% going to food and medicine. He would personally deliver the goods to refugee camps in Africa while our crew broadcast the humanitarian response as part of our news coverage. When I first laid eyes on David, he was getting off the elevator at the TV station, and our eyes met. Not long after, we met. It was one of those strange encounters where neither of us looked away. I was curious as to who this Lone Ranger was, and as I am an incredibly superficial person, I liked what I saw. He looked so much like Harrison Ford that the crew in Africa called him Indiana Bradley. It might have been the hat. He was soft-spoken but passionate about making this happen, and persistent. He called me every day for a week to see if we'd gotten the go-ahead from the owner of the station. We finally did, and in the 2 days before the Christmas weekend, I was on the phone with him putting together the press release announcing the campaign. In those 48 hours, we pulled together an impressive list of supporters who agreed to be on the letterhead for what we just named Airlift Africa. They included the mayors of San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose, as well as Joe Montana, Huey Lewis, Reggie Jackson, Tommy Smothers, rock promoter Bill Graham, Cyril Magnon, and several others. Our family spent Christmas weekend together at Kathy's house in Pacific Palisades. I flew back on the 26th and went straight from the airport to the station, where I found my friend Javier, our public affairs director, waiting for me. We were to meet David at the Oakland Tribune office to pitch the publisher to join as the print sponsor of the airlift. At the meeting, I looked at David at the end of the conference table, and it hit me. I was going to marry him. That same day, I met a guy for lunch whose personal ad I had answered. After lunch, I was talking to Mom on the phone when she asked, "How was your lunch date?" I said, "It was fine, but it doesn't matter. I've met the man I'm going to marry." Of course, she asked who he was and how well did I know him. I explained that it was the guy in charge of the airlift and that I didn't know him well at all. In fact, I didn't even know if he was married. The next day, David needed to discuss our plans for promoting the campaign on local radio stations and asked if I was free for lunch. I said yes and canceled my previous engagement. He brought one of his employees along, so I didn't feel that digging for personal information was appropriate. I'm nothing if not patient. Okay, I'm nothing. But after lunch, we were back in my office alone, so I casually asked him if he ever had time to do anything besides the airlift. When he said he did, I said, "Well, I have to ask, are you married?" As luck would have it, he was divorced, so I invited him to a party the following week where Kron would be receiving an award. By the time we went to that party, however, we were living together and had set our wedding date for 3 months hence, shortly after he'd be returning from Africa. He'd called me on the Saturday of New Year's weekend, and after a long conversation, we got together that night for dinner. The next morning, New Year's Eve, he called again, and we spent the entire day and night together, and he said something to the effect, It's obvious we were meant to be together, so when do you want to get married?" At least that's the way I remember it. I suggested Easter, as my parents and sister's family were already planning to visit that weekend. How very convenient. When my folks called to wish me a Happy New Year that next morning, I blurted out that I was getting married. Mom asked who the lucky guy was, and when I told her it was David, she reminded me that 6 days earlier I said I was going to marry him, a conversation I had temporarily forgotten in my love-crazed state of mind. Mom and Dad had long since learned that slowing me down was not one of their superpowers, so they gamely went along with the program, with their fingers crossed. They did fly in on Valentine's Day to meet David, and that coincided with the publication of a Valentine story on the front page of the People section of the San Francisco Chronicle. It was written by my friend Ruth Stein, from whom I'd taken a feature writing class years earlier. The top half of the page featured a photo of David and me gazing into each other's eyes at the Palace of Fine Arts. The headline was "Love at First Sight." In the interview, David had made a joke under his breath to me, which Ruth heard and included, creating instant notoriety for me. She had asked David how he knew this was the real thing. After listing my wonderful qualities, he whispered to me, "Besides, she's an animal in bed." David was mortified and extremely apologetic to the future in-laws he was meeting for the first time the day the article hit the newsstands. My co-workers fell into two categories. Half were too embarrassed to make eye contact, while the other half teased me unmercifully. A couple dozen guys from the newsroom even bought, autographed, and framed a poster of King Kong for me, who I guess they thought was also an animal in bed. Deciding the best defense was to unapologetically face it head-on, I wore a name tag that simply stated, "Yes, it's true." With David, I had a sense of destiny. He was saving the world. I wanted to be a part of it. In retrospect, I was probably more in love with the story than the man. He and I shared the same philosophy of life. He lived the spiritual beliefs I touted. His tremendous faith was combined with dogged determination, his strength tempered by humility. When he hired 3 or 4 people to work on the airlift before he had raised any underwriting, he told them, "I don't know how I'm going to pay you on the 15th, but the money will be there." We also had a lot in common, as he was a recovering alcoholic and I was a recovering codependent. From his dedication to the principles of AA, he kept me on track, insisting that I be honest and make no feeble attempts at rescuing. It was a great opportunity for me to practice what I had learned in my 2 years of therapy. David and I were both very involved in coordinating the airlift. At the crack of dawn on St. Patrick's Day, 1985, I watched the donated Trans-America cargo plane lift off the tarmac at Oakland International Airport. David was strapped in the back of the plane behind 100 tons of donated food and medicine precariously secured on flats in the guttered transport. The weighted-down plane ascended so quickly that I had visions of the supplies dislodging and crushing him. Accompanying David were our reporter and cameraman, another reporter and photographer from our newspaper sponsor, which ended up being the San Jose Mercury News, and a photographer from Newsweek. Unable to get clearance to land in Ethiopia, the plane landed in Khartoum, Sudan, and the crew spent the next 2 weeks delivering supplies to 9 refugee camps along the border of Sudan and Ethiopia. On March 25th, David's 38th birthday, he found himself terribly sick and dehydrated in the African desert. Fortunately, the doctors at the camp came to his rescue. David was scheduled to come home on March 29th, but due to unrest in Sudan and bureaucratic red tape, his return was postponed. He spent his last 2 nights in Khartoum holed up in a hotel room while bombs burst around him. A coup was in progress. Our wedding for 250 guests was scheduled for April 6th, just a week away. David managed to get a flight out of Khartoum 2 days before the coup closed down the airport. He called me from Geneva, Switzerland, to let me know he was alive, albeit sickly and shaken, and that he would arrive at SFO on April Fool's Day. Yet another clue I ignored. During the 2 weeks he was gone and unreachable by phone, I had a chance to step back from the whirlwind 3-month romance and ask myself if I'd gone round the bend. Probably. But at this juncture in my life, I truly felt we were meant to be together and that he was my reward for having worked so hard on myself. He had earlier expressed similar feelings, but now, shaken by the African experience, which had also afforded him time to think, he did question if we should slow it down a bit. Too late. The wedding was just a few days away, and I wouldn't even consider it. I trusted that we could work through absolutely anything. April 6th was a gorgeous Saturday, and I was arguably the happiest bride that ever lived. This second wedding was the one I had dreamt of. Practical above all else, rather than purchasing, I rented a traditional lace wedding dress with a medium train and veil. David was a knockout in tan tails. My sister was my maid of honor, my 11-year-old niece and David's 2 daughters, aged 13 and 11, my bridesmaids. I grinned from ear to ear all day long. I only got teary once when Connie started to cry while telling me how happy she was for me. The last dance at the reception was to We Are the World, and the remaining guests danced in a circle around us. Less than 2 months after the wedding, David's ex-wife left to spend the summer with her boyfriend in Los Angeles and told David it was his turn to care for the girls. So that summer, I was stepmother to 2 sisters who seemed intent on killing each other. Their dad, who had spent most of his adult life drinking and attempting to avoid responsibility, was knee-deep in it now and fairly overwhelmed. He was also finding that his calling as savior of the world was threatened by the fickle nature of the media. He had wanted to take Airlift Africa to other markets, but famine seemed to be yesterday's news. So I spent the summer trying to keep the girls apart and being supportive of David, who was fairly moody and glazed over, watching TV. I thought his moodiness was entirely related to the new responsibility of sober fatherhood and to dim airlift prospects. So I looked forward to his ex's return in the fall and assured David that work would sort itself out. Imagine my shock on August 29th, about 4 months after returning from our honeymoon, when the man I'd promised to love and honor till death do us part had to talk. He was someone who usually just said what was on his mind, so having to talk had an ominous ring. With great pain, he told me that he couldn't cope with the expectations of married life, that he'd taken advantage of my kindness, that he was terribly sorry, and I was a wonderful person, but in light of the fact that he'd never made it on his own, he needed to get away, at least for a while. It was only 3 days before his kids were returning to their mother. The girls and I had just returned from a few days earlier from a whirlwind trip to Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, and Magic Mountain. He had gone to Las Vegas instead to talk to a TV station about sponsorship of another Airlift Africa. I was totally shocked, incredulous, but not panicky. My own sense of independence and self-worth precludes any "I can't live without you" thoughts. I graciously let go, having always believed that anyone who didn't really want to be with me didn't deserve me. My therapist once described a codependent as an egomaniac with an inferiority complex. That fit me to a T. I was still very much in love with him and was particularly stunned since I'd assumed that our marriage was his port in the storm. We weren't fighting. I was rationalizing his moodiness, falsely assuming it had nothing to do with us. He was going to temporarily move in with his mother that next Saturday. That day we were to attend a wedding of a good friend from work with a reception at the same venue where we'd had ours less than 5 months earlier. He did accompany me to the wedding, but left the reception after a half hour or so to go home and move. I stayed at the party, danced, laughed with friends, and made some excuse for David, pretending nothing was amiss. He left some papers behind, and a couple of days later I came across the following letter from Anne, a female employee of his. A note at the top instructed him to tear it up after he'd read it. David, thank you for the days of confusion, confrontation, honesty, respect. I never expected nor got so much. You taught me so much, and I am very grateful. Thank you for your acceptance, your unconditional friendship. That's the bottom line. I love you, and whatever happens, I believe we won't let that be destroyed. Yesterday I was jealous of Linda, and I know what to do with that defect, and it has passed. I will not get in your way with my bullshit. I will take care of it. I know it's all out of my hands, and as you said, no matter what, we're better for knowing each other. The next time he came over, I asked him about Anne, and he tearfully admitted that he'd gotten involved with her on the trip to Las Vegas while I was showing his children a good time at Disneyland. He said it was a mistake and it was over. We saw each other a couple of times a week and continued to attend religious science services together. He was sweet, apologetic, and confused about what he wanted. David's childhood had been as disturbing as Mike's. He had been kidnapped by his alcoholic father when he was 4 and lived on the lam for 3 years, moving from boarding house to boarding house. His mother finally located him when he was 7. Having spent most of his adult life drinking, he was painfully aware of the difference in our past. I'd worked without a break since college and had managed to buy my own home and balance my checkbook. He was more comfortable with women in the 12-step recovery programs, which is where he'd met Anne. I suspect, since chaos was his idea of normal, he felt trapped by our happy, simple, loving home life. Perhaps it was boring. He didn't want to feel obligated to live up to the expectations, albeit unexpressed, of marriage and the responsibilities it implied. David had only been in recovery a few months when we met, and we had ignored AA's rule of not getting involved in a serious relationship until he'd celebrated a year of sobriety. For several weeks, I kept my mouth shut about our separation to everyone, with the exception of one friend from church and Lloyd Tupper, our minister, who knew us both well and had officiated our marriage. My ego was too great to admit that there was trouble in ever-after land. I was confident that by the sheer strength of my own loving nature, I could heal whatever needed healing in this relationship. So when David left, we both left the door open for him to return. At the same time, I appreciated having my peaceful home back after a summer of drama. David and I saw or talked to each other every few days. He was also seeing Anne off and on. So when she called and asked if she could come talk to me, I agreed. She arrived at my doorstep, nervous and upset. She talked about her alcoholism, her Catholic upbringing, and the terrible guilt she felt about having slept with my husband. She was so sorry for any pain she'd caused me. In my New Age fashion, I explained that I took complete responsibility for any pain I felt. She said she was still involved with David, but she needed, in accordance with her 12-step program, to make amends for her deeds. She was still sleeping with David, and damn it, she still felt bad. I said he was not exactly a prize right now, and whomever ended up with him would have her work cut out for her. I almost reverted to my old behavior and found myself trying to rescue her. Oh, poor Anne. Please don't feel badly about sleeping with my husband. After she left, I realized I was angry and told David I thought her amends were a tad premature. 7 weeks later, he wanted to move back in. I had mixed emotions and 2 conditions, that he get therapy and that he be monogamous. He agreed. The next 3 weeks were tense. I felt he was constantly taking the pulse of the relationship. I just wanted to be myself, joke, enjoy life, enjoy him. But being guilt-ridden, he misinterpreted my humor as jabs, my lightheartedness as sarcasm. Take a chill pill, man. Okay, That was a little sarcastic. He also had a couple of rules for me that he thought might help our marriage work. David was not a morning person. In fact, he was downright irritable. I, on the other hand, was particularly cheerful in the morning, and that no doubt irked him. So he asked me not to speak in the morning. Not a word. We would get up, shower, break our fast, read the paper, and leave for work without uttering a word. No stranger to meditation, I agreed to give it a try. I actually succeeded, but I was beginning to wonder how many compromises I would have to make to ensure the success of this shaky union. I didn't have to wait long for the answer. Compromises weren't enough. It was only 3 weeks until David admitted he had to leave again. I said, okay, almost relieved, as the new rules weren't really working that well for me. But I told him that he would not be coming back, that I loved myself too much to be in that kind of relationship. My parents were coming to visit from Texas the next weekend, so I asked that he stay until they left. It had only been 7 months since the big wedding, and I wasn't quite ready to fess up to failure. While they were there, he made himself scarce, going to a lot of AA meetings, but was cordial. They left for the airport on Monday, and he gathered his belongings and left. He'd led a nomadic life for several years and had little to gather. A couple of hours later, my parents called from the airport to say their flight had been canceled and they would spend the night near the airport and fly out the next morning. I insisted on picking them up and bringing them back home for the night. I adored my parents and, living so far apart, cherished the few days we have together. But I still wasn't ready to spill the beans, so I called David and he returned for one last night. A month later, Mom and Dad had traded their timeshare for a week in Indio, California for a family Thanksgiving. I decided the time had come to tell them what was going on. Mom and I ended up driving alone from Los Angeles to the desert while Dad rode with Kathy and her family. I filled her in on the surprising news, and her reaction was... ... Ring, ring. A phone call interrupted my train of thought as I was writing this sentence in 1992, and in the past 29 years, that train still hasn't pulled back into the station. But I do recall that Mom and Dad were sympathetic, albeit embarrassed to tell their friends. The bottom line is that they were happy that I appreciated and learned from the experience and could easily move on to something better. That confession to Mom about the broken marriage was the Thanksgiving weekend of 1985, and David and I had been together for less than a year. We had no Thanksgiving or Christmas memories together. I still had my career at Cron, my family and friends, and the A-frame in the canyon. The only souvenir he left behind was my new last name, Linda Bradley. I thought it sounded like the name of a nurse on a soap opera. I handled the divorce paperwork and filing for just a few bucks and without a lawyer. I also became friends with Sherry Bradley, David's ex, and the two of us even went on a couple Sierra Club hikes for singles. One hiker who'd introduced himself wondered how she and I were related, since we both were Bradleys. I simply explained that I had married Sherry's husband. Sherry was so grateful that I'd taken care of her daughters that summer, and also liked the fact that, as she put it, I was the only other woman she knew stupid enough to marry David. 12 years later, my third husband, Wayne, and I hired my former stepdaughter, Melissa Bradley, to sell our Fairfax home where she'd spent that one summer. She was always a go-getter, and even at 13, was selling subscriptions to the Marin Independent Journal outside our local Lucky supermarket in Fairfax. About a decade later, she'd started Bradley Real Estate, and it wasn't long before she became the top realtor in Marin. Part 5. Meanwhile, in a universe not far away. Sisters, sisters, there were never such beloved sisters was just one of the many songs Kathy and I grew up performing for our grandparents and their friends, usually on summer vacations at Polly and Grandpa's cabin in Lake Arrowhead. We weren't always as close as we are now, as she was the wild one, and I the goody two-shoes and incurable tattletale. Before I could even tattle, or even walk, legend has it that during nap time, Kathy dropped me out of the bedroom window. A neighbor found me crawling in the hood and surprised Mom with a knock on our door, inquiring if she'd lost something. Of course, Kathy had no recollection of that, and 3/4 of a century later is getting pretty tired of hearing about it. But she made it up to me by brushing my hair, smothering me with kisses, and hosting little tea parties for the two of us. Growing up, Kathy always had her head in a book, while I was outside with my pogo stick and stilts. At around 12, she became what was known in the day as boy crazy, at a time when I was obsessed with not breaking the rules. My people-pleasing skills were completely ingrained by then, and I was basking in Mom and Dad's approval while Kathy was occasionally sneaking out and making out. After our year abroad, Kathy was only home for her senior year of high school before heading for Mom's alma mater, Mills College in Oakland. Unbeknownst to us, she eloped on Friday, December 13th of her freshman year on a bet. She married a guy named Ray, who she'd only known a couple of months, to help him avoid the draft and Vietnam. We didn't find out until the following spring break when she'd signed out to stay with her roommate's family. When the roommate's little brother answered the phone with, "No, she's not here and hasn't been," Mom managed to get the phone number of the boyfriend Kathy had never mentioned. Kathy told our scandalized mother not to worry, that she was married. Mom's first question, of course, was, "Are you pregnant?" She was relieved to hear that the answer was no. Mills kicked her out. Evidently, in 1963, you couldn't get married without the school's permission. So she transferred to Berkeley and, taking year-round classes, graduated in a total of 3 years with a major in French and a minor in Spanish. Kathy supported Ray until he earned a degree in chemistry. They moved to Marina del Rey, where her small inheritance from Polly and Grandpa was enough for a down payment on an old wooden sailboat for them to live on. Ray went to work for the FDA and Kathy for LA County's Department of Social Services. Social work, also Mom's early career, was perfect for Kathy, who shared the family's codependent addiction. She went above and beyond, helping her clients navigate the courts and at times helping them out financially. She worked in East LA and most of her clients were Hispanic, so she spoke Spanish daily. 13 months of living on a small boat took its toll, and the fact that Ray's drunk father tried to rape her didn't help. 6 months after moving to an apartment, the marriage on the rocks, Ray left for a job in Washington, D.C., and Kathy, at 23, was single again. Kathy met her second husband a year later. A friend and former client of Kathy's suggested during a home visit that she set Kathy up with her landlord, Jerry. Gerald Clinton, also a chemist, was raised in Connecticut and a graduate of McGill University in Montreal. He wooed her, wined and dined her, and was definitely a cut above anyone she'd previously dated. Soon, he moved into her Venice apartment on Oceanfront Walk and not long after bought the building. Mom and Dad were impressed and looked forward to meeting him. Dad came out first for a weekend when I was visiting from San Francisco, and after a brief introduction, he and I walked down Venice Beach to pick up something at the grocery store, probably alcohol. Dad's first question to me was, "Is that the Jerry she's been talking about?" Chapter, Guess Who's Coming to Dinner? Yes, that was Jerry, and yes, he was black. Whoops, she must have forgotten to mention that. Seriously, I was thrilled. I was fresh out of college, where my sociology studies completely opened my eyes to our shameful history of racism from slavery through Jim Crow, and most recently, the riots of 1968. I was super excited. My parents, not so much. I do recall they always preached equality. Kathy once asked, when we were living in Hitchcock, Texas, a segregated town of 5,000, "But what if I want to marry a Negro?" And they replied that was fine as long as she loved him. A few years later, when Mom had arrived at our Swiss school to fetch us, I introduced her to one of my best friends, Patchy Poindexter, the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Ghana, and she whispered to me, "I didn't know she was so dark." Although Mom and Dad never used pejorative language, I was well aware that most of our relatives were racist. Mom's older brother Harmon and his southern-bred wife Madeline lived in Brentwood, only 20 minutes from Kathy and Jerry's house in Pacific Palisades. Upon Madeline's insistence, they refused to even meet Jerry and the kids. Imagine Madeline's surprise when at 90, resting in peace in her pink casket, she realized that 2 of the pallbearers were black, Jerry and her great-nephew Christopher. Uncle Harmon became part of the family again, and Kathy took great care of him for a couple of years before the family pallbearers were called back into service. He and his caretaker even joined Dad, the Clintons, and me in Texas for Christmas of 1992, the year he lost both his wife and his sister Alice, our mom. Our ancestors on the guest side, I am loath to admit, were slaveholders. The first guest, according to a published genealogy of the Guess family, are reported to have arrived in the New World from England in 1638. Details have been confirmed back 7 generations to William Guest, who was awarded a land grant in Virginia in the early 1700s. His son Moses was born in 1750. It was Moses' son, Morgan, born in 1773, who changed his last name to Guess, reportedly when the family split over slavery, with the Guess side being pro-slavery. The family moved on to South Carolina, where Morgan's son, Zebediah Ball Guess, was born, and later moved the family to Mississippi. Zebediah's 9th child, Bailey Lovin Guess, died in 1864 at age 43 fighting for the Confederacy. Bailey's son, James Reynold Guess, Dad's grandfather, moved on to Rogers, Texas, and next in line was Dad's father, Charles Pinckney Guess, born in 1876. Charles deserted his second wife, Ella, and 9 children when Dad was 2. Grandma remarried, and after a decade or so, her second husband died of alcoholism. By the time we were born, she was living in a trailer park in San Antonio with her Chihuahua, Pablo, who was always quivering with anticipation, an expression Dad made famous. At 80, she married her third husband, a fellow octogenarian, simply known as Pops. The marriage failed within a year because, as she tells it, he wouldn't wear his damn teeth. Every year, Grandma summoned all her kids and grandkids to San Antonio for her birthday. She was born on June 19, 1880, also known as Juneteenth, and recently made a national holiday. It's the anniversary of the day in 1865 when word of the freedom of the enslaved people finally reached Texas, a full 2.5 years after Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. But Juneteenth in our family was all about Grandma's birthday party. Our family reunions were raucous. We'd all gather around the pool at the Alamo Motel in San Antonio, where we out-of-towners stayed, and partied all afternoon and into the night for hours of, in this order, drinking, eating, drinking, singing, drinking, and paying homage to our matriarch. Ella sat at a folding table to receive her birthday greetings, but more importantly, her love offerings from all her kids. Her favorite part was tallying her receipts at the end. Aunt Ruth would whip out her accordion, and we'd all sing old-time favorites, including Someone's in the Kitchen with Dinah, When You Wore a Tulip, Down by the Old Mill Stream, and The Yellow Rose of Texas. Grandma died at 96, still smoking. Dad liked to say, I told her, Ma, you gotta quit sucking on those cancer sticks, they're gonna kill you. And sure enough, at 96, she was gone, just like that. We heard the N-word regularly, and yet Dad's relatives accepted Jerry as family when we all gathered for Christmas in Houston. They seemed to forget he was there when they told racist jokes and used racial slurs. Mom's best friend, however, warned Mom not to bring Jerry to the Christmas Eve service at their Presbyterian church, as everyone would walk out. Chapter: The Clintons. Kathy and Jerry's announcement that they planned to marry on December 11, 1971, came only 4 years after the Supreme Court decision in Loving v. Virginia on June 12, 1967. The decision overturned bans on interracial marriage in the 16 states where they still existed. Mom and Dad weren't nearly as thrilled as I was, as they expressed concern about how difficult life might be for their future grandchildren. Kathy explained that California wasn't Texas. Their wedding was in the backyard of Jerry's good friend's home in La Jolla, on the edge of a cliff overlooking the Pacific. Kathy's wedding dress was a long red velvet gown, custom made by an artist she met at the Renaissance Fair, and her processional music was Helen Reddy's A Song for You. I remember at the luncheon that followed, Mom wondered out loud what the weird odor wafting by was. She had no idea it was pot, and we all played dumb. Her innocence was legendary. to the extent that one time she blew in a friend's ear and asked, "Is that a blowjob?" Also, she was extremely offended by the four-letter S and F words. She had her own F word that she used frequently. Oh, fudge. Kathy and Jerry flew to Puerto Rico for their first Thanksgiving together. I received a postcard from their stopover in New Orleans that simply said, "Those crackers nearly ate us alive." In Puerto Rico, the locals thought Jerry was Puerto Rican and were surprised Kathy spoke Spanish, but he didn't. Mom once joked before the wedding that if we all wore saris, he might pass for an Indian. At least I think it was a joke. Jerry was busy running K&J Chemical, his chemical abrasive plant, and managing his properties. Meanwhile, Kathy was doing her thing as a social worker for the county, going on 7 years. Jerry continually talked about how wonderful children are, and despite having 4 children from his previous marriage, he wanted a second family because he wanted to do it right this time. For a year and a half, their attempts failed, despite a good-sized investment in fertility doctors. One day, Kathy got a call from a friend who knew of her efforts and had herself successfully adopted through an LA adoption lawyer. She'd just heard from the lawyer that a newborn baby whose adoption had fallen through was available. All of a sudden, like a miracle, Kathy was the mother of an adorable 4-day-old baby girl. She gave 1 day's notice at work and headed to the hospital, sobbing, my baby, all the way. Stephanie Renee Clinton was born in Los Angeles to high school seniors from Denver, Colorado, a black father and a mother of Spanish and Native American descent. She was named after Papa Steve and Kathy's pen pal, Renee. We were all instantly smitten. Kathy and Jerry decided that Venice Beach, with its hippie, druggy vibe, was not the best family-friendly neighborhood, so when Stephanie was 4 months old, they moved to a new home in Pacific Palisades with a view of the Pacific and Catalina Island. They paid what we all thought in 1973 was an astronomical price of $100,000. I told everyone the money wasn't the only hurdle. Evidently, there was a town ordinance prohibiting African Americans from purchasing homes there at the time. Jerry got his lawyer involved, and the problem was resolved. As so often happens, about a year after adopting, Kathy was pregnant with Christopher Paul Clinton. She planned a home birth with an 80-year-old female German doctor in attendance. Chris kept them waiting until 16 days after his due date, when, all of a sudden, he was in a big hurry. Kathy went into labor at 1 a.m. and called the doctor at 4. The doctor told Kathy, "Kommen Sie to mein Office at once." Kathy and Jerry arrived at 4:30, and when the doctor arrived at 5 a.m., she found Kathy in the dark on her hands and knees, rocking back and forth in the car, scared shitless. Chris popped his head out about 5:15, and when he liked what he saw, his body, according to Kathy, flew out after him. Truth be told, Kathy was a little disappointed because his skin was so white and for a moment wondered if Jerry would question his paternity. In Auntie Linda's humble opinion, both of the kids were gorgeous, and I proudly displayed photos of them in my office. Stephanie and Chris were the only kids of color in their schools, and despite their grandparents' concerns about not being accepted, were very popular. With its proximity to Malibu and the beach, the Palisades was home to a number of people in show business. Kathy and Goldie Hawn were soccer moms together, as Chris and Goldie's son Oliver were on the same team. Another of Chris's teammates, who's become a lifelong friend, is Stefan Gordy, youngest son of Barry Gordy Jr., founder of Motown Records. Stefan is better known as Red Phew and half of the duo LMFAO. His hits include Party Rock Anthem and Sexy and I Know It. Chris and Stefan bonded as preteens, and at age 12 were invited with their soccer team to Sweden to play against several local teams. Evidently, they were trounced. Stephanie had just turned 2 when she was discovered by a neighbor who was scouting children to appear with Natalie Wood at a photo shoot and news conference promoting UNICEF. He wanted the kids to look like they represented children from around the world, which wasn't easy to cast in lily-white Pacific Palisades. It was Halloween, and Steph was dressed as a little gypsy, a costume Kathy had repurposed from her old hippie days. Natalie took one look at Steph and insisted she sit on her lap for the photo shoot. Stephanie enrolled at Mills College, which made her grandmother Alice very happy, and Chris ended up in the Bay Area as well. But a year and a half later, when Chris became obsessed with photography, he moved to New York to enroll in Columbia's School of Visual Arts. On his way, he decided to stop in Houston for a few weeks to help Stevie, his grandpa, who was now 80, widowed, and having issues getting around due to macular degeneration. We were surprised and more than a little impressed that he'd give up surfing, dating, and hanging with friends in California to spend that much time with his grandpa in hot and humid Texas. But as Chris had inherited Daddy's sense of humor, they got along well and teased each other mercilessly. Dad passed away the following April, and I think Chris's visit was the highlight of his last years. Unlike Mom, Dad did spend his last 4 days in the hospital. He called us on a Friday night in April of 1998, saying his neighbors were checking him in after he'd been diagnosed that day with kidney failure and a fibrous lung disease. That was the first he was aware of either issue. The next morning, his doctor confirmed over the phone that we should come right away. With Kathy and me by his bedside those last couple of days, he continued to joke with us, the doctors, and nurses to the very end. In fact, only a half an hour before he died, he inhaled a loud rattling gasp, and we both cried, "Dad!" thinking that was it. But then he smiled and said, "That's the last thing your mother did before she died." A few years later, Stephanie decided to give New York a try and moved into a 4-bedroom flat in Chinatown, which Chris shared with 3 roommates. One of them, Cliff, was smitten before he even met her. In fact, after seeing her picture in Chris's room, his first words were, "Dude, your sister's so hot." And then, just like that, 10 years and 10 days after their first date, they tied the knot. And she's been taking good care of him ever since. Cliff has always put in long hours. When they met, he was a senior editor at National Geographic Adventure, then a feature editor for Popular Science. During that time, he interviewed Barack Obama at the White House for an article on global warming. Cliff then became editor-in-chief of the magazine. But when it went all digital, he went to work for the mother company of Scientific American as head of their global content. Steph and Cliff no longer have roommates at the Chinatown apartment. They escaped New York during the COVID-19 pandemic to live in the desert near Tucson, Arizona, where Cliff could work remotely. Chris, who'd completed 4 years of photography in the School of Visual Arts, often used Stephanie as a model. In fact, LinkedIn purchased a Getty Images photo of her for their homepage representing the Black professional female who uses LinkedIn. By the way, she's never used LinkedIn and didn't even know she was featured until a friend sent a screenshot and asked, "Hey, isn't this you?" As Chris's photography business has been primarily bi-coastal, he left New York in 2018 to return to LA and now flies to New York for jobs instead of the other way around. He's thrilled to be able to surf year-round and has also taken on another job managing Kathy's 9-unit apartment building in Topanga Canyon. He moved close by to a yurt with a pet chicken that a former tenant had left behind. After not coming home for a couple nights, Chris returned to a pissed-off chicken who flew out of a tree and onto his head, no doubt thinking, "I will not be ignored." The chicken has now moved on, realizing Chris was not ready for a committed relationship. Today, Kathy still lives in their $100,000 1920 square-foot house in Pacific Palisades, which 47 years later is estimated on Zillow to be worth $2,793,000. She went back to work as a social worker for Head Start when the kids were 11 and 13 and retired 21 years later at 62 when Jerry's health was failing due to neuropathy and diabetes. She took care of him for 3 years until the end. He died at home on Bastille Day of 2010 with Kathy and Stephanie by his side. His last words were, "No more." Truth be told, it was quite a relief, and he'd had it with suffering and was not interested in going to the hospital. And Kathy was not strong enough to lift him and deal with his disabilities. Stephanie's journey included reconnecting with her birth family. In her 30s, she located via the internet her birth mother, Lori, who still lives in Denver. Lori was very surprised to hear from her and asked if she could have some time. She hadn't told her son Adrian and daughter Selena about the child she'd given away at 17. A few months later, Stephanie and Lori met in Philadelphia in 2007 when Lori was there on business. Stephanie and Cliff took the train from New York, and he walked her to Lori's hotel, then waited downstairs so the two of them could meet. The encounter was very emotional. They cried, they hugged, they cried some more. Then it got a bit awkward. "So how's your day been?" Lori suggested they go to a bar for a drink, and Cliff joined them for a couple hours of getting to know you, getting to know more about you, getting to like you, getting to hope you like me. But I digress. About a decade later, Stephanie decided to research her ancestry. The 23andMe results came back indicating she was 40% sub-Saharan African, 36% European, primarily Spanish and Portuguese, and 18% Apache. A couple of years later, Lori's niece Victoria tracked down Stephanie through their matching 23andMe results, and not long after, the news spread like wildfire at an extended family birthday celebration. The night after the revelation, Selena called Steph to introduce herself to her half-sister. That's when Steph learned she descended from the Chiricahua subtribe of the Apache Nation. Since that first conversation in August 2018, the two half-sisters have become close, connecting by phone and even visiting each other a couple of times. Both are grateful to have connected. Steph has taken advantage of living near Tucson during COVID to explore the area of her Chiricahua ancestors and their chief, Cochise. The tribe has populated the land that is now Arizona and New Mexico for centuries. Steph has also visited Bisbee in Cochise County, where her grandmother, Alice, was born, and her great-grandparents, Polly and Paul, forged a new life in the early 1900s. Part 6. Life Begins at 40. Not long after David escaped, my third victim arrived on the scene, and it was all thanks to my 40th birthday party. Enjoying being the center of attention and never counting on a surprise party, I usually planned my own. So in 1987, I rented the Strawberry Recreation Center in Mill Valley, and the icing on the cake was that my mom came out for it. A party was as good an excuse as any to get back to San Francisco, her favorite city in the world. Her entire life, she described beautiful weather as simply San Francisco weather. Coincidentally, my 40th birthday weekend coincided with the Golden Gate Bridge's 50th birthday. On May 24th, the Golden Gate Bridge was closed to traffic, and Tony Bennett and Carol Channing were entertaining huge crowds at Christie Field. About 80,000 people were expected at the celebration, but an estimated 800,000 showed up, 300,000 of whom crammed onto the bridge. Many had planned to walk across it, but the crowds came from both ends, met in the middle, and could go no further. The mass of humanity flattened the arched roadway. Meanwhile, winds of 30 to 35 miles an hour produced a sway on the bridge, unnerving many of the packed-in party people. Mom and I celebrated my last night as a 30-something with a group of friends from church who chartered an old frigate to sail below the bridge. We shivered while enjoying champagne, hors d'oeuvres, and a display of fireworks cascading off the bridge. But enough about the bridge's birthday. Let's talk about mine. The 100 or so guests included my ex, David, his ex, Sherry, and their 2 girls, my mom, and Peter, a new guy I was dating. We hired a DJ and caterers, and I decided to contribute with my own famous pasta salad. As luck would have it, the weight of the huge salad in a giant pottery bowl broke my refrigerator shelf. So on Saturday, June 6, 1987, I ventured into an appliance store in San Rafael and announced I needed a new shelf. Without uttering a word, a good-looking 6'5" appliance salesman crooked his finger, indicating I should follow him. I did, through rows of washers, dryers, and dishwashers, until he stepped behind a counter with a sign reading "Parts" hanging above it. And the first thing he said to me was, "I'm sorry, the parts department is closed." Chapter: 2 Wrongs Make Mr. Right. Wayne Thomas Ferris was his name, WTF for short. By the time I left the appliance store, I was grinning from ear to ear. It wasn't because I thought I'd met husband number 3. It was because I'd found my forever appliance guy, a necessity for the single woman homeowner. He said he would order the shelf and it might take a couple of weeks to arrive. Then he found excuses on Tuesday and Wednesday to call me at work on the pretense of asking for more details about the shelf. This was before a voicemail, and I remember being excited when I saw the pink missed call messages indicating my appliance guy had called. The calls turned into fun half-hour conversations. When he again called to say the shelf had arrived, he told me that he had free drink tickets at a new Mexican restaurant and asked if I'd like to join him for drinks and happy hour hors d'oeuvres. I wondered out loud, do you need to ask your wife first? Since I wasn't sure if he was actually available. And he replied, no, I don't even have to ask my girlfriend. After a couple of hours and a couple margaritas, he tested me. Would I want to go to the bar across the street to catch the rest of an NBA playoff game on TV? I said sure. That's all he needed to know, and we've been together ever since. Him watching the NBA while I watched The Bachelor. And there was no charge for him to personally install the refrigerator shelf and stay the night so he could check it in the morning. When I wondered how it had arrived so quickly, he said he'd had it overnighted. Years later, he admitted that when the parts manager returned after the weekend, she had found it in the back room with other ordered parts that were never picked up. We'd been together a couple of months when I casually asked, so when are we getting married? His reaction was, whoa, I thought I'd have a year or two before that came up. You've been married twice before, and I've been married twice before. I was raised Catholic, and I don't think I could deal with a third failed marriage. I followed up with, so you would marry the two women it wouldn't work with, but not the one that it would work with? After a moment to consider, he came back with, okay, I'll tell you what. If we're getting along this well 5 years from now, I'll marry you just like that. And he snapped his fingers. Being a perennial planner, I returned with a calendar and pointed out that June 6, 1992, the 5th anniversary of the day we met, would conveniently fall on a Saturday, and he reminded me that he works on Saturdays. I suggested he ask for the day off now, and sure enough, he got the day off, and the wedding was on. We celebrated our anniversaries in advance, -4 years, -3 years, etc. He let me know right away that he was a package deal. The package was Johanna, his cute little 8-year-old blonde daughter, who spent every other weekend with him. Wayne said he expected she would want to live with him someday, as she and her mom were prone to arguing, something Wayne understood. He was renting a house in Petaluma with his dear friend Joey and their large pet rabbit, Martin, who had been mistaken on occasion for a very, very large cat. Wayne met Joey at the Trade Winds bar in Katati. A divorced father with 2 daughters, a toddler and a preteen from 2 previous relationships, Joey was also 6'5", a good-looking buff Italian who rode a Harley. He also drove a truck and worked in construction. He was tough, but he had a heart of gold. In answer to the question, how tough was he? He once worked at San Quentin, managing the prison's construction crew of convicts. Wayne and Joey made a good team. Wayne was the cook and Joey the meticulous housekeeper who vacuumed daily. In old sitcom vernacular, it was The Odd Couple meets My Two Dads. To cure Johanna of dropping her stuff on the living room floor, Joey would neatly pile her scattered belongings in the garbage can in the garage with a layer of newspaper for protection. Because Wayne's most recent girlfriend had been jealous of Johanna, I didn't meet her for a couple of months. By the time we finally got together, she was very interested in visiting the A-frame on the creek in Fairfax and being part of our little family. And the fact that I worked in public relations for a TV station didn't hurt, as she got to know the stars of a couple of our local children's programs and participate in events that I coordinated. Those included Living History Days and holiday sing-alongs, and she even got credit on a telethon as a production assistant. That production was filmed at the Redwood Empire Ice Arena in Santa Rosa, built by Peanuts creator Charles Schulz. Johanna's job was to keep people away from the set, and not knowing who Mr. Schulz was, she made the mistake of telling him he had to move. He was not pleased. Her big thrill that day was meeting and hanging out with Olympic medalist Christy Yamaguchi. For another telethon, Johanna accompanied me in a limo to pick up the 2 main stars of NBC's Saved by the Bell and spent the day with them at Ghirardelli Square, for a live Easter Seals telethon. She and I sat with the chauffeur in the front, while teen actors Mark-Paul Gosselaar and Tiffany Thiessen rode in the back of the limo with their moms. Johanna was so starstruck that her head spun around and she gaped open-mouthed at them in the back seat. Wayne was also impressed with the perks a TV career afforded. Within 3 months of our meeting, I learned I'd won a 10-day vacation to Hawaii, to the island of my choosing, including airfare, a condo on the beach, and a rental car. I'd received the top score on Cron's annual contest, determining the success of NBC's new fall lineup, based simply on 30-second promos. I had to guess which shows would be canceled before Christmas, which would be axed after 1 year, and which would be renewed. My winning score was 87%, and we were in Hawaii 2 months later. Another trip that year was Compliments of Disney, to encourage TV stations' participation in an on-air Disney promotion. We promotion people were invited from all over the country to Orlando for 4 days and nights of fun. Included were our airfare, line-free visits to Disney World and Epcot Center, fabulous dinners, parties, and entertainment. In our spare time, we took advantage of free boat rentals and a 24-hour hospitality suite in the event we were ever in danger of sobering up. In Wayne's words, the mouse knows how to party. And then there were tickets to baseball playoffs and one World Series game that almost didn't happen. We were scheduled to attend the fourth game of the 1989 World Series between the SF Giants and the Oakland A's. The previous evening, October 17th, I was gathering my jacket and purse to rush home to catch the third game of the series with Wayne when at 5:04 p.m. the building started to shake. Seconds later, we were in the dark and off the air. It was the big one, the Loma Prieta earthquake. A section of the Bay Bridge and Interstate 880 in Oakland had collapsed. There were no operational traffic lights in San Francisco, and some of the homes in the Marina District were on fire. The next morning, with generators now keeping the station on the air, I was watching our live coverage from home. Bay Area Backroads host Jerry Graham, filling in for the anchors who had been up all night, reported that Mayor Agnew said to stay away from San Francisco, but Graham quickly added, if you were an employee at Cron, report to work immediately. I took water, peanut butter, and crackers, a sleeping bag, and a pillow and headed to town. Bryant Gumbel, Jane Pauley, and Tom Brokaw all arrived that day, and we had to find them workspaces in a building with 15% power and a rental van for the Today Show. We were all pressed into service and told that our allegiance was to the station, not our families. It wasn't a fun time, and was followed by a hideous commute for a month as East Bay traffic to San Francisco was diverted through Marin and over the Golden Gate Bridge. But we did make it to the fourth game of the World Series, just 1 week late. Chapter, They Come in Threes, Harley, Wayne, Johanna. One day, Wayne asked if my golden retriever, Muffy, might want a male companion. Joey's former girlfriend had moved, and no dogs were allowed at the new apartment, so Harley, the 15-year-old Irish setter they previously shared, was now homeless. Because dogs were also not allowed by Wayne's landlord, and I've always loved doggies, I agreed to take him in, sight unseen. Once I laid eyes on him, I was in love. Despite being deaf and balding on his back, Harley was the sweetest living creature I'd ever known. He and Muffy enjoyed their golden years together. I took them for walks along the creek before the sun rose. I recall one day when they were dragging me on their leashes to catch up with what turned out to be a skunk. I yanked them around and dragged them as I jogged towards home. To my horror, the skunk trotted along behind us, but thankfully never raised a stink. 14 months after we met, and with Harley sending back good reports about life on Canyon Road, Wayne was ready to leave his dear friend and housekeeper Joey and move in with me and the dogs. One of my first tasks was to jettison the waterbed I'd slept on for the past decade. Due to Wayne's size, at 6'5" and weighing 80 pounds more than I was no longer sleeping in squishy comfort. It was more like balancing on a large, round ball, or worse, When he hopped into bed, I simply flew off in the opposite direction. Not long after, at age 10, Johanna wanted to move in too. Her dad explained that she would have to get her mother's permission and coached her to say, "I'd like to live with Dad for a while," rather than "I don't want to live with you anymore." It took several months for Ellen to agree and a session with her therapist to determine if we'd make suitable parents. We both took a morning off from work to meet with the goateed Freud look-alike who treated us like pregnant teenagers, telling us that parenting wasn't all fun. He asked us to think of him not as a therapist, but simply as a friendly uncle. Gross. When he asked if we had insurance to cover the visit, I asked, "And what should I say my problem is?" At age 11, Johanna was ensconced upstairs in the A-frame and enrolled in the wonderful, tiny, private Cascade Canyon school. Although the K-8 school was co-ed, the combined 7th and 8th grade class consisted of just 8 girls, and the British owner of the school was not only Johanna's teacher, but also the mother of one of her new school chums. That's British for friends. Johanna thrived, got the attention she needed, and for once realized it was cool to be smart. When Anne bravely offered to escort the girls on a 2-week vacation to Europe that first summer, Johanna really got to work. Taking on babysitting jobs to help defray the cost, she also negotiated for cash presents on Christmas and her birthday. She's been hooked on travel ever since. Wayne is the least codependent person I've ever known. Because he says no to anything he doesn't want to do, he's never resentful. Specifically, he taught me to say no unapologetically, which came in handy with Johanna. She had a habit of waiting until he was unavailable to ask me for permission to do something that she knew he wouldn't approve of. Sometimes I'd ask, "What do you think your father would say?" or reminded her that the decision was above my pay grade. And sometimes I'd just say no. It was very liberating. The night before she headed off to school for the first time, Wayne told her it was time to go to bed. She pointed at me and asked, "What about her?" During Johanna's 4 years at Sir Francis Drake High School, Wayne insisted she be involved in sports and student government. Her favorite was definitely cheerleading, and she liked to practice her routines around the house. Seeing her do her thing with the squad at a high school basketball game actually brought tears to my eyes. I'd never seen her so happy. One day at Bubba's, one of Wayne's favorite diners in San Anselmo, he congratulated the new owner and introduced himself. Suddenly, from behind the counter, the waitress exclaimed, "Wayne, it's me, Jody." After a pause, she said, "From Portland. I used to live with you." Now he remembered. When Wayne lived in Portland, working for a TV station shooting and developing news film, Jody, the little sister of his best friend's wife, arrived in town and needed a place to live. She was 18, and although Wayne, at 30, wasn't looking for a roommate, he took her in. Catching up on each other's lives, marriages, and children, they discovered they both had 16-year-old daughters at Drake. "Your daughter's Bree? Johanna's yours?" Johanna and Bree were good friends and had spent a lot of time at each other's homes. Chapter: One Wedding and a Funeral. Wayne made good on his promise to marry me on D-Day, June 6, 1992. It was a momentous year. As it was the third wedding for each of us, we chose Rancho Nicasio Bar and Restaurant in West Marin as our venue. The entire town of Nicasio, with a population of a few dozen, was built around a baseball diamond. The restaurant was part of the main building in town, which also included the post office and a general store. There was also a tiny white chapel on the hill to the right. When friends learned we were getting married in Nicasio, they'd ask, "Oh, in the little chapel?" And Wayne loved to reply, "No, in the bar next door." We went with an informal theme and a Western motif. The invitation was headlined, "Showdown, High Noon, Rancho Nicasio." Johanna would be my maid of honor, Joey Wayne's groomsman, and everything was ready to go. After all, I'd had 5 years to plan it. At 80, Mom had sold her travel agency, but was still working part-time for the new owner. That March, I'd accompany Mom and Dad on a 2-week trip to Spain and Portugal. I noticed that she was coughing a lot and not her usual energetic self, leading the way. Always driven, she never complained. A month later, she escorted a group of her senior friends who were also clients on a bus tour of the South. Within a couple weeks of returning home, she got a diagnosis of stage 4 lung cancer. It was just 3 weeks before the wedding. As usual, her main concern was not being a bother. One of her greatest fears was losing her mind, and she was actually relieved to know that wasn't going to happen. With no fear of death, just excitement about what awaited her on the other side, she let the doctor know that she was opting for no treatment. She even called her brother Harmon in L.A. to say, "Bubba, I'm on my way." Kathy and I flew home to be with her and Dad. By this time, she had morphine for the pain and was determined to check out before the wedding. On Sunday morning, May 31st, she said her goodbyes and asked us to leave her. In her final act of service, she was donating her body to science. The medical school at the University of Texas wanted to retrieve her body within an hour of her passing, so she asked us to just give her 15 minutes. Dad, Kathy, and I were choking down sandwiches and tears when the phone rang. It was Mom's lawyer returning our call about her unsigned revised will. I explained the situation, and he said he'd be right over with a handwritten version that she could sign. Just as I was telling him it might be too late, I heard a weak "hello" on the line, and we all exclaimed, "She's alive!" On Monday, she tried again to check out, and this time we held hands, told her we loved her, to keep in touch if that was possible, and wished her safe travels. After a few minutes of labored breathing, she opened her eyes and murmured, "Never mind." The next day, she slipped into a coma, and the following morning, I flew back to work just in time for a wedding shower at the TV station that afternoon and the wedding rehearsal that evening. I called Kathy at 5 p.m. between the two events, and she said, "Mom's gone, the sheriff's here, and the med school techs are on their way to fetch her." When the sheriff asked Dad for his driver's license, he said, "But officer, I wasn't speeding." I'm pretty sure that's where I got my inappropriate humor. All part of my guess genes, and that's spelled Genes. So 3 days before the wedding, Mom was off on her next adventure, and she did it her way. No treatment and not one day in the hospital. Truth be told, it actually was a very positive experience for all of us. Mom and I had been the best of friends, and I had done most of my mourning before she passed. Still, I was particularly happy to have the distraction of the wedding to wonderful Wayno, as I like to call him. Dad, understandably, was grieving and did not come out, but Kathy did. She set out at 5 a.m. the morning after Mom died in a car passed on to her from Aunt Ruth and arrived at my doorstep in Fairfax the next evening. We usually took 3 days to drive from Hitchcock to L.A. in the summers of our youth. Kathy made it all the way to San Francisco in half the time, driving about 100 miles an hour, sobbing most of the way. She got one ticket for speeding and stopped for a few hours' sleep in Tucson late Thursday night after taking half of one of Mom's morphine pills. Then Friday morning, she sped home to L.A. to pick up her family, and Jerry drove the rest of the way, arriving in time for dinner on the eve of the wedding. The wedding itself was great fun. Kathy wore the dress that Mom had bought to wear that day. I actually held it together well, toasting to Mom and Dad, as well as to the 10 or so people who never gave up on me and proved it by attending all 3 of my weddings. Wayne had always been obsessed with boats and had often joked that if I bought him a boat, he'd marry me. So as part of the ceremony, the minister asked, "Wayne, what gift do you bring?" Not realizing the correct answer was the ring, he replied, "Gift? Was I supposed to bring a gift?" When she asked me what gift I brought, I held up a photo of the new boat we'd just purchased and replied, "A boat." Then she said, "Bless this boat, bless Linda who gives it, and Wayne who receives it. With this boat I thee wed." We named the boat Lucky Break as a tribute to the broken refrigerator shelf that brought us together. We danced to a live band headlined by Dick Bright of the Fairmont Hotel, who played our song, "I Could Write a Book," from the 1940s Roger and Hart musical, Pal Joey. And it went like this. If they asked me, I could write a book about the way you walk and whisper and look. I could write a preface on how we met so the world would never forget. And the simple secret of the plot is just to tell them that I love you a lot. Then the world discovers, as my book ends, how to make 2 lovers of friends. We headed up to Lake Tahoe for what was supposed to be a 2-week honeymoon, towing Lucky Break behind us. My mood was dampened as the focus shifted from our wedding to the fact that I'd never see or talk to Mom again. And the weather responded in kind by turning damp and frigid. It was June, and instead of taking the boat out on the lake, we made a snowman and took pictures of Lucky Break covered in 4 inches of snow. We cut our honeymoon short so I could go home for 2 memorial services for Mom. Kathy and I were astounded to meet so many people whose lives she'd touched, and we were moved to hear how many of her younger friends spoke at the services and said Alice was like a mom to them. But 1992 wasn't over yet. On November 8th, I was laid off from Cron. Time to reinvent myself. But as I mentioned earlier, I started writing this book first, and then, mid-sentence, the phone rang. Chapter: The Book Business. That phone call was from a couple of friends who wanted me to co-author a shopping guide to San Francisco. Diane Parenti was a personal shopper, and Carol Blackman a journalist who wrote about fashion for the San Jose Mercury News. They did all the research, and I did the writing, indexing, typesetting, and coordinated the custom map and printing. I created my own tiny publishing company, named not so subtly, Buy the Book Enterprises. It's spelled B-U-Y, the book. The book was titled Way to Go, followed by subtitle Shopping in San Francisco. It was a thrill seeing it on display in local bookstores. Our biggest sale was 800 copies to the San Francisco Marriott Marquis, which they used as a gift for the spouses of convention attendees. I learned a great deal by joining the Bay Area's Independent Publishers Association and attending all their meetings. One memorable speaker explained the benefit of self-publishing thus: for an investment of a few $1,000s, you can fill your entire garage with books. I felt like at least we had the advantage of my experience in marketing. One of the many lessons we'd learned is that writing a guidebook about retail stores might not be the best idea. Even before the first printing, it was out of date. We also learned that it wasn't going to make us rich. We were lucky to break even. Then one night, I awoke suddenly with my next big idea. For my last 10 years at Cron, I'd hosted free career panels one Wednesday a month from 5 to 7 p.m. This was in response to the flood of requests I received for informational interviews with job seekers wanting to break it into the business. I booked several guest speakers on a rotating basis from the news division, which accounted for half of our employees, and from programming, sales, and public affairs. So my new idea turned into a book entitled Television Careers, A Guide to Breaking and Entering. Consistent with the subtitles, the chapters included casing the joint, preparing for the break-in, choosing your target, tools of the trade, getting past security, caught on camera, the big house, and doing time. After listening to our career speakers for 10 years, I'd collected tons of advice and great anecdotes to pass on. I typeset the book myself and found a printer in Ohio. With 6,000 books on the press, I compiled a list of about 700 professors across the country who taught broadcasting, journalism, and communications courses and sent them all copies. I also joined the Broadcast Professors Association, the BPA, and attended the next 2 annual conventions in Las Vegas, where I met many of the professors and a lot of broadcasting students. My second year, they asked me to speak on a panel for the benefit of students in attendance. Several of the professors also took me up on my offer to come to their classes as a guest speaker. For the next year or so, I went on 3 speaking tours from California to Texas to Georgia, as well as one in New England. One professor at Penn State even put me up in her guest room. Of my 30 to 35 speaking engagements, some of the better-known out-of-state schools were NYU's Graduate School of Journalism and a couple of the SUNY colleges, UMass, Colgate, Ithaca College, Emerson and Northeastern in Boston, Georgia State, University of Alabama, Ole Miss, University of Texas, and Brigham Young. I was also a guest on a dozen or so TV and radio talk shows, including one on Cron, ironically the station that had booted me. My proudest accolade was a review in the trade publication Broadcasting Magazine that called the book marvelous. Needless to say, the books are now out of date, and the couple hundred left in my garage are now being offered for the bargain price of $0 each. Chapter: Farewell to Fairfax. We all love the A-frame on Canyon Road and the old hippie vibe of Fairfax, with its annual summer festival complete with parade, music, local crafts, organic wine tasting, and Eco-Fest, an ecological celebration. But by 1996, with Johanna graduating from high school and heading to San Diego State, and both Harley and Muffy in doggy heaven, we were thinking about our next move. I'd lived in the canyon for 14 years, Wayne for 10, and he was not fond of his daily commute to Santa Rosa. Since the Oakland fire of 1991, I hadn't been comfortable on our dead-end road in the woods with access limited to a one-way wooden bridge over the creek. Even though it had been replaced by a one-way concrete bridge, we started house hunting. We began by looking in Petaluma because it was only 20 minutes to Santa Rosa. Wayne had lived there for several years with his second wife and Johanna, and then with his friend Joey prior to moving in with me. Petaluma was a very picturesque town with a 50s vibe. In fact, it's been the setting for several movies, including American Graffiti, Peggy Sue Got Married, and Pleasantville. I was scouting one Saturday while Wayne was at work and saw an open house sign at a new development on Adobe Creek Golf Course. I love the architecture of the homes, but my first thought was that we couldn't afford to live on a golf course, so I drove away. Then I thought, why not at least check it out? So after 21 years in Marin, we nabbed a brand new 2-story, 4-bedroom home with a big yard overlooking the back 9 holes of the golf course for the unbelievably low price of $299,000. We moved in April of 1997 with just 1 month to build a deck and landscape the backyard before my 50th birthday party. It was actually a 50th celebration for 3. For 28 years, I'd kept up with my 2 best friends from the YWCA Residence Club, Linda and Ruth, names I could easily remember, what with mine being Linda Ruth. We had bonded as recent 22-year-old college graduates, all embarking on adulthood together in San Francisco. We lived at the Y together until Linda Bess and I both moved out the following April. She was off to Boulder, and I was headed to Asia as a tour guide for Nob Hill Travel. Ruthie eventually moved to London and married a Brit. Later, divorced, she returned stateside, earned her PhD, and settled in Boston as a therapist. We called her Dr. Ruth. Linda, now going by her middle name, Kay, headed to Europe for 3 years at the age of 26 with a girlfriend from Boulder. After backpacking through Italy, Spain, and Greece, she and her girlfriend landed in Garmisch, where she met Larry, a member of the Army Ski Patrol. She later followed him to his new post in Stuttgart and landed a job representing Max Factor in the cosmetics department of the PX. After Larry was discharged, the 2 of them came home to the Pacific Northwest where Larry was raised. He's long gone now, and she's been living happily ever after with her husband Dennis in Seattle. Discussing the Big 5-0, Kay and I decided it would be comforting to celebrate that milestone together, and then talked Ruthie in Boston into joining us. We'd seen a lot of each other over the years, but had not been together as a threesome since we left the Y. My birthday and the party fell on Memorial Day, and as luck would have it, we were treated by our close neighbor, the Petaluma Municipal Airport, to a vintage air show featuring colorful biplanes and historic military planes. Sharing the big birthday eased the transition, and we made a pact to celebrate every 10 years together. Our 60th was in Boston on Ruthie's birthday, and our 70th was scheduled for Kay's birthday in Seattle. Sadly, at 63, just 3 years after our Boston reunion, Ruthie succumbed to a brain tumor. Kay and I, realizing that life isn't forever, moved up our celebrations to every 5 years. Part 7. Life After 50. Chapter: A Privilege to Serve. As much fun as book touring and public speaking have been, I realized it was time to focus on making a living. One Monday morning, I was at my home office making a list of pros and cons of freelance versus full-time employment when my fax machine coughed up an offer I couldn't refuse. The fax was from my former sister-in-law, Mike's sister, Kathy Myers, who was in charge of secondary marketing at First Republic in San Francisco. She wondered if, from my years of marketing, I might know someone who would be interested in a position as First Republic's marketing director. The job description was attached. She'd spoken very highly of the bank, and when I read the description, I realized I actually had all the skills required. And then, to my surprise, I read financial background preferred. I was floored and interested. I had some concerns that my personality might not be a good fit in the corporate world, but decided to at least give it and myself a chance. I was interested to see if my first reaction was to flee. A couple of days later, I headed to San Francisco on the Larkspur Ferry to meet with CEO and founder of the bank, Jim Herbert, and COO, Catherine August DeWilde, who later was named president. Only 11 years old in 1996, First Republic was a thrift and loan with roughly 180 employees in California and Nevada. Not only was I applying to be the head of marketing, I would, in fact, be the entire department. Jim was a brilliant marketer and was looking for someone who could implement his vision expeditiously. In fact, his mantra was ready, fire, aim. I was 49 at the time and pretty speedy for my age. Deadlines and stress had been my life for 19 years of television marketing, so we were a fit. Jim had a wonderful sense of humor, and I instantly liked him, and I'm not just saying that because he may read this someday. Catherine was also very smart, driven, intense, and seemed impressed with my writing skills. She asked me why I wanted the job, and I said it would be for the money. She said, "No, really." And I told her that I'd heard a lot of great things about First Republic and the usual lines about working with others and using my skills. Then I added that as my stepdaughter was headed off to college, the paycheck would come in handy. She said, "Oh, stepchildren, very difficult." And then, "Do you have any children of your own?" And before I could stop myself, I slapped my palm on my forehead and said, "Oh no, I forgot to have children," as if I'd left the iron on. She didn't laugh. I was afraid I'd blown it. A couple of weeks later, I was in for a second interview, and after a 20-minute chat with Jim, he asked, "How soon can you start?" I looked at my watch. It was 1:50 p.m., so I replied, 2 o'clock. He said, "Not soon enough." And I came back with, "Okay, how about as soon as you quit talking?" I stayed the rest of the day meeting with the woman who managed all the branches. Clearly, I didn't have much book business to wrap up. Within my first year there, we added checking accounts to our savings and loans and became First Republic Bank. We also hired Landor and Associates to upgrade our letterhead, signage, collateral, and eagle logo, essentially flipping the bird so it was facing right, changing it from green to gold and adding a white head. We also added the tagline, "It's a privilege to serve you." Our entire culture was built on service, and our clients absolutely loved us for it. I found that my abilities and personality suited the job. I was undaunted by the pace, and my codependent nature meant that I excelled at delivering projects on time. Most of my colleagues in banking avoided the limelight, so my love of an audience was an asset. My first gig was at the company's Northern California holiday party, where I anchored a humorous year-in-review newscast, complete with visuals. Think Saturday Night Live's Weekend Update. I was known for pushing the envelope with borderline inappropriate bits. After 1 year's show, I saw Catherine approaching me and was bracing for impact. I was more than relieved when she said, "That was really funny. I want you to anchor the same newscast next weekend at our Beverly Hills party for our Southern California employees. And you can fly there and back with me and Jim on a private jet." She had me at private jet. After that, I emceed annual employee benefits dinners and sales conference award shows, my favorite. I selected a theme each year and introduced the presenters, who were officers and department heads of the bank, with visuals and music. This involved photoshopping their heads onto other images. So for the theme, "We're Making History," Jim was Moses and Catherine was Catherine the Great. Other themes were Elvis, the Beatles, Dancing with the Stars, We're Out of This World, Rock and Roll, Lady Gaga Goo Goo, and our own version of the Oscars. Because the awards recipients were relationship managers who were called RMs, that year's theme was the ACAD RME Awards. And our statuette had more dignity and clothes than the Oscar. It was the Catherine, as in the Catherine goes to so-and-so. I created the Catherine out of the professional Barbie that actually looked a lot like Catherine, with red hair and sporting a smart pinstripe navy blue pantsuit similar to the one she wore. As the theme was always a surprise, some of my coworkers advised against it, afraid I was flying too close to the sun, but I persisted. The audience found it hilarious. After the performance, Catherine approached and I said, "I hope that was all right." And she actually gave me a hug, which was totally out of character, and said, "I was honored. Can I keep the Catherine?" "Of course, Madam President." We developed fairly quickly into a full-service financial institution, adding First Republic Trust Company and First Republic Wealth Management, which included securities and investment management. In 2001, Jim brought in someone to help us decide if we wanted to hire an advertising agency. The consultant, Diane Snedeker, had been the president of Ketchum Advertising, a national ad agency, and had been responsible for the Bank of America account. She was hired to consult with us from May through September. One of her first contributions was articulating the company values. Of all of them, do the right thing, provide extraordinary service, respect the team, move forward, move fast, etc. My favorite was have fun. In June 2000, Johanna graduated from San Diego State. We flew down for 3 days of partying and rented a huge Cadillac DeVille to shuttle her and her posse around. The night before graduation, we tried to keep up with the girls at the dueling piano bar, but didn't quite make it. At 11 or so, as they were getting started on tequila shots, Wayne and I left, defeated, to return to our hotel, but not until Wayne tipped the bartender $100 and asked him to keep an eye on them and be sure they got into taxis headed back to their apartments. The next morning, we arrived, and they all woke up to Wayne rolling joints to help them get through the long ceremony. They had no idea Johanna's dad was so cool. Within a week of her graduation, Johanna searched the internet and landed an au pair position in Le Vésinet, a fancy suburb of Paris. She spent a full year taking care of 5-year-old Damien. She taught him some English and catapulted her high school French into an everyday fluency with all the latest slang and a decidedly Parisian accent. Damien's mother introduced her to French cuisine and had her cook for their frequent dinner parties. The experience transformed Johanna from an extremely finicky eater of mac and cheese and top ramen into a foodie and an excellent cook, and eventually inspired her to become a licensed sommelier. On September 3rd, 2001, Wayne and I flew off to Paris to rendezvous with Johanna and introduce her to our French family during a week-long barge trip on the Canal du Midi. After adjusting to the 9-hour time difference, we zipped south on the TGV high-speed train to Toulouse and were welcomed by Pascal, Serge, and 1.5-year-old Anaël. We were joined by my friend Javier from Cron and Guidon, a 21-year-old family friend from California. He and Johanna had been palling around that summer after he'd studied classical guitar for a year in Spain. He ended up providing wonderful accompaniment for the cruise. Wayne captained the 4-stateroom barge through the locks of the Languedoc region of France from Negre to Aigues-Mortes, with several stops along the way, my favorite being Carcassonne. 2 days into the cruise, as we approached a lock at 6 p.m., we passed a small barge exiting the lock, and instead of the friendly wave, the woman sitting on top was glaring and shaking her head. We wondered how we defended her. Once we entered the lock, the attendant came out with his wife and children by his side. That had never happened before. They also appeared upset, and then asked, "Êtes-vous des Américaines?" We said oui, and they broke the news about the terrorist attacks with "New York n'existe plus. Il y avait une apocalypse. Des avions se sont écrasés sur le World Trade Center et ils sont tombés sur la terre." They invited us into their living room to watch CNN in English on their satellite TV. In shock, we exited the lock, tied our barge to a tree, and took advantage of their warm hospitality. They offered us something to drink and left us alone. The morning after the attack, we had to continue in order to return Le Boat on time. This was before cell phones and the internet. So the only news we could get of the 9/11 attack for the next 5 days was via French radio broadcast and newspapers. During that time, we were really touched by the kindness of the French, the moment of silence and the American flag flying at half-staff at the City Hall in Toulouse, the rows of flowers and messages of condolence lining the barrier at the American consulate in Marseille, and merchants and even passers-by on the street expressing their sympathy. Our last night on the canal, I received a message from Pascal's sister Anne that someone from my office had called. I hiked up a hill in the dark with a flashlight toward the little town and managed to find a payphone. I was eventually connected to Jason Bender, a new addition to the bank's management team, who was working with Diane, and yes, they were trying to reach me. They had good news. Instead of hiring an agency, we were keeping Diane. I asked if there was any reason for me to come back, and after what seemed like too long a pause, they assured me my job was intact. I was thrilled. Diane was whip-smart, very focused, and a fabulous writer and editor. Now with the chief marketing officer, our department expanded quickly, and I was delighted to let her worry about the big picture, working with top management and new hires, while I narrowed my focus to what I did best and enjoyed most: writing, coordinating projects, and entertaining the troops. The department's workload had greatly expanded with the growth of the bank. Not only had we added trust and wealth management services, but our branches grew from 11 to 70, and the employee count from 182 to 2,700 in my 19 years there. We had also expanded into several new markets, including New York, Boston, Greenwich, Connecticut, and Palm Beach, Florida. Chapter: Wanderlust. I didn't expect to work there for 19 years. Wayne and I were always talking about retirement scenarios. In fact, 6 years after joining the bank, my holiday letter in 2002 revealed that between January and November of that year alone, we changed our plans 4 times. It all began on New Year's Day when I set a retirement date for 6 years out. We decided to build a 48-foot steel-hulled diesel duck with a 5,000-mile range on 1 tank of gas. We'd name her Daffy and plan to live on her as we cruised around the world. By April, we'd changed the plan to move to New Zealand in 2 years and have the boat built there. Not long after, we decided to forget about building the boat and just move to New Zealand. And then we hatched our 4th plan when we learned that establishing residency in New Zealand was expensive and difficult, and without it, we could only stay there 6 months of the year. By that time, we had purchased our 4th boat, a Chinese-made CHB trawler named Chubby, spelled CHBY but pronounced Chubby. I could relate. So we decided to live on Chubby in the Delta half the year and in New Zealand the other 6 months, enjoying 2 summers and no winters per year. That was the plan until November 24th, when on a whim we visited some new model homes in Rio Vista. Within 2 hours, New Zealand was in the rearview mirror, and we were the proud owners of our soon-to-be-built retirement home at Trilogy, an active adult community. I love the Spanish architecture and yet another golf course view, but what really hooked me was the price, roughly half the cost of a new home in the Bay Area. Our 3-week scouting trip to New Zealand the following March turned into a vacation. We had a great time reconnecting with our Kiwi friends, Kim and her parents, Rob and Deebs, and meeting her new and improved husband, David. Their hospitality extended to setting us up with their friends and relatives along the way, which resulted in us falling in love with the Kiwis and their country. Despite the strong winds and extreme summer heat of Rio Vista, we loved the house itself and all the jackrabbits that hopped through our yard and the golf course. Although we met the age requirement of 55 and older, being 56 and 58 when we moved in, we learned right away that, as Wayne puts it, we were way too immature to live with people our own age. When we attended a couple of get-togethers at our clubhouse, I couldn't relate to all the white-haired ladies who reminded me of my grandmother Polly and her friends. I was so excited to meet my new next-door neighbor that I may have been too enthusiastic and chatty when I first tackled her in the driveway. Within a couple of minutes, she said, "I think I hear the phone," and that's the last time we spoke for our 2 years and 4 months as neighbors. Clearly, she wouldn't have made a good audience anyway. Once we purchased the home, Wayne decided to go ahead and retire at 58 to avoid having to learn a new computer system at work. My commute to San Francisco was 2 hours each way, an hour by car to Pittsburgh and another hour on BART. And then, because our friends lived in Marin and San Francisco, we often commuted back to the Bay Area on weekends to party, attend boat shows, or dine at decent restaurants that were sorely lacking in the Delta. Before we'd even moved into the new house, I changed my mind about retirement. A couple of frustrating challenges at work had disappeared, thanks to Diane, and I realized there was no need to flee. I made the most of the commute, listening to books on tape in the car, and working, reading, or dozing off on BART. Wayne kept asking if I wanted to move back closer to work, and I eventually agreed. As it turned out, the timing was perfect. We decided to sell both the Petaluma home we'd paid off and rented out and our new Rio Vista home a year before the financial crisis of 2007. The $299,000 Petaluma home we'd owned for 8 years sold for $805,000, and the 2-year-old Trilogy home had appreciated by $184,000. So now we were driving to the Bay Area on weekends in search of a home in the East Bay with a short BART commute to Embarcadero Center. We found a wonderful community in Brickyard Cove in Point Richmond. Once again, we selected a lot for our new home, this one overlooking the bay, San Francisco, Angel Island, and Marin County. During that next year, we had to keep an eye on the builders, pointing out early on that they were constructing the wrong model on our lot, and later that they'd painted the house the wrong color. That was more than 15 years ago, and we still love our home, our neighbors, and our whole community. Our neighbor Doug across the street even puts up and takes down all our holiday outdoor lights and decorations every year. Wayne developed a great group of friends at the Richmond Yacht Club, and my gaggle of new girlfriends was comprised of my workout buddies. We hiked the hills of Miller Knox Regional Shoreline across the street from our home 2 evenings a week, and the trails of Mount Tam every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Our mighty leader on the hikes and in restorative exercise classes was Nancy Burns, who founded Body Wisdom, an exercise studio in our little town. I particularly loved the Zumba classes, and of course I absolutely adored the easy commute to San Francisco for 9 years until my retirement. Chapter: Time Off for Good Behavior. In 2006, Wayne and I took advantage of one of the bank's best perks, a 2-month paid sabbatical to reward employees for 10 years of service. Wayne and I spent 5 weeks of that break visiting our friends in France, Germany, the Czech Republic, and Poland. As luck would have it, our travel dates coincided with the big Polish wedding of Edita and Corey, Bree's brother. The venue was a hotel at a beautiful lake resort near Poznan, the birthplace of Wayne's mother. Bree and Johanna would be there, as well as Corey and Bree's mother, Jody, Wayne's roomie from Portland. Wayne had always wanted to visit Poland, so when we were invited to the wedding, Wayne offered to take pictures. He'd been a professional portrait and wedding photographer in his 30s, so he packed his tripod and all his gear. We'd never seen a celebration like it. The 4 p.m. wedding in the new Catholic church, only 150 years old, in Edita's hometown was followed by a 12-hour reception overlooking the lake from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. There were 80 guests, 10 of us Americans, and the rest Polish. The dancing to a live band was broken up by meals at 6 and 9 p.m., the wedding cake at midnight, and a final meal at 3 a.m. The food was a necessity to absorb the bottle of vodka at each place setting. We were expected to take a shot every time the bride and groom kissed, and they kissed every time someone clinked the glass. There were a number of young couples, most of whom spoke English, who entertained us with their dancing, but the So You Think You Can Dance prize went to Edita's sister and her uncle. The polkas were particularly entertaining. At 61 and 59, we tried to keep up with the bride's 90-year-old grandmother without success. Word was that she made it until the bitter end. Wayne and I bailed at 4 a.m., but not until Wayne had taken roughly 1,000 photos with his first digital camera. The Polish family, including Edita and her new husband, stayed up to attend Mass at 7 a.m., and then the bride and groom got back in their wedding attire to host a luncheon at noon that day. It featured more vodka and a giant meal of all the leftovers from the night before: beef stroganoff, ham, turkey, and yes, wedding cake. By this time, the bride and groom were staring blankly into space, and for me, no more concerns about my weight or my blood alcohol level dropping dangerously low. The sabbatical vacation also included a week with my friend Matthias, who had interned at Kron 25 years earlier. He met us at the Frankfurt airport and drove us to his home in Erfurt. I walked right past him despite the fact he was wearing a classic Kron jacket, but fortunately he recognized Wayne, who at 6'5" stands out in a crowd. Matthias introduced us to his wife and home in the beautiful Thuringia region of what used to be East Germany. As an on-air announcer and radio station producer, he treated us to a couple station-sponsored events, a bike race that he was hosting, and a dressy outdoor evening performance of Der Mond, The Moon, by Erfurt Theater and the Erfurt Philharmonic Orchestra. Relishing his role as tour guide, Matthias led us on uphill hikes to as many castles as he could fit into a week, getting himself in trouble with his Frau when we arrived late for dinner. On our own, we visited Dresden and Berlin, two beautiful cities rebuilt after World War II. Prague was also an amazing city. We were finally getting to visit our friends Pavel and Marcella in their natural habitat. Our friendship dated back to Pavel's early 20s when he worked for me at the bank for 2 summers. They treated us to dinner in a nearby village at the medieval tavern, which included several slabs of meat, as well as singing, shouting, and even some sword play by costumed entertainers. Knives were provided with the meal, but they also brought forks for the wussies who requested them. We loved our visit to the popular medieval Czech city of Chesny Krumlov and an overnight visit to Pavel's parents' and grandmother's home in the wine country. We drank ourselves through an afternoon in the cave of a family friend's winery. The coup de grace was an incredibly strong local plum brandy. On a couple of visits to California since then, Pavel and Marcella have gifted us with bottles of their killer brandy, and it saved us when COVID-19 broke out and hand sanitizer was hard to come by. Thanks, Pavel, for the suggestion. Next was a week in Karlsruhe to visit Suzanne, my friend and Memorial High exchange student. We got in shape by walking up and down 6 flights of stairs to her top-floor apartment. She took us to a wonderful small-town festival with lots of beer, sausages, and lederhosen, as well as dancing to the accordion Oompa band. We also finally got to visit her cabin in the Black Forest that we'd heard so much about. Then off to Heidelberg for a boat tour down the Neckar River. It was either that or taking a 4-hour hike with her friends. Finally, the pièce de résistance, a visit to Baden-Baden where we enjoyed a Baden in der Nuden all together in an ancient Roman spa. Warning, a German massage involves a stiff brush. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Our last week was with our French family in Toulouse. Our train didn't arrive until 10 p.m., and Pascal took us home to a warm surprise reunion with her extended family and a late dinner. Waiting to greet us was her mother Suzanne, who I'd known since I was 14, Pascal's sister Anne, her partner Noël, and Signor, their yellow lab, their friend Michel, and of course Serge and Anaël. 5 years since our 9/11 cruise on the Canal de Midi, Anaël was now 6. We also got to party with several of their good friends who we'd gotten to know over the years. Pascal and Serge treated us to an overnight trip to La Dordogne and the beautiful medieval town of Sarlat, famous for its foie gras. I also loved La Roque-Gagneux, a picture-perfect village consisting of 300-year-old stone houses sandwiched between the riverbank and a steep cliff, with a charming chateau at the bend of the river. Chapter Back to Work. On Sunday, January 28th, 2007, only 4 months after my glorious sabbatical, I got a call from Diane around 9 p.m., asking me to be at the office at 6 a.m. the next morning. Nothing to worry about, and she'd tell me all about it in the morning. She sounded cheery, and I didn't press for details, but I was thinking that it would be 9 a.m. on the East Coast, and there was probably some big promotion that our regional managers in New York or Boston had cooked up. I arrived at the Starbucks across the street from the headquarters at 5:45 a.m. before sunrise and saw, to my surprise, several lights on and our CFO at his desk. I may have misjudged the situation. I decided to get a latte and immediately ran into a friend from IT who asked, "Did you hear the news? Merrill Lynch is buying the bank." And that's what happens when you've built an extremely successful enterprise. Several Wall Street firms were licking their chops, and finally one of them made an offer we couldn't refuse. Merrill's offer not only made financial sense, but was a very good fit, as we would become the private bank for their wealthiest clients, but still keep our own clients and our name, management, and culture. We'd simply operate as a division of Merrill Lynch. The deal had been in negotiation for several weeks, and Diane had been very involved, working nights and weekends. Fortunately for me, upon meeting Diane, Wayne had warned her never to tell me anything that she didn't want broadcast, as I was an incurable blabbermouth. You have no idea how much work that saved me over the years. We got busy rebranding thousands of documents, collateral, letterhead, signage, bank forms, our website, and on top of that, everything had to be rolled out precisely on the morning the acquisition was finalized, September 21st, 2007. We all breathed a big sigh of relief after the smooth transition and got busy introducing ourselves to our new siblings. Within a few months, the global subprime mortgage business started to crumble. First Republic had no exposure to subprime lending, but Merrill did. Just 1 week shy of a year after we were acquired, Lehman Brothers filed for bankruptcy protection. That same weekend, Merrill Lynch agreed to be sold to Bank of America. My colleague, Kimberly, broke the shocking news by phone at 9 p.m. that Sunday night. It was my first weekend of a 3-week vacation. In fact, Wayne had left before me and was somewhere in the Pacific, south of Monterey on Buoy Toy. I stayed behind to pick up our friend Suzanne from Karlsruhe at the airport and drive south to Morro Bay to catch up with him. We made it to the West Coast Nordic Tug Rendezvous in Catalina on time. After I hung up, I immediately called Diane to see if I needed to cancel my vacation and leave Wayne floating alone in the ocean. Fortunately, it would take a while for the dust to settle, and she said I should go ahead and enjoy the trip. We had a wonderful time with Suzanne and the new tug friends we made at the rendezvous at Two Harbors, followed by several days moored in the charming town of Avalon, the only real town on the island. Ever since I'd heard the lyrics to the 1957 Four Preps hit, 26 miles across the sea, Santa Catalina is a-waitin' for me, I had wanted to visit. Cruising there on our own boat was a thrill. Finally, Catalina, the island of romance, was promoted from my bucket list to the top of my favorite boating destinations. The focus of our vacation, which also included visits to Santa Barbara and Marina del Rey, was divided between enjoying the cruise and pondering the future. It was very clear that First Republic was not a fit with B of A, and chances were quite good that we wouldn't survive intact. Our cultures could not have been more at odds. By this time, I was 61 and was so happy at the bank that I thought I'd eventually be wheeled out feet first. It was sad to contemplate our potential demise. One idea Wayne and I considered, if I were suddenly jobless, was living on our boat and renting out our Point Richmond house. In fact, after we got back from the cruise, Wayne would go down and sit on Buoy Toy all day while I was at work to see how claustrophobic the 40-foot tug was. The answer, very. So now I was crazy busy replacing the thousands of a division of Merrill Lynch taglines with a division of Bank of America. With the financial collapse, B of A had bigger problems than figuring out what to do with us. Meanwhile, our clients were begging us to buy ourselves back and were even willing to invest in the bank themselves. Jim, Catherine, and the rest of our management team were working around the clock to stay ahead of B of A and save the bank. After one deal fell through, we eventually got 2 weeks' notice to put a deal together before we would be absorbed. Miraculously, at the 11th hour, we succeeded. Then we got busy with the third rebranding project in less than 4 years. We were getting good at it. On July 1st, 2010, we were again completely independent. Memories of the celebration the night before at Schroeder's, a favorite local pub of the team, still brings tears to my eyes. Once again, Wayne had left town without me, this time to prepare Buoy Toy for cruising the Pacific Northwest. She had been trucked up to Anacortes, and some reassembly was required. After making sure everything went smoothly for the new independent First Republic Bank, I flew to Seattle the morning of July 2nd to coincide with the arrival of Suzanne from Frankfurt. 2 years after our cruise to Catalina, she was joining us once again to explore the San Juan Islands and Victoria. After the celebratory cruise, I flew home to get back to work while my retired hubby prepared to bring our baby back home on her bottom. At that point, Wayne had the idea that our retirement would involve a lot of coastal cruising. Our good friend Anthony, who with his wife Jane had buddy-boated with us to Catalina in their tug, would accompany Wayne down the coast. At a cruising speed of 10 knots per hour and docking every night along the way, it would take 12 days to make the trip, not counting the days when the winds and waves were up and they had to wait for a weather window. They made it halfway. After 6 days of bobbing in the gray ocean with gray skies for 12 hours a day, Wayne was bored out of his mind, and what he expected would be quaint fishing ports along the way had been decimated by the failing fishing and timber industries. Pulling to Coos Bay, Oregon, he encountered a large woman on the dock in a muumuu slouched in a plastic mesh chair with a cigarette hanging from her lips. Without removing the cigarette, she asked in a low, raspy voice, "What's a nice boat like that doing in a place like this?" That and the fact that they would be stuck there for a few nights waiting for a weather window was all Wayne needed. He called to ask me to find a captain to retrieve our boat. He locked the boat, rented a car, and drove home. No longer was cruising up and down the coast on our radar. Chapter: Weddings Are Us. One Thanksgiving day when Johanna was working as a server at Paradise Bay in Sausalito, we decided to have our Thanksgiving dinner with her, waiting on us. That afternoon, she also waited on the crew of a visiting yacht and was soon dating Patrick, the first mate. Not long after, she went to visit him in Fort Lauderdale and became intrigued by the lifestyle. So when hiring season rolled around in October, she packed her bags and moved to Fort Lauderdale in time for the fall boat show where captains look for new crew members. It didn't take her long to find her first job on an 80-foot charter sailing yacht. It took her even less time to lose it. At the end of 2 weeks, she was asked to move on and was flown back to Florida. From then on, it was all motor yachts, starting with the MV Sharita, where she was a cook and stew for 2 families who lived aboard. Her next gig was a step up, a season aboard Mr. Terrible, Jerry Herbst's brand new $42 million, 154-foot yacht. Famous in Las Vegas for his Terrible Herbst gas stations and convenience stores, Jerry was also big in the gaming and desert truck racing worlds. That summer, they cruised the West Coast from Seattle to Juneau, Alaska. She met a lot of characters in Alaska, which was crawling with men. I've heard that if you're a single woman in Alaska, the odds are good, but the goods are odd. Johanna's luck was about to change when she was hired and later promoted to chief stew aboard My Girl in Seattle. They spent a year working their way down the coast, through the Panama Canal, and all over the Caribbean. While docked in Sausalito for a couple of weeks, we got in some trouble when we cruised by My Girl on buoy toy, yelling her name while bragging to our friends. We didn't realize her owners were on board. She stepped out on the deck, waving wildly to get us the message to shut the F up. Not cool. When the guests weren't on board, the captain gave her permission to give us a tour. The yacht was stunning, but Wayne got the biggest kick out of touching as much glass as possible to give her a little something extra to clean. We also took the 3 stews to the wine country where they stocked up one afternoon on about 10 cases of wine and forked over some $8,000 of the yacht's provisioning budget. But the lucky part was a 6-month break in Cabo San Lucas that winter of 2008 when My Girl was docked next to Piano Bar. When there were no guests on the yachts, the crews worked regular hours and the pace was much slower. It was during that time that Johanna met Mark Gilbertson, a deckhand on Piano Bar. They ended up spending much of the last 3 months living together in a motel suite with a kitchenette when their owners weren't on board. Sadly, their ships sailed off in different directions, Johanna to St. Thomas through the Panama Canal and Mark to Puget Sound. Not long after, they realized they did not want to be alone, so they both quit their jobs and found his and hers positions as chief stew and first mate on Lady Diane. Later, they moved as a couple onto King Baby for 9 months, cruising the eastern seaboard to Maine. Finally, they ended up back on Mark's previous yacht, Piano Bar. By this time, Mark had earned his U.S. Coast Guard 200-ton captain's license. Working together on 3 different yachts and living in a 9-by-6-foot bunk bed crew cabin proved they were compatible. Johanna introduced Mark to us and all her friends at her 30th birthday party in our backyard. I featured a picture of the two of them in my holiday letter of 2008. The photo was captioned, "Jojo and Matt." And I also mentioned in the letter how much we both like Matt. I only learned of the error when Johanna's friend Annie called her to say how sorry they'd been calling him Mark. My bungling of names had been epic and the source of much hilarity from co-workers. Once in the bank's Eagle Cafe, I greeted a friend with, "Hi, Jose." While getting my lunch, I realized I'd called him by the wrong name, and hoping he hadn't heard me, I said goodbye to him with a louder, "Bye, Juan." At that point, he reminded me of his real name, and I'd love to share that with you, but in truth, I have no idea what that was. Once at an event hosted by the Volunteer Center of Marin, I greeted a fellow board member with, "Well, if it isn't Ann so-and-so," and sadly, she let me know it wasn't, but at least she was a fellow board member, whose name now escapes me. But back to old what's-his-name, a couple years later, Johanna asked me if I would officiate their marriage in his hometown of Seattle. I'd never performed a wedding, although I had 6 funerals under my belt by this time. My parents, Wayne's parents, and my aunt and uncle in L.A. Of course, with my experience as a 3-time bride and a willingness to do anything for an audience, as demonstrated by my string of funerals, I agreed. Within hours, I was a Universal Life Minister, which was free over the internet, and I had a certificate to prove it. Only a month after Wayne's aborted trip down the coast, we were back up in Seattle for the wedding. The setting in Redmond was a 1904 hunting lodge that had been converted into a lush country estate known as Cleese Mansion. The wedding party stayed at the Alexis, a charming boutique hotel in downtown Seattle. On the eve of the wedding, mother of the bride, Ellen, hosted a reception for the bridal party and her relatives from Iowa who hadn't seen Wayne for a couple decades. Johanna hadn't expected them to make the trip, but upon learning that Johanna's older half-sister, who had been adopted at birth, would be coming from Florida, they all showed up. In addition to meeting Susan and celebrating Johanna and her husband, I think they also might have been interested in seeing Wayne again and perhaps curious to meet his current wife. Johanna also invited my sister Kathy, as she was newly widowed and now free to move about the country. As expected, the wedding was great fun. In fact, any event featuring Johanna and her beautiful, fun-loving girlfriends is always a good time. Not to brag, but before the sun set on their wedding day, I'd booked my second wedding for 2 of the guests, Megan and Lee, for the following spring in Las Vegas. My free service became mildly popular and kept up at that snail's pace for 7 years. Bree and Anthony were next to wed in 2012, followed by my friend Gwen from work and her husband Brian at Lake Tahoe the next year. In 2014, I performed a wedding for a Brit named Chris, who had attended Megan Lee's wedding. The following year, it was Johanna's high school friend Danielle and Mike. Finally, my officiant career ended on a particularly high note with the marriage in 2016 of my wonderful niece Stephanie and her boo, Cliff, on a creek at his family's farm near Baltimore. My process was to interview the couples over several glasses of champagne, extract their best stories and what they loved most about each other, and some special vows, such as she vows to let him play golf once a year. After they sober up, I give them total editing privileges so they can omit the secrets they hadn't intended to divulge. The services weren't religious, but deeply personal and funny. I'm happy to report that my brides and grooms are now busy raising their total of 8 cute kids. Chapter: Retirement. Diane and I had become good friends and relied on each other to the extent that we half-jokingly swore we would retire on the same day. Neither of us wanted to be there without the other. However, that changed in May of 2013, just before my 66th birthday. Early one morning, after I passed out briefly from excruciating pain, Wayne took me to Kaiser's emergency room. After a day of tests, I was told I had a hereditary kidney disease, specifically polycystic kidney disease. Evidently, a burst cyst was causing the pain. My new nephrologist said there was no cure and that the pain would subside in a few days. He added that the good news was that something else would probably kill me first. To prolong my kidney function, I adopted a very strict diet, cutting my salt intake to 280 milligrams a day, a mere 1/8 of a teaspoon, and limiting alcohol to special occasions. I said a sad farewell to coffee, tea, soft drinks, dairy, red meat, bread and baked goods, processed foods, and saddest of all, chocolate. Managing my diet at the bank was challenging, particularly because there were always baked goods and chocolate calling out to my sweet tooth. Also, part of the fun in our have fun culture was a little Friday wine tasting at the end of the day, often with crackers and chips that were now off limits to me. All of a sudden, the luncheons and parties just weren't the same. In fact, they were a tad depressing. The realization that I might be reaching my use-by date sooner than later contributed to my setting a retirement for April Fool's Day 2015, just a couple of months short of my 68th birthday. Also, as our department grew, so did the meetings, which weren't my favorite way to spend the day. I preferred focusing on getting the work done. I remember in one of our weekly department meetings, Diane repeated something she'd heard. When all is said and done, a lot more will be said than done. And suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud guffaw, mine. I couldn't have expressed it better, and by the end of the day, that quote was posted in my office. Upon checking my calendar and realizing that April 1st fell on a Tuesday, I moved my departure up to the previous Friday, the 27th of March. A month before retiring, I emceed my final annual Sales Conference Awards ceremony in a giant eagle costume for roughly 500 relationship managers, wealth advisors, and trust officers from both coasts. It was a sentimental evening as I said goodbye to friends from other markets with whom I'd worked and socialized for almost 2 decades. I was surprised and touched at the end of the awards show when Jim and Catherine returned to the podium to present me with the final award of the evening, the Team Player of the Year award. Although I spent much of my career thinking I was irreplaceable, all those concerns dissolved with 2 terrific additions to the team, Pan and Alyssa. As I passed projects on to them, I focused on producing a manual which I dubbed the Bible, outlining in detail the procedures and contacts to execute a dozen or so of my annual projects. It did my little codependent heart good to know I wasn't leaving my successors in the lurch. My last week at the bank proved to be the long goodbye and, at the same time, one of the best weeks of my life. My one-person marketing department had expanded to 25. On Monday morning, I found our department decorated with about 200 8x10 pictures of me. On Tuesday, every 20 minutes or so, all day long, I'd hear the Bachelor theme music, and one male colleague after another would arrive in my office with a long-stemmed red rose and ask, "Will you accept this rose?" At the end of the day, I had been graced with 24 roses. Wednesday was headlined by the marketing department's farewell lunch at Chevy's, my favorite Mexican restaurant. Wayne came to town by boat, docking buoy toy at South Beach Harbor for 2 nights so he could join in the festivities, and I wouldn't have to commute. The official retirement party was Thursday evening. The Eagle Cafe had been decorated by a handful of my colleagues. In addition to balloons, there were giant posters with 3 versions of the iconic Obama Hope poster, featuring me with Live, Laugh, or Love underneath. The love version was also on lapel pins, as well as on a giant sheet cake. Payback came when Jason Bender turned the tables on me with a hilarious slideshow of my photoshopped head on classic photos, similar to slides I had once used to poke fun at him at our awards presentations. When Jim arrived at the podium, he said, "There's something that's come to my attention that I have to address and make right. Our records show that Linda's first day at First Republic was July 3rd, 1996, but in fact, she started at 2 p.m. the previous day, and I realize now she never got paid for those first 3 hours. I can't let that stand." With that, he presented me with a giant check for $57.19. For years, I joked about those 3 hours I'd worked without compensation, and evidently he got the message. Later on, the head of Human Resources gave me a real check for about $1,700, explaining that I probably would have invested that money in Apple stock, and this reflects the gains it would have made in the last 19 years. After Diane and Jim spoke, I started my farewell speech with, "You've been a great audience." Friday morning was my last day working in the city I still loved and had chosen as my home 46 years earlier. I walked to work from South Beach Harbor Marina and was greeted with a final surprise. I was no longer falling for the "Diane wants to see you in the conference room" ruse. I knew it would be something good. I was met with champagne, bagels, and the latest episode of After the Final Rose, the same name of the season recap show of The Bachelor. I was thrilled to relive that fun day and all those good sports delivering roses, many of whom had never seen the TV show and needed a bit of coaching to remember their lines. The video ended with, after 19 years and 21 suitors, Linda chose to sail into the sunset with Wayne. The last day at the office was very hectic. Filling the recycle bins was punctuated by friends popping by for a final farewell hug. Wayne had cruised home that morning, and I had to catch Bart to get to the yacht club in time for a little joint retirement party with my friend Sally, who had retired the same day. As I ran to the elevator, I was slowed down by my good buddy and recent hire, Alyssa. She was hanging on me and begging me not to leave. My last words were, "Get her off of me," and scene. It wasn't a tough adjustment. I'd been counting down the days for a year and a half. I certainly didn't miss commuting on BART. I loved not setting an alarm. I did miss my friends, but dropped in to see them occasionally. I was ready to enjoy more time with Wayne and other friends and neighbors who were already retired. A lot of my co-workers were concerned I'd be bored and would ask how I planned to fill my days. I usually responded, boating and finishing the memoir I started 23 years ago. One of my first projects was to study kidney disease, and I delved into cooking for the first time in my life, experimenting in low-sodium, kidney-friendly recipes. I also had time now to get in my 10,000 steps per day, walking through the park while visiting with Kathy. After Jerry died, we'd become very close. Now worrying that I might predecease her, she insisted that I accept a kidney from her if I needed a transplant. Later, in a book entitled How We Die, I'd read that kidney disease is one of the best ways to go. Evidently, you start getting more and more tired and eventually just go to sleep. 2 months after retirement, my friend Connie and her husband Jerry talked Wayne into something I'd never been able to do. He agreed to accompany me to our 50th high school reunion in Houston. I was excited to see everyone, and having been a bit of a nerd with an extremely short boyfriend in high school, was also excited to show off my handsome 6'5" husband. On the 3-hour flight to Houston, I was seated next to a woman in her 50s, and we got to talking. I mentioned something about not drinking due to a kidney issue, and surprise, surprise, she turned out to be the head of the Northern California PKD Association. I learned a great deal from her. Although she was very grateful for her kidney transplant, the anti-rejection medicine damages one's immune system, and she had since had several operations for skin cancer. I also joined a Facebook PKD online chat group, and hearing about all the issues around dialysis and transplants, decided I'm not interested in either. So now I needed to break the news to Kathy. One morning while talking with her as I circled the park, I told her that I would do everything I could to delay the progression of my disease, but that I had decided against a transplant. Imagine my surprise when she exclaimed, "Oh, thank God, because I've changed my mind. I might need that kidney." Chapter: Tribute to the Pacific Northwest. A couple of months later, Wayne and I decided to charter a boat in Anacortes for a week of cruising to the San Juan Islands in Victoria, BC. We were thrilled that Diane and Glenn agreed to join us. This would be our third cruise in Puget Sound. The first was in 1991 when we trailered our 22-foot Grady White Lucky Break there and back, and then again in 2010 with Buoy Toy. Clearly, we loved summers up there on the water. A bonus was spending time with two of my closest friends, Lisa Bean, who had lived on Bainbridge Island for decades, and Kay, the farmer Linda Bess, in Seattle. While cruising the docks at Friday Harbor, one of our favorite pastimes, Wayne and I came upon a gorgeous trawler converted from a sailboat and aptly named Gadsby. We introduced ourselves to the couple who had lovingly restored her and found out that not only were they from California, but they were also members of the Richmond Yacht Club. In fact, they owned Tumbleweed, a sailboat docked right across from our tug. They explained that they bought the second boat to keep up north so they could spend summers on it. As we walked away, I told Wayne we can do this, and that very afternoon we started shopping for our summer boat. It was fun breaking the news to Diane and Glenn. I'd really taken to heart Jim's ready, fire, aim mantra. That was the end of August, and by October we bought Tribute, a 1987 Katie Krogan Manatee. We had taken a quick one-day tour to Puget Sound to look at 3 boats and made an offer on one. After settling on a price, we withdrew our offer after finding out that the owner had withheld a recent survey, a major red flag. Our friend and yacht broker, Allison, also a member of Richmond Yacht Club, told us she had a Krogan in good shape, listed right here in Tiburon. We bought Tribute the next day. The irony is that we knew Ron and Steve, the couple who had owned her for 28 years. We'd even been to a Christmas party several years earlier at their home at Paradise Bay. Ron's sister, Mary, and her husband, John, were good friends in the Nordic Tug Group, and Steve was selling Tribute after Ron had passed away. They'd enjoyed cruising for years, and as they were in the funeral business, they also used her to take out families to scatter their loved ones' ashes. We kept the name Tribute as a tribute to Ron. We shipped our new baby to Seattle in November, and over the next 3 winters, we proved that a boat is, in fact, a hole in the water into which you pour money. We spent a lot of, quote, boat units, $1,000 per unit, on repairs and upgrades, new electronics, cushions and curtains, windows, a Lexan enclosure of the cockpit, and custom glass for the flybridge, new painting and varnishing, and the one thing I cared about most, satellite TV. Then for the next 3 summers, we cruised all over Puget Sound and the southern part of Western Canada, the Gulf Islands, Victoria, and Vancouver. We made some good friends and learned a great deal by joining the Queen City Yacht Club in Seattle and also the Northwest Katie Krogan Owners Association. We cruised the South Sound with the Yacht Club and spent a lot of time docked at their outstation on Bainbridge Island where Lisa, Bean, and I could hang out. For 4 years, we participated in the annual Krogan, which is what the Krogan group calls their cruise-ins. The first 2 were in Anacortes. Our last summer up there, we all gathered at Snug Cove on Bowen Island, just a 15-minute ferry ride from West Vancouver. For one last hurrah, after we shipped Tribute home, we flew up to Anacortes in September of 2019 for our 4th Krogan, just to see our friends and, of course, their boats. At 3 of the 4 Krogans, we partied with our Bay Area friends Patty and Alex, who, like us, had sold their 40-foot Nordic tug and bought a Krogan, only theirs was 64 feet overall. Krogan manatees at 38 feet overall are the smallest of the Krogan fleet and extremely rare, as only 99 of them were built, all between 1984 and 1991. We never docked anywhere without one or more looky-loos coming by. Wayne loved to invite them for the tour and would end up talking sometimes for hours about boats, boating, and boaters. Of the 20 to 30 Krogans that showed up at the rendezvous each year, we were very popular as most of the group had never seen a manatee. During our summers up north, we cruised with friends from the Bay Area. My neighbor and hiking buddy Rita joined the South Sound cruise. Our next-door neighbors Doug and Rachel came up for a weekend, and on consecutive summers, Hank and Eileen and Carol and John, friends from the yacht club, chartered boats to buddy boat around the San Juan Islands with us. Because the Pacific Northwest is such a magnet for West Coast boaters, we also partied with several of our Bay Area Nordic tug group who brought their tugs up north. Our last summer, we met up with 4 Bay Area tug couples in Victoria's Inner Harbor, directly across from the Empress Hotel, with the beautifully lit Parliament to starboard. 15 minutes after we tied up, we were treated to the Victoria Pride Parade between the dock and the Empress Hotel, only 10 yards up the ramp from us. We also reconnected with Jane and Anthony in Sydney and Victoria. We had gotten to know them when they were living on their 42-foot Nordic tug in California and had joined our Bay Area Nordic tug group. Anthony and I referred to ourselves as twins because we share our May 25th, 1947 birthday. My brother from another mother. I became the self-proclaimed godmother of their adorable pooch, a Havanese named Farley. Not only had we buddy-boated with them to Catalina in 2008, but 2 years later, Anthony had joined Wayne halfway down the coast from Seattle on Buoy Toy. We loved the Pacific Northwest, but had learned a few lessons. The first was that the Pacific Northwest usually doesn't warm up until July 4th, and then cools down quickly after Labor Day. We'd shivered our way through many a week up there. Second, we weren't as adventurous as our fellow boaters. We were what is known as dock queens, whereas most yachties up there head north in the late spring and anchor in deserted coves in Canada en route to Alaska. We weren't comfortable on the hook, especially not anchored on dark nights in remote coves. I'd seen one too many murder mysteries with that scenario. Wayne liked to say we never ventured beyond the last bar and restaurant. Our Puget Sound friends were constantly promoting the inside passage and trying to convince us that we were missing the best part. We found all of it beautiful, the lush islands and cute little towns like Gig Harbor, Langley, Friday Harbor, and Roche Harbor, and the occasional whale sighting was thrilling. The third lesson we'd learned was that after spending several months each summer on our roomy Krogan, we'd fallen out of love with Buoy Toy, which was cramped by comparison. And with grandchildren arriving, we decided that 2018 would be our last summer up north. We put Buoy Toy on the market in the summer of 2017, and it was snatched up by our good friends Simon and Leanne from the Yacht Club. We love that Buoy Toy is now at home in her old slip on the sea dock right next to Tribute. In September of 2018, we arranged to have Tribute trucked home so we could enjoy her year-round. One morning, at the crack of dawn, we got the call that she was being delivered to Bay Marine, just a mile from our home. We were out there in the dark, watching her being backed into the shipyard on a giant rig. I shed a tear of joy. The most wonderful memories of my childhood were our 16 summers at Lake Arrowhead. The mountain cabin that my grandfather built when Mom was a child was rustic, without hot water or heat, but that made it all the more fun. We had a huge fireplace and boiled water for dishes and sponge baths. Lake Arrowhead Village had floats and paddle boards for rent, a tiny movie theater, miniature golf, an arcade, and lots of ice cream and candy stores. The cabin was even closer to Blue Jay, where Mom learned to skate as a child, and Kathy and I followed suit a generation later. I have the same sentimental feelings for Tribute that I've always had for the cabin where I spent those magical summers. I'm hoping that Gwenny and Wes will have a similar attachment and happy memories of Tribute as they grow up cruising to Angel Island and around the bay. Chapter: Mimi and Pawpaw. You may recall that I hadn't been a big fan of children in my 20s. All that changed with the arrival of a little bitty 5-pound granddaughter named Gwendolyn in 2017, followed by her little brother Wesley only 15 months later. All of a sudden, I understood the fascination with babies. I had become a doting grandmother, pushing their pictures on anyone who would indulge me. Friends were absolutely shocked. What have you done with Linda? Wayne and I started babysitting 2 mornings a week, so Johanna, who was a server in the evenings, could run errands for her family and her mother, who suffers from dementia and is now in an assisted living facility. To avoid confusion, Johanna suggested her mother Ellen be called Grandma, and I was fine with Grammy. But Gwendolyn had other ideas. Unable to master the grr sound, she decided I was Mimi and Wayne was Pawpaw, and that has stuck. Pawpaw and I split up the duties and the duty. Actually, I suggested that he, as a dad with diaper experience, take on the duty. He also was in charge of patty cake, horsey, and silly faces. We both read to them. My special talent was bottles and feedings, which soon morphed into lunches. My beloved miniature dachshund grand dogs took their responsibility of cleaning up very seriously. In fact, the food flying off the baby's trays sometimes didn't even hit the floor. Bacon and George had been joined by Peekaboo, Ellen's 12-year-old dachshund, whose barking wasn't well received at the assisted living facility. So you could say it was a 3-dog, round-the-clock cleaning crew, their specialty being food retrieval. After wanting kids for several years, Johanna and Mark were so grateful to have finally had them that they never complain about the work or anything else, and they never lose their patience. Johanna researches all the best child-rearing practices on the internet, and I will be stunned if those 2 lucky little kids grow up with any kinds of issues. They are endlessly interesting, entertaining, and I admit with no bias whatsoever, adorable. Above all, we are tremendously grateful to live only 40 minutes away and excited about being a big part of their lives. Chapter Soeur de Coeur. Speaking of family, the greatest gift of Kathy's and my year abroad is our lifelong friendship with Pascal, who wasn't even born until 2 years after our year in Switzerland. We call her our Soeur de Coeur, Sister of the Heart. In 1962, while spending spring break in Provence with Kathy's pen pal Renee, we'd become a part of her larger family that included her cousin Suzanne and husband Yves. I first met Pascal 3 years later when, in 1965, I introduced Connie and Lisa to Renee, as well as to Yves and Suzanne in Marseille. Pascal was 1, and that was the last time my French was better than hers. 7 years later, Mom and I, after touring France's chateau and wine country, arrived on their doorstep, and Mom met them all for the first time. By now, Pascal had a couple of cute siblings a few years younger, twins Anne and Frederic. And 7 years after that, Mom, ever the gracious host and travel agent, invited Renee and Pascal to visit us all on what would be their first trip to the United States. Pascal was 14, my age, when I went abroad, and Renee was 35. Their itinerary included trips to the beach, Disneyland, Hollywood, and San Diego. Then I drove to LA and brought them back up the coast via Carmel and Monterey to visit the landmarks of San Francisco and Marin. At that point, Connie, who had majored in French and had become good friends with Renee during her junior year abroad in Aix-en-Provence, flew out with Jerry and their young son Ryan. We all headed up to Tahoe for the weekend. The plan was that Connie and Jerry would rent a car and drive the girls back to San Antonio, and then Renee and Pascal would end their trip visiting Mom and Dad in Conroe. Unfortunately, Renee got a phone call from her boyfriend in France, who broke the news that, according to her doctor, she was very ill and needed to come home right away or seek medical attention in California. She felt fine, and Connie, having just arrived, said, "No way you're flying home without first getting a second opinion." A visit to my doctor confirmed that Renee was indeed ill. She chose to return to France, where health coverage is free. Something had shown up on her lung x-ray, although none of us knew what that meant. So after Tahoe, Renee flew home, and the brave 14-year-old Pascal, who didn't speak much English, left for San Antonio with Connie and Jerry, and then continued on to Conroe. It was less than a year later that Renee died of lung cancer. We were all devastated. From then on, our bond with Pascal grew ever closer. She came back to visit both Kathy and me in August of 1985, when she was 21. That one summer, I was married to David. In fact, she accompanied David's daughters and me on our trip to Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, and Magic Mountain. We had a lot of heart-to-heart conversations in French, with the benefit of the girls not understanding that we were talking about their dad and them. It was the evening after I delivered Pascal to SFO to fly home that David, quote, had to talk, and I found out he was leaving. In 1994, while I was busy writing my television career guide and freelancing for KTVU, Pascal and her beau, Serge Ramassa, set their wedding date and invited us to attend. They had hoped to honeymoon in California and the national parks of the Southwest, but due to the wedding expense, weren't quite able to make it. So we came up with a solution. We'd send them the airfare that we would have spent flying to their wedding in Marseille and then tag along on their honeymoon. You see, on her deathbed 2 years earlier, Mom asked us to scatter her ashes at 7 locations: under the Golden Gate Bridge, at Muir Woods, at her beloved Mills College campus, at our former summer cabin at Lake Arrowhead, at Lake Tahoe, at Lake Powell in Arizona, and finally at Asilomar in Pacific Grove, where we'd attended week-long religious science conferences for 10 years. So with baggies of Mom's ashes in tow, I picked up Kathy and the newlyweds in Los Angeles in Pepper, my sexy bright red Acura with her sleek black bra. From that moment on, we all called her Peeper, the preferred French pronunciation. Although Pascal had fond feelings for Mom, Serge had never met her, and we didn't involve them in our little ceremonies of ash flinging. We headed up the coast, stopping at the iconic Madonna Inn in San Luis Obispo, Carmel, and Asilomar, headed inland to Lake Tahoe, and then south to Las Vegas, Lake Powell, Sedona, Zion National Park, and the Grand Canyon. We'd met our goal of fulfilling Mom's last wishes at the most remote locations on her list. And, as we were as spontaneous as our anti-MAME mom, we threw in some bonus spots that not only included Sedona and the Grand Canyon on that trip, but also Puerto Vallarta and Nice. Like I said, she loved to travel. We left Pascal and Serge at the Grand Canyon with Peeper and a tent, so the honeymooners could visit the other national parks on their list. And Kathy and I took a bus to Phoenix and flew to our respective homes from there. Later on, when Kathy and I were together, we said our goodbyes at Lake Arrowhead and Mom's remaining requested Bay Area resting places. We revisit her from time to time in person and via photos we took along the way, including one at an outdoor restaurant at Lake Arrowhead. We asked our waiter to take a picture of us with our mother and then held up the baggie between our smiling faces. Mom would have liked that. We love Serge, who heads up large IT projects. He is very dear, low-key, and extremely droll. His humor transcends our language differences, and we're always laughing when we're together. Both he and Pascal studied English, although Kathy and I prefer to speak French when we're together. It's good practice, and translation gaffes add to the fun. After many years of study, Pascal earned a PhD and has since been a professor of antiquities at the University of Toulouse. November of 1999 brought the arrival of Anael, a precious baby boy. The following 4th of July weekend in 2000, Kathy and Jerry, their 24-year-old son Chris, and his girlfriend were planning to attend Anael's christening in Marseille. Channeling Mom's spontaneity, I decided to join them and surprise Pascal and Serge. Kathy and Jerry picked me up at the Nice airport, and we spent a couple nights at a hotel overlooking the beach in Juan-les-Pins, attempting to water ski in the sparkling Mediterranean without success. A night at a hotel in Nice overlooking the beach gave us a chance to scatter Mom's ashes from the crest across the street. I explained to one curious bystander, "C'est notre mère." That's our mother. Later, in Marseille, looking for her brother Frédéric's apartment, I ran into Pascal on the street. Her surprise made it all worthwhile. The christening was followed by a lavish outdoor lunch where we got to meet Serge's family and reconnect with Pascal's family, as well as with all their friends. The Ramassas designed and built a home on a large lot, a short walk from the tiny village of La Valette, population 750, only 10 miles from Toulouse's city center. That September trip in 2001, I was excited to introduce Wayne and Johanna to our French family and enjoy a boat trip up the Canal du Midi. Wayne and Anael, at 1.5, really hit it off. Wayne likes to say the two of them got along well because they were the same emotional age. Tonton Wayne carried the little guy on his shoulders, played with him, and tossed him around to the refrain of his little voice, Encore, encore. Their second child, Theo, was born in May of 2004, and for 2 years we knew him only by his darling pictures. The photos confirmed all we'd heard about him and his happy disposition. We were very excited to finally meet him on our sabbatical trip in 2006, but unbelievably and tragically, just before his second birthday, he died suddenly of childhood leukemia. He'd shown no symptoms until a couple of days earlier. Pascal insisted that we not cancel our visit that September. It was wonderful to hear stories about Theo, pore over the photo albums, and visit his grave at the cemetery across the street. It was decorated with all his favorite toys and stuffed animals. We all made a pact to never forget Theo, and we never will. Just a year later, Serge and Pascal welcomed another son, Seti. I really was hoping he'd arrive on my birthday, but he was born 2 days later on May 27th. Seti was 4 and Aniel was 11, the first time the whole family visited us in 2011 with their very good friends and now ours, Annick, Didier, and their sons, 8-year-old Jules and 3-year-old Gaspard. Now that's a party. Whenever they come to California, or even when they're visiting Wayne and me up north, I always fly down to Kathy's to join the party. The kids love the beach and, frankly, just playing in Kathy's pool. Usually, after visiting Kathy, they'd rent a van, visit national parks, and end up in the Bay Area so we can all go boating, enjoy the coast and the wine country, and do a little shopping and sightseeing in San Francisco. The 8 of them have been back twice since, and we fit them all in by sleeping on our boat just a half a mile down the hill and giving them the run of the house. They returned in 2015 to coincide with Kathy's big 70th birthday party, and 4 years later, her 74th. Kathy's birthday is conveniently in August, their favorite travel month, when most of France is on holiday. At Kathy's 70th, Stephanie and Cliff hatched a plan to visit them in France in a couple of years. Kathy jumped on board, and then Chris. Once again, not wanting to be left out, I invited myself and suggested we all come for my 70th birthday in May of 2017. Along the way, the kids dropped out, so I planned a 2-week trip just for Kathy and me. Seti, who was turning 10, a mere 60 years and 2 days after I was born, insisted he was happy to share our birthday celebrations. The planning was a bit complicated because Wayne and I had been on tribute in Puget Sound for a few weeks prior to the trip. On a tip from a Canadian border officer, I'd learned that round-trip tickets from Vancouver to Paris were $750, half the cost of a ticket from San Francisco or LA. So Kathy flew to Seattle and joined us at Gig Harbor for a couple days before Wayne dropped us in Bremerton to take the ferry to Seattle. He immediately headed home for the 2 weeks we would be gone. Kathy and I boarded a bus for the 3-hour ride to Vancouver. I used my Nexus pass for identification when we went through customs at the border. Wayne and I had been pre-screened for Nexus so we could avoid customs when going back and forth by boat to Canada. Finally, at 3 p.m., we checked into our motel near the Vancouver airport, and I handed the receptionist my passport. She broke the news that it wasn't my passport and flashed the photo at me. To my horror, I was face to face with Wayne's photo. He was halfway through Oregon by that time. It looked like I might not be going to France after all. I immediately called him and told him I had some very bad news, that evidently I had put his passport in my bag and left mine in the glove compartment. His first words were, "You're effing kidding me." I wished I were. He wondered if there was some way to overnight it to me, but as our flight was scheduled for 7 a.m., that wasn't an option. I wasn't at all sure he would be willing to turn around and drive to Vancouver, but my dear long-suffering husband did just that, retracing his 6-hour southbound route, driving through Seattle until he arrived at our motel at 11 p.m. I'd gotten a room for him, as I didn't want to have to sleep with one eye open. By the time he arrived, he was over it and never gave me a bad time. I was rattled and conveyed my regrets by crying a lot. That may have helped. Kathy and I had joked with Pascal that if Trump won the 2016 election, we would be too embarrassed to make the trip, but I came up with a solution and ordered matching t-shirts for us that read, American Sisters Apology Tour, Summer 2017, and then in parentheses, sorry. After a couple days in Paris, we took the TGV to Toulouse, where the partying began. Seti was a very good sport about sharing his birthday with a 70-year-old. We were treated to another trip to La Dordogne and stayed with Pascal's sister Anne and Noël. I spent my actual birthday with chickens, goats, cows, pigs, and geese at a farm and agriculture festival in Sarlat. When we said goodbye to Pascal and Serge at the airport in Toulouse, we were choked up, as we always are when we part. We flew to Nice for a day of exploration where we clocked 20,000 steps. Then the next morning we were off by train to tick off the last place on my European bucket list. 4 nights in Italy's Cinque Terre did not disappoint. Our home base was a little apartment in Rio Maggiore, overlooking a tiny marina and the sea. From there, we took day trips by train to Portofino and other towns on the coast. Really magical. We flew back to Paris, arriving at 3 p.m., and despite only having a few hours before flying home the next morning, our friend Suzanne from Karlsruhe made the overnight trip just to spend a few hours with us. We met up with her and her friend Dorothea on the stairs of Sacré-Cœur for an evening in Montmartre. Pascal introduced us to WhatsApp, and now we stay connected with all our friends from France, Greece, and the Czech Republic, sharing photos and news. Not only do we keep up with Pascal and Annick, but we also hear from Anaël, who at 21 towers over everyone except Tonton Wayne. Anaël follows American sports, particularly the 49ers and the Warriors. We've been in contact in real time during NBA and NFL playoffs, the Super Bowl, and World Cup matches. Sometimes I help Wayne and Anaël communicate by translating messages about 49er team strategy and their favorite players. I wonder if Anaël's interest has anything to do with the team t-shirts and sweatshirts that Wayne has given the boys over the years. Our French gang of 8 had booked a trip to visit us the summer of 2020, but due to COVID-19, postponed it till 2021. Now it's looking like 2022 will be our next rendezvous. Speaking of French, my friend Javier, who I met in 1979 and worked closely with for 14 years at Cron, is now married to Jose, a native of Chile, and the two of them recently purchased a home in Paris. In August of 2020, Jose asked if I would be willing to teach him French. I thought it was a brilliant idea, as I wanted to recover the French I'd lost over the last 6 decades. So we started meeting via Zoom 4 times a week. I soon realized that I had no business teaching French, as I'd forgotten so much. So I started studying on my own. Since my retirement, Kathy and I have spoken on the phone every morning about our families, shows we both watch, and politics. Kathy graduated from Berkeley with a French major, and she remembers a lot more French than I do. So since August of 2020, we've been speaking French on the phone and now have added an extra 2 hours to our morning calls, reading French books to each other. We started with Camus' L'Étranger, progressed to current award-winning French novels, and have read a new book every 3 weeks ever since. Can't think of a better way to exercise our 70-something brains. We're also watching French series on Netflix, and I've even switched my iPhone to French. We can't wait to see how much we've improved next time our French family comes to town. Chapter: The Elephant in the Room. I plan to focus on finishing this little story shortly after retiring in 2015, but I got distracted by the Pacific Northwest, Gwenny and Wes, and the threat to our democracy from within. It was only after the inauguration of Biden and Harris that I could exhale, untether myself from the news and my clenched fingers from the remote control, and focus on the book. Actually, I'm loath to refer to that wannabe autocrat as the elephant in the room. It gives elephants a bad name. I don't even want to mention his name, but here's a hint. It rhymes with dump and rump. My first draft outlined in detail my feelings about his character and deeds, but I've decided to spare you. On the bright side, his 4 years of lies and malpractice have ignited millions of people to act. He's inspired many Republicans to jump ship, speak out, and fight for truth and justice. and many non-voters now realize the importance of making their voices heard. And as our new administration focuses on civility, honesty, decency, and getting crucial legislation passed that benefits everyone, I'm hopeful that the divide will begin to heal and we can return to a fact-based reality, and that we can form a more perfect union with liberty and justice for all. If that last part sounds familiar, it's because I stole it. Chapter. The final chapter. Despite being comfortable getting older and wiser, there's one thing that's not so much fun, and it's happened to me 3 times so far. It's that awkward moment when someone asks me if Wayne is my son. It's not like I robbed the cradle. The man is almost 2.5 years older than I. The first time it happened was one Thanksgiving weekend when we were shopping at a camera store for a tripod. As we were checking out, I said something like, "Merry Christmas, honey," hinting that the tripod was a present. The 40-something cashier said, "Thanks, Mom." Seeing my surprise, he asked, "You're not his mom?" I was ready the next time it happened. It was a Friday night at Chevy's in Emeryville, where we were sucking down margaritas and sharing nachos at the bar. Wayne was such a heavy tipper that he usually got a free shot of tequila from the bartender, who was always happy to see him coming. On this particular night, Wayne was watching basketball, and I, always friendly, struck up a conversation with the young man to my right. I mentioned something about Wayne and me, and he said, "Oh, you and your son?" Without a beat, I replied, "No, he's my 3rd husband, and you could have been number 4, but you've blown it. There's no way in hell I'll marry you now." Twice? Maybe a fluke, but the 3rd time? Come on. Finally, only about 3 years ago, it happened again. Wayne's Friday evening ritual, since moving to Point Richmond, is to hang out at the yacht club bar down the hill with his buddies. It's a guy thing, and I only go when Johanna, Mark, and the kids join us there for dinner. One evening, as we arrived with the babies, Wayne said to the relatively new bartender, "I brought my family." She warmly welcomed me by extending her hand and saying how nice it was to meet Wayne's mother. This time I just smiled and said it happens a lot. She felt a whole lot worse than I about it. On the plus side, it's wonderful to have such a handsome husband who doesn't look his age. My 74th birthday was May 25th, 2021, and Wayne will be 77 on January 3rd, 2022. Where has the time gone? Despite always feeling like a 25-year-old, I've been fascinated by age all my life, rounding up to the next birthday. In my 20s, my goal was to be an interesting old woman. Not an hour goes by that I don't appreciate how wonderful and interesting my life has been. I'm grateful that I grew up surrounded by love, humor, and a zest for adventure. My parents were more about fun than fear. They were always young at heart, open to new projects, thoughts, and adventures. Dad's focus was on socializing, brightening everyone's day with his humor. Mom encouraged Kathy and me to pursue our dreams and was thrilled that we both settled in California, as it was her favorite getaway. She was the Energizer Bunny, driven to get the most she could out of every day, working and traveling right up until the week she died. I'm actually grateful for the codependency I inherited from both of them, despite the fact that I wasted some time worrying about solving others' problems before I realized that wasn't really an option. My people-pleasing personality was largely responsible for my success in school and at work, but also in my love life. I'm not talking about my 2 failed marriages, but about my seeing the best in others and not fearing commitment. At my wedding to David, a friend asked me why I was getting married so soon after meeting him, and I said, I want to marry him while I'm still madly in love. A big theme that plays out on a couple of the reality shows I've watched is fear of rejection. So many, terrified to let down their guard, let fear sabotage their potential relationships. Yes, I know these shows are nuts, but I find them fascinating, from a sociological perspective, of course. Along the way, I'd heard that love was letting go of fear. Entering any relationship from a place of happiness, love, and acceptance increases one's odds of being loved in return. When relationships ended, I moved on quickly without resentment or grief, knowing that a better match was around the corner. I was simply grateful for the experience. I differ from my parents in that in my 70s I'm able to relax and am no longer driven to get things done, as evidenced by my dragging out the completion of this narrative for almost 3 decades. We used to joke about Aunt Ia, who at 80 not only paid for our schooling in Switzerland but traveled with Kathy and me for 2 months in Europe to deliver us personally to the steps of Chateau Montchoisy. She loved to say, "We'll just go and see and do." We did. But now I'm more interested in staying, reminiscing, and goofing off. Although we don't see any international travel in our future, we are very excited about upcoming visits from our French and Czech families and would also love to have our German and Kiwi friends return as well. I do spend a great deal of time marveling at the evolution of technology during my lifetime. As a child in Texas, we shared a party line with neighbors, and I can still remember our phone number, 34502. I'm really good with numbers, people not so much. When we got our first TV, it was black and white and all about cowboys and Indians. And I'll never forget how we all stood in front of our first window-mounted air conditioner in our living room in the mid-50s. As a secretary in 1970, I took dictation and typed letters using carbon paper to make copies. And then miraculously came the first copy machine. I used to look forward to the day when I'd have my own personal computer at home, and now we have them at our fingertips in the form of iPhones. I was thrilled when we bought Pepper from friends in 1994 and I inherited my first car phone. And having always loved photography, how incredible was the digital camera with its instant gratification. Today I can take pictures all day long on my new iPhone 12 Pro, and they are saved automatically to the cloud, whatever that is. No more checking to see if the newspaper arrived at the front door. I get my news from the Chronicle online, via my phone and satellite TV. The way too expensive long-distance calls that kept us from talking to our parents for a whole year are a thing of the past. Now we can talk to friends and family via FaceTime or WhatsApp. It's all a flippin' miracle as far as I'm concerned. Wayne and I both survived more than a year of coronavirus without catching it, grâce à Dieu and the mask-wearing people of Northern California. We have each other, each with our own computer and TV with Netflix. We take frequent breaks to tell each other I love you. We have tribute for day trips on the bay, and we've kept up with friends via phone, Zoom, and text. And on March 21st, 2021, we celebrated being 2 weeks past our second vaccines by visiting Johanna, Mark, and the kids. We've also both been blessed with good health. My only operations have been the much-discussed nose job at 16, a complicated gallbladder operation at 46 that put me in the hospital for 2 weeks, and an uncomplicated lumpectomy at 70 with 0 nights in the hospital. With an average life expectancy for those with polycystic kidney disease of 53 to 70, I was fortunate to discover it at 65 and have been able to slow down its progression by serious adjustments to my diet. I anticipate living well into my 80s, maybe longer. Of course, I can't say for sure what's on the other side, but I'd like to imagine it involves an afterlife. If so, I'm looking forward to catching up with those who have gone before, particularly Mom and Dad, and all the dogs I've loved before. In the meantime, I'm simply going to enjoy the ride. The end is far and full of possibilities, or not. Surprise me. Okay, that was the end, but I do have some acknowledgments. And here they are. A huge thank you to Helen Pulse, my content editor, who 50 years ago edited my KGO TV listings for TV Guide, and in 1995 edited Television Careers, a guide to breaking and entering. Her contributions were priceless. And I'm not just saying that because she didn't charge me. You should thank her too, as she's responsible for encouraging me to cut some of the more boring sections. Huge thanks to my friend Kat Bennett, who advised me on the logistics of publishing an ebook and also introduced me to copy editor Leah Gordon and layout designer Lucia Erickson. They've both been terrific. Thanks to my niece Stephanie for reading the entire manuscript, and to Connie, Diane, Johanna, Shirley, Kay, Lisa, Lynn, Pascal, and Frank for reviewing specific chapters for accuracy. I'm especially grateful to my sister Kathy for her memories of our shared past and her perspectives on our family. She won't even need to read the book because she's put up with me reading most of it over the phone to her. And thanks to my favorite husband, Wayne, for all the fun, adventures, laughs, and encouragement. And to all the wonderful people I've met along the way who have enriched my life by sharing their love and friendship, knowledge, and spirit with me, I'm filled with gratitude for you all. Thanks to Dennis Fitch and Jim Herbert, whose decisions to hire me resulted in 2 fulfilling and rewarding 19-year careers in television and banking. And to Diane Snedeker for the 14 years she bossed me around at First Republic, and I mean that in the nicest way, and for giving me performance reviews that made me blush and ask, is she talking about me? Finally, a special and totally unrelated thank you to Stephen Colbert, who had absolutely nothing to do with this book, but has been my comedian crush since 1997 and makes me laugh every day. That's all, folks. Thanks for listening.